completely over from last night. 2 balls of it to go from this racecourse end. First ball to the left-handed Lewis Rees, just drops a bat on it, runs out into the offside. In and bowls, that's on leg stump, that's a bit of a gimme. And it's turned away for 4 by Lewis Rees, not the best ball. Guthrie in again, bowls and a lovely drive from Brooke Guest, and he has added to his overnight total, and it's run away for 4. Very full, and he's played on. Well, that was a bit of a bonus wicket for Northamptonshire. It was a full toss, very full, and in trying to push it away through the offside, in and bowls to Ajdal. Big appeal for LBW and out, says umpire Bailey. I think we could give that from here. Just nip back in, and Justin Broad, we said, bowled. Here's Leach in bowls. That's a handsome shot from Anderson. Little bit of a floaty half volley and smashed away through the covers by Martin Anderson for 4, takes him into double figures.
As this next delivery is helped on its way down the leg side off the bat, and so it was a valiant effort. Yes, because this next delivery has bowled him. Broad got one just to basically swing back in to Martin Anderson. He tried to flick it away down the leg side, and Broad picks up his 3rd wicket. Anderson goes for 13, and Derbyshire 267. The next delivery. Oh, he's edged it and been caught behind. He played that ball a long way from his body, Zach Chappell. That's not a good shot at all, I'm afraid. And Broad has his 4th wicket.
18th over, he's in and bowls to Tickner short, and Tickner's got something on that. It's running down towards the boundary down below us. It's gone for 4, and it's 4 runs. So a bit of glove.
This one, he tries to pull it around the corner. He gets a feather on it, and he's caught behind Lewis Rees. So that's a disappointing end to Lewis Rees's innings. That one is edged over the slip cordon down to 3rd man for 4 runs by Blair Tickner. To anybody, Leach bowls, and it's pulled into the leg side, and there is the 300 for Derbyshire, out towards the straightish mid-wicket boundary. Here's Proctor, bowls, edged and caught, and Morley goes, just a tentative prod outside the off stump, and the new ball, the second new ball, is just 5 deliveries old, and the gully, and he's in and bowls, and Ricardo Vasconcelos leaves the ball alone, and it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, Vasconcelos could do with the score.
There's Chappell bowls, and Proctor drives down the ground for 4. Nice shot to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and away down to the boundary. Chappell is in and bowls. That one is driven off a thick edge, and it's gone all the way down to a wide 3rd man for 4. Now, Derbyshire supporters won't need reminding that they conceded 118 runs down without loss. Chappell bowls, and this one's off a thick edge down to 3rd man for 4 more. It's the same shot with the same result. Off stump as Dahl comes in round the wicket and bowls to him, and he's turned around the corner for 4 runs. Thud into the advertising board, short of a length as clear as possible. Vasconcelos on strike. Dahl bowls to him, and that's edged down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
And he held the pose.
I say, I will add no further opinion. Again, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Vasconcelos. It was right on his toes, and he just clipped it away.
Starting his 2nd over, bowling, and it's flowing drive from Luke Proctor. Away through backward point for 4. Everybody just stood there, and it's a question of who goes to. Interesting one is Ajdal in bowl short and dispatched by Ricardo Vasconcelos away through mid-wicket, and you probably heard the sound.
On his way in, that one is driven very pleasantly for 4 runs by Vasconcelos, who's just finding a bit of form now. Oh joy. He waits now as this delivery is driven down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot from Proctor. And immediately
To complete, Anderson in bowls, turned away by Vasconcelos. That's going to be 4 runs. There's a man down there at the wicket. Comes Anderson, bowls, turned away again by Vasconcelos, with exactly the same result in exactly the same place. Chappell is in, bowls, and Vasconcelos steers that away, runs it away through backward point, and it's going to run away for 4. Again, no 3rd man. Luke Proctor clips it away through mid-wicket for 4. on his toes, and Proctor very, very strong through there. Strike drives through extra cover. That's the trademark Vasconcelos stroke. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to run all the way for 4. That is 50 to Ricardo Vasconcelos. That up to 113, which it should do. Clipped away by Vasconcelos. It was full length. There's a man in there fairly tight.
Morley is in and bowls. Vasconcelos defends, and Northamptonshire go into tee slower as he defends this next delivery from Lloyd into the offside. Caleb Jewell.
To Ricardo Vasconcelos, short and pulled away by Vasconcelos. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's going out towards the boundary. It's going to get there, and it's 4 runs.
This next ball is just stroked very nicely backward a square on the offside for his half-century Luke Proctor. He even comes back for the second for good measure, and Proctor reaches the milestone of 94 balls.
In and bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives beautifully through extra cover, running out towards the boundary. That's going to get there, and it crosses the rope before Harry Kane can do anything about it. Tickner didn't look exactly chuffed either. Tickner in bowls short, pulled away by Vasconcelos, and that's 4, which will make him feel not a great deal better, I think it's fair to say. Tickner in, and a drive, and caught at backward point, so the drop was not expensive, and Vasconcelos played another expansive drive, and he's going to have to be prized that position in this last session. Forced away off the back foot nicely by Bartlett. His first runs. It's going out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. Little teaser for Harry Kane, who chased it all the way.
From the race course then, bowls to Proctor, who turns this one down. Fine to fine leg and picks up 4 runs. Short and misdirected. Tickner in and bowls. That one is clipped away off his pads nicely by Bartlett for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary.
Here's Anish Dal in bowls. Proctor, it's gone past second slip. Didn't carry. And it's gone down with no third.
He's in and bowls. That one is just flicked away. Whether it was bat or pad, I'm not entirely sure, but it's gone away for 4, and it was bat. And Bartlett picks up another boundary down to fine leg.
Here's Chappell in bowls, and tickled away by George Bartlett down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Now, and Bartlett has got him caught behind. Little push at that one, thin outside edge, and Chappell has his man, and Rob Bailey just, I think, waiting for Bartlett to go when he didn't. Chappell in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Proctor just steers it into the gap between second slip and backward point. There is no third man, and so it's 4 runs. Anderson in, bowls outside the off stump, carved away by Proctor between slip and gully, and it runs down for 4 because altogether now.
This next delivery is bowled him, and Lewis Rees gets the breakthrough that he's been looking for. That one swung, no question about it. The non-striker's end at the moment as Proctor drives this out to the cover boundary for 4. Glorious shot. It's a complete silence, which is a shame.
Morley round the wicket to Keogh, who cuts it away for 4 through backward point. Timed that beautifully. Here's Morley. In again, bowls and cut away by Keogh, and that could be 4 more, very similar to the one in the previous. Jack Morley over a little bit of width. I think he's taken 1 step to his right. Morley in again, bowls to Keogh, forces nicely off the back foot out through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. And again, Keogh timing that beautifully.
In again, bowls, that takes the edge and then bounces awkwardly in front of the slip, who I think is Caleb Jewell. No, it isn't. Caleb Jewell's chasing the ball. Who's that, Martin Anderson?
Here's Morley, flights that one right up and swept away by Keogh on the full, and it's gone down for 4. So a 4th boundary for Rob Keogh. Tickner then on 97 Proctor, and Proctor is into line, playing it up on the onside, and that's the end of the over. 236 for 3. Proctor is 97, Keogh is 90.
I'm delighted to tell you that we've got 104 overs scheduled for today as well. It completely escaped me. Northamptonshire very much with the upper hand at the start of the 3rd day. 236 for 3. with Luke Proctor 3 away from a half-century, which would be a magnificent half-century from the skipper. Rob Keogh on 19. They trail by 71, and I'm more than happy to say that with Proctor on 97, I'll see you later. Here's Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton.
Thanks, Fletch. Morning, everyone. Happy Easter for those celebrating. And 71 runs behind Northamptonshire. 236 for 3. Had 2 very good sessions yesterday. The visitors dominated the first session with the ball and the second session with the bat. Derbyshire hit back with those 3 wickets in the final session of the day, but Northamptonshire, I would imagine, that the happier of the 2 sides going into day 3. Forecast for tomorrow is not great, it must be said. I think we're okay, should be okay today to get most of the overs in. The light, obviously, at the back end of the day may be an issue. But the forecast for tomorrow, at least the one that I've seen, is not massively encouraging. But
no, it's not.
But these things are known to be wrong, so we'll see. It's Rob Keogh who's going to face the first ball of the morning. Played with a good deal of elan yesterday. 19 not out, 4 fours, including 3 handsome blows off the left-arm spin of Jack Morley. We're going to see Lewis Rees bowling from the far end, the City end, having bowled, I think I'm right in saying, Fletch, almost, I think, exclusively from this end, from the racecourse end yesterday.
I think you're right.
3 slips in place. Caleb Jewell at first, Wayne Madsen at second, and Martin Anderson at third. Umpire Anthony Harris calls play, and we're underway on day 3. Here's Rees running in to bowl the first ball of the morning to Rob Keogh, pushes forward, angles the bat, fielded by Anuj Dal at backward point. And there's no run. Weather at the moment is fine. There's a fair bit of blue sky about. And so the forecast is certainly dry all day with sunny intervals. It would be nice if those sunny intervals were fairly long. It was absolutely perishing yesterday, especially the back end of the day. It's supposed to be a little bit warmer today. And there's some hardy souls in the temporary permanent stand at the far end of the ground as Rees comes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rob Keogh. Had a chat last night with Ricardo Vasconcelos, who obviously pleased to get some runs in the book, although he denied that it was a concern. As far as he was concerned, he was saying, 3 low scores, but he made the interesting point that if he'd got 100 and then 3 low scores, then nobody would have worried about it. Well, anyway, he was a happy man last night, which is good to see. Here's Rees in and bowls and clipped away by Keogh for the first runs of the morning, because they're going to get 2 down to deep backward square, fielded down in front of the Elite Performance Centre to our left. So Northamptonshire underway this morning, 238 for 3. Rob Keogh on to 21. We'll also keep an eye on what's happening today with Northamptonshire women. We were talking yesterday about Derbyshire women playing down at Bristol in the 50 over competition. Northamptonshire play at Grace Road today, their first match in the new competition. Here's Rees in bowls and Keogh defensive, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Northamptonshire won the toss at Grace Road and are batting. Solid start, 28 for no wicket in the 11th over, with Amelia Kemp 13 not out and May Drinkle 9 not out. So
local derby to start.
Yes, well, the old enemy, absolutely. Here's Rees. And bowls to Keogh. Again, works it behind square on the leg side, and they'll come back again for 2 more. More work for Blair Tickner to do down there.
His fielding down at long leg suggests
that
he might bowl the first over. I wonder from the racecourse end.
Keogh is 23, 240 for 3. Well, yes, I mean, I suppose it's appropriate, really, that Northamptonshire, after the first match that Northamptonshire men played after the club was formally reorganised in the July 1878 was Leicestershire, so it sort of makes sense,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
So that means if it was organised by the ECP, it was entirely accidental.
Which of course it wasn't. Yes. First championship match, of course, was against Hampshire down at Southampton, which slightly spoils it, but anyway, not to worry. Here's Rees switching to round the wicket to Keogh, and immediately gets a little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement, and gets past the outside edge of Rob Keogh's bat. Strong finish to the over for Lewis Rees, and that's first over down of 104 today, only 103 to go. 240 for 3. Proctor is 97 and will be on strike for the start of this next over. And Keogh is 23.
Well, you know as well, you know better than me, clearly, that back in the day, they'd bowl 130 overs in a day and still finish at 6 o'clock at night. So it's not beyond the wit of man to bowl this many overs and get them in. But unfortunately, it's the old expanding to fit
fill
the time available.
Yes.
Nonsense, isn't it? And that's what happens, sadly.
No, it's absolutely right. And, well, I think we lost, was it 7 overs last night to combination of, I don't know, bad light, cold, whatever.
It was cold, wasn't it? It was very
certainly
cold.
waiting down in front of the Elite Performance Centre to do the interviews. Our colleague from Derbyshire very kindly said, it's all right, you can come up the stairs out of the cold, but I just managed to get Ricardo Vasconcelos before he got into his car and put the heater on, I would imagine, but very kindly had a chat, which was good. 2 slips and a gully. Tickner to bowl to Proctor on 97. He's in and Proctor drives, and he's just going to get a single out to deep cover. So Proctor inches nearer to 3 figures. 98 to him, 241 for 3. And the sun comes out right on cue. Brightest it's been, I think, since the first day.
Yeah. But it barely came out yesterday during play. There was a little bit at 10:30, which is no good to anybody.
And it threatened, didn't it? About midday. It's quite pleasant and bright, but this is proper sunshine. This is very nice. Can we play outside?
Well, you can if you want.
Here's Tickner. Into bowl to Keogh. Forward goes Keogh, pushing it out into the covers. Harry Kane fields, and there's no run.
The issue with Proctor taking singles early in an over is you're going to be exhausted in half an hour's time.
Well, I'll manage.
I'm sure you will.
45. Well, I've already had one false start this morning. Having arrived at the ground, realised I didn't have my laptop charger. Get in the car and go back to the hotel, and it's very annoying, but that's what happens when you get old and you forget things. Here's Tickner in. Bowls on leg stump, clipped away by Keogh, and he will have a single down to deep backward square. 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side. And one more to Rob Keogh, goes to 24. The only trouble when the sun, I mean, it's lovely to see the sun. The only trouble is the scoreboard over there.
No, you can't
see a thing.
No,
Fortunately, we have a very good screen in our commentary box here, which is extremely useful.
I have to remember to sit back. If I sit forward, I'll block that.
Proctor on 98, facing Tickner, round the wicket, on outside leg stump, in fact. And Proctor just follows it round, but doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Brooke Guest down the leg side. I thought his work behind the stumps yesterday was first class. A couple of terrific takes standing up to Anuj Dal.
And
He's
got those massive gloves on.
unlike Bob Taylor's.
Unlike Bob Taylor's, yeah. He was horrified by Bob Taylor's gloves. Where's the webbing?
The Boucher pouch, was it they called it. Here's Tickner to Proctor on 98, and that's a good shorter ball from Tickner that just inconveniences Proctor a little bit. He had to ride the bounce, took it somewhere, maybe just on the chest, on the arm. And now Rob Bailey's just having a little look at where Blair Tickner's following through. Coming round the wicket. Northamptonshire still 65 runs behind. 2 slips, backward point, big gap through the covers, Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Proctor needs 2 for his 100. Tickner bowls to him. It's short again. And again, Proctor with a little bit of a jump. Plays it back down the pitch. Tickner fields on the first bounce, and that's the end of a testing over from Blair Tickner, who again bowled pretty well, I thought, yesterday. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. The wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, first wicket to fall. Broke that opening partnership of 143. So 242 for 3 it is. Proctor is 98, Keogh is 24.
It was so cold yesterday that Brooke Guest revealed that it was the first time he's not wearing it today, but he wore his long-sleeved sweater to keep wicket in, which he doesn't like doing. He's out there in just his top long sleeves, of course, because he's a wicket keeper. He doesn't play for a village team. Here comes Rees from the City end. Played into the leg side. They take a single. Back to the studio. 243 for 3.
Now calling for the helmets, Brooke Guest. So
well, I wasn't sure if he was calling for a helmet or glasses.
Might be, actually, it might be glasses. Yeah.
Sort of helmets, the sort of...
Yes, yeah, that's...
And he sort of did his eyes, but I'm not sure. You could be right.
No, I was getting my gestures muddled up, but I think, no, you're probably right. It is, I mean, the sun is out properly now. We have blue sky, and it is a very, very pleasant morning.
We could borrow Blair Tickner's because they're on the back of his head.
Yes, in the back of his head, yeah. So if you are within reach of county ground here in Derby, please do come along, because it's a lovely day at the moment. I'm sure you'll be made very welcome. Proctor on 98, facing Rees, and he squeezes that away just behind square on the leg side. Slightly nervy-looking stroke from Luke Proctor, fielded by Anuj Dahl. In there at square leg. 2 slips a gully, backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, and Tickner down below us at long leg. And in front of the marquee that I'm sure will be packed come T20 time. Rees, into bowl to Proctor on 98. Him on the pad, big appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Harris. That, I think, was not far away.
Well, I certainly don't think it was.
I just think
little inside edge.
Maybe. He also, of course, may have got himself outside the line because he is coming across a long way. Rob Keogh's just coming down to have a word of encouragement. It won't be advice, I wouldn't have thought, but steady skip, or word to that effect.
Well, there was no inside edge.
No. I think he might just have got himself outside the line, but it was tight.
Camera at the far end isn't directly in line.
Well, it's saying he had one or 2 anxious moments this morning, Luke Proctor. He's still there on 98, facing Lewis Rees, and Proctor this time. Solid defensive stroke. Back down the pitch for Rees to field, and there's no run. Proctor had a remarkable start to the season last year when he kept getting half centuries, getting to 50, 60, 70, and not going on, and he was getting very, very frustrated. Finally got to 3 figures against Yorkshire, which was his first 100 as captain. It was an innings, I know, that meant a lot to him against Yorkshire as well. Rees in to bowl to Luke Proctor outside the off stump, and Proctor leaves it as it goes into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Northamptonshire's women have lost their first wicket at Grace Road against Leicestershire. They are now 35 for 1 after 13, having won the toss and chosen to bat. 10:30 start there. May Drinkle is out for 10. He's been joined by Michaela Kirk to join Amelia Kemp. Here's Rees in. Bowls very full, and Proctor just thinks about that little squeeze down through the slip cordon, but it doesn't miss the outside edge by much. And Luke Proctor, I think, just need to take a deep breath or two. 243 for 3. Proctor 98. Keogh 25.
Keogh's going to be on strike, so I'm back in the game briefly before he takes a single off the first ball.
He'd probably be quite happy if I wasn't on at the moment, I think.
It's going to be Blair Tickner to continue. Zach Chappell just sort of keeping his shoulders loose at mid-on. Lewis Rees taking up his position at mid-off, so it means that he's not at long leg, which is unusual. Tickner into Keogh. That one is pushed up to Chappell, who moves across to his right to do the fielding.
There's two Northamptonshire batters out in the 90s at Old Trafford. James Sales for 92, Lewis McManus for 95.
Yes, well, obviously we've already seen Brooke Guest in this match. Wayne Madsen down at Grace Road as well. Inside edge onto his stumps, Wayne Madsen. It's one of those you walk off, you're delighted that you've got 96, but
Yeah.
in goes Tickner again. Keogh takes on the short ball and misses it. It flies through to Brooke Guest, who leaps in the air, takes it above his head. Not sure if he's got his sunnies, as I believe they call them these days.
I don't think he has.
No, he
actually.
has, yeah. He's wearing
he has,
green for him.
Some Northamptonshire players are wearing ones this year that look like sort of ski goggles, or
Yes,
or
solid, aren't they?
Yeah, or VR headsets. Or
Yes. Rishi Patel let me look through his at Grace Road. They were pink. I didn't like it. Here's Tickner into Keogh, who drives nicely out into the offside. A chase for Harry Kame. They've run a couple. They'll almost certainly get back for three as Kame reaches the ball now. And Keogh, who started the day on 19, has already moved up to 28, 246 for three. And Proctor's back on strike.
he's been very purposeful, hasn't he, Rob Keogh, this morning? Just going down and having another chat with Luke Proctor, two most experienced players in this present Northamptonshire side. Of course, Ben Sanderson not playing, although Keogh has been a first team player for Northamptonshire since 2010. On 98, Luke Proctor facing Blair Tickner. Round the wicket, forward comes Proctor. Plays it back down the pitch. Tickner fields. Sunshine bathing the county ground here in Derby.
So they can avoid the grandstand, which isn't in the sun at this time of the day, and even the shade of the East Midlands demolition stand roof.
I was going to say, you could sit at the front of that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd just about be all right. But there's position A, I think, is that little stand, the blue seats down to our right.
Apparently it was awful in there yesterday.
I can imagine. Awful. Proctor on 98, facing Blair Tickner outside the off stump, left alone by the Northamptonshire captain, shoulders, arms. Still two slips and a backward point in. Big gap through the covers, inviting the drive. I wonder whether Tickner will try and test Proctor out with another short ball. Gave him a couple in the previous over and didn't play them as well as he probably would have liked, but he's still there, which is the main thing as far as he and Northamptonshire are concerned. Proctor facing Tickner. It is a short ball, and Proctor gets on top of it, drops it down into the onside. Played that much better. And he picks up a single. He goes to 99, and he nicks the bowling as well. 99 to Proctor, 28 to Keogh, 247 for three.
I can't get into my rhythm. Lots of youngsters playing football behind us at the Derbyshire FA. I don't know what it's called, actually, centre. I'm going to call it a centre. It's probably got a proper name. Came to a friendly on a Sunday. It started on a Sunday. I thought, blimey, this is good attendance. Barely a space to be had in the car park, and it was packed there all the way around. And they were parking here to play football there. They have a reciprocal arrangement for T20s and things like that, so Derbyshire can use their car park on T20 nights. But I was slightly alarmed at how many people were watching a friendly.
Here's Proctor on 99, facing Lewis Rees. Forward comes Luke Proctor, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I was saying there's a big party of young footballers and their coaches and parents in the hotel I'm staying at the moment. They were down at breakfast, extremely well behaved, I have to say.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm afraid junior football, from my experience, just never stops.
No.
I'm glad to be rid of that.
Two slips and a gully. Luke Proctor on 99, facing Lewis Rees. And he's pushed it up towards mid-on, and I thought he called yes. And there was never a single there. with Zach Chappell in there.
Could run either
mid-on.
of them out, whichever one he
Well, yeah,
wanted. Fielder's choice.
Yes, or indeed both. That was, yeah. That was fraught with danger, I think they say. Proctor, all the experience in the world.
It's
but
amazing, isn't it, how nervy you can get, no matter how many times you've done it.
Well, he's facing Lewis Rees on 99, and that's outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone. Goes through to Brooke Guest. 3 balls left in this over. That was his 200th delivery. So if he does get one more run, his second 50 will be slower than his first 50. Got to 50 off 94 balls, but so in fairness, he's seen 3 wickets go down at the other end.
Gathering, the players are gathering.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
On the balcony.
Here's Rees. Into bowl to Proctor, and Proctor drives, but can't get it past the bowler. Rees fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Tw 20 minutes for his 2 runs, and he's faced quite a lot of deliveries.
He has, yeah, no, he has. Rees turns at the far end, at the city end of the ground, to bowl again to Luke Proctor on 99, and Proctor squeezes that away, and there it is, down to long leg for a single. And just over 20 minutes into this morning, Luke Proctor reaches his century off 202 balls. It's his 9th century in first-class cricket, his 6th for Northamptonshire, his first of the season, and he will be mightily relieved, I'm sure, and mightily pleased to have got there. Takes the applause from the Northamptonshire dressing room, and the game probably will get back into a more regular
Let's
pattern.
crack on now. Yeah.
248 for 3, 1 ball to go in the over, and then I'll have a lie down in a darkened room. Rees is in and bowls to Keogh, who drives pleasantly, very well fielded off his own bowling by Lewis Rees, and that's the end of the over. 248 for 3. Proctor is 100, Keogh is 28.
Well, if the crowd have got anything about them, the applause for Andrew Radd as well for a 20-minute stint this morning. I've done about 4 balls. Excellent from Luke Proctor. Always good to see a Lancastrian get a century. I'll get flack for that. Just 2 runs away now from their first batting bonus point, of course, Northamptonshire, which I'm sure will be in their minds. It shouldn't be, but
It will be.
it will be.
Yeah.
Sadly, given the forecast tomorrow, they just need parity really, and then put Derbyshire in, try and bowl them out. If they want to win this game, I think they might have to do that. Now, Lewis Rees has left the field away to our left-hand side. Pat Brown, I think that is, who's coming on to replace him.
He was off a bit yesterday, wasn't he? He hobbled.
He hobbled, didn't he?
After his first, he bowled 3 overs, didn't he? And then went on.
Looks like the physio was with him. He's got his little bag of tricks. Here's Blair Tickner from the racecourse end, bowling to Luke Proctor wide of the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Of course, the other thing is that we are, after this over, 10 overs away from the second new ball. And he will almost certainly take it, so they'll want him in tip-top condition for that, I imagine. Whereas Tickner tends not to take the new ball. That's more Zach Chappell's domain. And he's currently standing at mid-off. Kiwi Tickner in again, past umpire Bailey, edged through the gap between slip and gully and away to the vacant third man area for 4 runs.
Let's get that hotkey out that we were talking about yesterday. There is no third man, so it's 4.
Proctor moves on to 104, 252. The 250's up for Northamptonshire, 252 for 3.
A point.
In the 70th over, 69 overs and 2 balls. 250 comes up.
Greeted with rapturous applause.
Yes.
Keep your hands in your pockets today.
I think so.
Yes.
Derbyshire's came up after 63 overs and 5 balls. Here is Tickner in again. That one is short of a length and turned nicely into the leg side by Proctor. It's going to be fielded by Pat Brown. No, it isn't. It's Nick Potts, I beg your pardon. He's 12th manning today. He'll have been playing club cricket yesterday, I fancy.
Yes.
And they take a single.
Of course, you were saying the Derbyshire League started yesterday.
Yes. I'm not really across the Derbyshire League, I'm afraid. Here's Tickner once more. 2 slips in place now. The gully's gone. He bowls to Keogh, who, it's gone down to 3rd man, and you know the rest. It's 4 runs. It was sort of in control, but it was off the edge of his bat. And 4 more to Keogh, who moves to 32. 257 for 3. He'll plug the gap eventually, I'm sure.
It's Luke Proctor's first century against Derbyshire. His favourite county. 3 of his 9 first-class hundreds now have been against Warwickshire.
That's a decent effort. Usually have a fairly good bowling attack, Warwickshire. 257 for 3. Tickner on his way into Keogh, and that's a short delivery, a long way wide of the off stump, and he immediately looks around to square leg and suggests that there was no way in the world he could have reached it, but there probably wasn't. Certainly would have been wide in white ball cricket, or a no ball, or whatever they call them. And just have to be happy with not having a seriously good delivery from Blair Tickner to face there, because that wasn't great. Misdirected from the New Zealander, former Test player. On his way in again now. That's a better short ball, and it's in the air out towards backward square leg for a while. By the time it got to Anusdal, it'd been rolling along the floor for a good 25, 30 yards. So Keogh picks up a single. He moves on to 33, and it's 258 for 3. Now, Lewis Rees isn't on at the moment, I don't think. So, removing his cap, it looks like David Lloyd is going to have a go.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it?
From the City end.
So, a helmet's come out for Brooke Guest. Morning to William C. at 4th slip. One of our very regular listeners, and good to hear from you. It's saying cloudless in his part of Northamptonshire. Right. Plenty of gardening to do with you and Fletch for company. Now, how to win this game? Much batting required. Well,
either bat for a long time and hope that it doesn't rain tomorrow, or
pull out.
Bat quickly and pull out sooner rather than later, I think is the way to win this game.
Certainly, Darren Lehman has made it very clear that he wants to go route 1. He wants to go the attacking option, but the question, I suppose, is whether how much store they place on the weather forecast.
Can't be relegated either from Division 2.
No, well, that's very true.
Lewis Rees is back on the field now, so it was just a temporary disappearance. He's back at mid-on. So
Lloyd, it's going to be. Bowled 5 overs for 13 yesterday, tidy enough. We've got a slip in, Wayne Madsen. Just directing his field. Wants his man at backward point round a bit. A little bit finer. So Lloyd over the wicket to bowl to Rob Keogh. And Keogh's on the back foot, punching it back down the pitch, fielded by Lloyd, and there's no run. And that's a little bit of chicken scratching at the far end, just to his feet are landing. We can summon the green sawdust in a minute. Yes. Lloyd in, bowls to Keogh, and Keogh clips it away just behind square on the leg side. There is a man back. Harry Kane. And it's a single to Rob Keogh, 34 to him. Northamptonshire 2, 59 for 3, 48 runs behind. 1 batting point already secured. We have 97 overs after this one in the day, so there is it goes without saying, there is a lot of cricket to be played today. I can't think Northamptonshire, if they were in a position, certainly to give themselves a session at Derbyshire at the end of the day, but that's a long way off yet. Here's Lloyd in, bowls, and oh my goodness, almost got through. Luke Proctor was trying to give himself some room to play it away through the offside. And it just got a little bit close to him. And that's a moral victory for David Lloyd. Around the wicket in again, bowls to Proctor, this time just drops a dead bat on it, runs down towards backward point, but Madsen fancies a little trot round to field.
I meant to make a note of moral victories this season, but that was going to be my latest project.
MVP. Flighted right up by Lloyd and turned out to mid-wicket by Proctor, and there's no run. Yeah, moral victory player instead of most valuable player. Here's Lloyd in again and bowls and driven by Proctor. Goes for a single. It's out to mid-off, but mid-off's fairly deep. It's about halfway back, so it was fair enough. There was definitely a single there. And well counted, Luke Proctor, because he's nicked the bowling. 106 to him, 34 to Keogh and Northamptonshire. 260 for 3, and Northamptonshire's women, from a solid start, have lost a couple of quick wickets. They're now 56 for 3 in the 17th over against Leicestershire. Amelia Kemp's gone for 18, and Lenny Sims has gone for 4. So 56 for 3, 17 overs gone at Grace Road.
Notice it was Greg Smith's birthday today.
Yes.
Same birthday as David Griffin and Adolf Hitler.
Was it Griff's birthday
It's
today?
Griff's birthday today. He's brought some cake, I'm told, for lunch.
David Griffin and Adolf Hitler. Okay.
Yeah, apparently.
I think it was it.
I only mentioned that because I looked to my left where Greg Smith has spent a long time watching this game, and it's Henry Milestone from the
Yes.
the Derbyshire media team who's in there. As Tickner begins a new over, bowls to Proctor, who drives very pleasantly out into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding, and there's no run.
I'm sure he'll be in there at some point.
Absolutely.
Perhaps they're giving him the bumps or something.
He did shout. We did a lap, and Greg Smith did shout across to Griff, "Happy birthday," which he reciprocated, of course.
Carl Greenwich's birthday today. It's the Northamptonshire one, I think, put out this morning.
And comes Tickner again, wide of the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest. We haven't had you on this day on either of the first 2 days.
Well, I do sort of birthdays,
Yeah.
Really. That's the sort of the main one through the season, because it gives you a chance to talk about other performances as well.
True enough.
But Carl played for Northamptonshire 3 seasons, but possibly best known for playing his father, Gordon, in the Bollywood film 1983 about India's World Cup triumph that year.
Excellent. Here comes Tickner again, bowls wide of the off stump. Proctor leaves alone. Ball goes through to the keeper, Guest.
I think it's Tuesday. It's one of those bumper bundle days, isn't it? Bumper bundle of birthdays for Northamptonshire. Certainly 3 players that I've put out on the scheduled post for that day, and I know also David Larter's birthday is the back end of next week. It'll be 85. Former Northamptonshire and England fast bowler.
Tickner's in around the wicket once more. That's a slightly better directed bouncer, and Tickner goes to ground for the first time in the match, I think. He was on the floor a lot at Grace Road, tumbling with that extra effort that he puts in. And he just rolls over, gets himself back up. Didn't even dust himself down.
And start all over again.
Walks back to his mark. 2 deliveries to go in the 72nd over. 260 for 3, Northamptonshire. As that one is cut away. It was too wide of the off stump. He didn't get all of it though, and it goes out to Dahl, who's fielding on the point boundary. Single is taken. Proctor moves to 107, 261 for 3. Northamptonshire just 46 behind now. Lewis Rees pointing out something to Rob Bailey.
Yes.
Not sure what it was. Perhaps there was something shining off something out there. There is something shining in my eyes at one of the by all the paraphernalia they use for warming up.
Or it might have been a bacon sandwich or something.
Well, they do have them because you could smell it. Yesterday especially, it was very nice. The smell. Didn't see any evidence of physical bacon sandwich, sadly.
His life full of disappointments.
And it just... Blair Tickner wants his 3rd man, which he has. Or does he? Yeah, no, there is a long leg as well. He wants him slightly finer. I think that's Jack Morley down there in the distance. As Tickner is into Keogh, bowls a short delivery again. Brooke Guest, both feet off the ground when he takes that. It's called a wide, and Tickner's hit the deck again. So one more to the total, 262 for 3. That's a real waste of effort, isn't it, really?
It is. It is really, yes. Yeah, that is. I think it's a, whatever it is, I think it might be one of those ramps that they use for catching practice. But the sun's glinting off it, and I think...
I'll tell you what it looks like now that I can actually see it. They use the head of a bowling machine, don't they?
Oh,
I think that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
As Tickner's in again, that's a better delivery, and it's defended by Keogh, who remains on 34, as that is the final ball of the over. Proctor has 107. The partnership's worth 64. And Northamptonshire are 262 for 3, trailing by just 45 now, and it's hot work out there. So after 34 minutes, gloves are being changed.
Yes, they are. The problem used to be at Northampton, in the days of the football pitch, that all the cars used to park on there, and then you would have, if in the unlikely event of the sun actually being out, then you would get issues, and Ken Turner occasionally would go on to the public address system and bellow, and please cover your windows. Yes, you. Yes, I mean you there.
The only time it's happened while I've been covering cricket, it used to happen here when the cars parked on the bank here, was down at Canterbury.
Oh, yes.
Where they park at the far end to the commentary position down there. It's a while since we've been there. We'll be back in September.
Here's Lloyd starting a fresh over around the wicket to Proctor, who drives pleasantly out through extra cover. He's only going to get a single. There is a man back sweeping. One more to Proctor, goes to 108, and Northamptonshire to 263 for 3. Yes, so they park at the Nackington Road end, and it's can be a bit of an issue. They also park on the bank, of course, where the beer tent is, and that sometimes can pick up the sun. Lloyd is in, bowls to Keogh. Forward goes Keogh, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Darren Lehman already on his first lap of the day. He's got a cup of coffee in hand.
Marvellous. Getting the steps up. Lloyd is in, bowls, and forward comes Keogh. Plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Lots of blue sky now. Very, very pleasant morning here. Here's Lloyd in, bowls and forward. Again goes Keogh, blocks it back to the bowler. Have a little look in a moment at what's happening elsewhere. I think everybody's playing except at Hove, isn't it? Next ball finds Keogh just dropping a bat on it, running it down out towards backward point. There is no backward point, saving one. So they're able to jog through for a single.
They're underway there now as well.
Good. Keogh is 35. And Northamptonshire 264 for 3. Lloyd round the wicket to Proctor, and he's going to pick up another single. Pushing it away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And he's counted beautifully again. There's Procky, 109 to him, 265 for 3 at the end of the over. Keogh is on 35. So Durham against Yorkshire at Chesterley Street on the Ruka Riviera. Durham 295 for 1, carrying on where they left off yesterday at long partnership between Alex Lees, who's 166 not out, and Emilio Gay, his first 100 for first class 100 for Durham, 118 not out. Those two have now put on 273 for the second wicket. Fascinating game at Chelmsford. As we see, change of bowling, Jack Morley coming into the attack. Essex against Worcestershire. Essex 256 for 7 in their second innings. So Essex are 233 ahead with 3 wickets standing. And that's just beautifully poised. That's going to be a fascinating game of cricket after Essex finally lost the wicket of Paul Walter, who held things together yesterday, 104.
Jack Morley, bit of a left arm spin as we wait for the new ball in 7 overs time. From the race course and in bowls to Proctor, who defends it into the ground.
Hampshire continuing to dominate at Southampton against Somerset. Somerset 184 all out. Hampshire 234 for 3. Gubbins 78 not out. Liam Dawson 69 not out.
Morley with that very familiar arms wide open at the start of his, it's not really a run. It's clipped into the leg side by Proctor for a single, 266 for 3.
At Hove, well, they are now underway. Sussex 435 all out. Surrey in reply are 102 for 1. Dom Sibley is 41 not out. Rory Burns the man out for 16.
Jacko is just waiting for the ball to be returned to him before he can come on. So he now has it. Rob Keogh's just a little wander into the leg side. He's ready now as well. Wayne Madsen crouches down and slip as Morley bowls. And that one is defended into the offside where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. And there's no run. 35 to Keogh, 110 to Proctor, who's gone on with it since he got to 3 figures, as this next delivery is full and driven to mid-off, where Lewis Rees waits. Big smile on his face, often is Lewis Rees. As Morley bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side. They've gone through for a quick single. Anderson picks up, but they get through comfortably enough in the end before he can let the ball go. Keogh moves to 36, 267 for 3.
Edgbaston, Warwickshire 93 all out yesterday. Notts now 228 for 5. So building a very useful lead there.
He surely won't be bowled out for 93 twice, though.
I wouldn't think so. Hasib Hamid still there, 76 not out, having opened.
I do like him.
Proper cricketer.
Very poorly dealt with.
Yes.
At his former club. Bolton boy, of course. solid stock. His final ball of Morley's over. Reverse sweep comes out and he's connected with it sufficiently for it to go away for 4 runs. He's done well there, Proctor. It's down to what would have been the vacant third man area that turned into the vacant long leg area. And he moves on to 114. Keogh has 36. 271 for 3 at the end of the over. Northamptonshire trail by just 36.
Proctor almost in skittish mood. He's got the reverse sweep out. It's not one you stroke you immediately associate with Oldham's finest, but played that pretty well. Elsewhere, matches in Division 2 at Canterbury. Gloucestershire 472 all out. Kent 342 for 8. It was a pretty good fight back from where they were. Ben Compton ploughing on, 159 not out, having opened, so every chance of him carrying his bat, you would think there. Going to be Lloyd to continue from the far end, the city end, just a slip in as he bowls to Rob Keogh. Forward goes Keogh, plays it back down the pitch. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 263 all out yesterday. Leicestershire going well, 166 for 1. So good start for them. Rian Ahmed is 85 not out. Here's Lloyd in again. Clipped away by Rob Keogh. Out to the man at deep mid-wicket.
After only 39 overs as well. That's how he batted in the second innings at Grace Road last week, Rian Ahmed.
Keogh to 37, 272 for 3. Northamptonshire will be keeping obviously half an eye on that. We'll be there in the 2 rounds time because they don't play in the next round of matches. Lloyd coming round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, and Proctor drops a dead bat on it, rolls out into the covers, and there's no run at Lords. Middlesex's lead has gone to 200 against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 199 all out. Middlesex now 399 for 5. Forward again goes Proctor, plays it out to Caleb Jewell in there at extra cover, and there's no run.
It's fairly tortuous though, isn't it? 399, it's 130th over.
Forward again goes Proctor. Jewell fields again. Yes, it's
They'll only get 3 batting bonus points maximum if they got to 350 by the time.
Ben Geddes is 82 not out there. Tossed up, driven by Proctor, away to the cover point boundary where Harry Kane trots into field. One more to Proctor, 115 to him. And again, he's taken a single off the last ball.
He knows what he's doing, the boy.
He does. That's why he's captain. 115 not out, 273 for 3. Yeah, it's a good point you make there. Middlesex 399 for 5 in 130 overs.
Yeah, so they definitely missed out on 2 batting bonus points, but whether they got the third, I'm not entirely sure.
Well, they obviously just going for the bat once, bat long.
Yeah, which I don't mind. As long as they win the game, they're okay.
So that's brought you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. And just an update on Northamptonshire women, 78 for 3 after 20 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Michaela Kirk, 31 not out.
Jack Morley's going to continue from the racecourse end with his left arm spin, initially bowling to Luke Proctor, who picks the strike from the final ball of the previous over. And he tosses this one up, and it's driven down the ground by Proctor, but didn't time it, and it goes straight to Lewis Rees, who's at mid-on. Caleb Jewell at Mitch Wagstaff's on as well at cover now, I notice, as this next delivery is driven again. And they're going to go for the single this time. It's out to Lewis Rees, who throws it back to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And they get through for the comfortable single. Proctor rather moves on to 116, 274 for 3. So somebody is off. It's not one of the quick bowlers, as far as I can tell, as this next delivery. Goes past the edge of the bat. Now then, that's the first time we've really seen that today. Good delivery. Didn't take the edge of Keogh's bat. But definite turn there for Jack Morley, who's in again, and this one is met pretty much on the half volley by Keogh, who pushes it back to the bowler. Beautiful delivery for the third ball of the over. 2 to go now. Morley is in, and this one is clipped off the leg stump down towards Anuj Dal, who's at square leg. They go through for a single. Proctor. Keogh moves to 38. 275 for 3. Still desperately trying to work out who's off the field. It's not coming to me. Martin Anderson, I'm going to guess. As this next delivery is clipped up to Rees again, and Rees picks up, but they have gone through for the single. So Proctor moves to 117 and pinches the strike. 276 for 3. With 4 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available. Martin Anderson is now back on. Northamptonshire trail by just 31 runs now.
For those who like a stat,
I don't mind one.
well, Luke Proctor's now made 6 championship centuries for Northamptonshire. Puts him level with some quite illustrious names. He's facing now as Lloyd comes in to bowl, flights that one up and picks up another single. He pushes that away again out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Proctor to 118, Northamptonshire to 277 for 3, just 30 runs behind. Among the others who have scored 6 championship centuries for Northamptonshire are ... Here's Lloyd in bowls, forward goes Keogh, pushes it up to Chappell at mid-off, and there's no run. The great George Thompson, probably say Northamptonshire's greatest ever cricketers. Of course, he was well into his career by the time Northamptonshire were made first class. Nudged away by Keogh, next ball down to backward square, and there's no run. Kevin Curran, the late, Emilio Gay, Martin Love, James Middlebrook, now on the first class umpires list. Punched by Keogh off the back foot out to mid-wicket, where Caleb Jewell feels, and there's no run. Niall O'Brien, who may well be listening, if you are, Nobby, good morning. And Rob White, also on the first class umpires list. There's Keogh pushing it again up to Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. Next ball finds Keogh clipping it up to mid-on. He was fairly deep, but no single to be had. So another over ticks past. We've had 77 now, so just 3 to go until the Second new ball will be available to Derbyshire. 277 for 3. Proctor is 118. Keogh is 38. These two now put on, what, 79 for the fourth wicket.
Greg Smith has joined the group doing laps. Just gone past down below. Jack Morley to continue from the race course, and it's like the phony war, this, isn't it, really? This one has been turned wristily into the leg side by Proctor, fielded by Lloyd, who's at sort of mid-wicket, really. He fielded that close to square leg, but he's at mid-wicket on a pitch that's clearly been prepared for some game in the future. Next delivery from Morley, using his feet, but Proctor pushes it up to mid-on. But they have taken a couple of sharp singles to Lewis Rees, but decided not to on this occasion. Zach Chappell is moving from short 45 backward a square on the leg side position that nobody knows what it's called, to short third man or deep gully, and he's smashed this down past the left hand side of Lewis Rees at mid-on as Proctor, and he picks up 4 runs for it.
I think this is a bit of a statement of intent, isn't it? We've now seen Proctor bring out the reverse sweep and then down the pitch and club it away through wide mid-on. I think he's thinking on the same lines as you, isn't it? He's got to try and get on with it, and if he's going to get a lead, they've got to try and get it reasonably quickly.
26 behind. They need if they can get themselves a nice 150 lead. I think that's as much as they really need. This one is, again, very wristily played into the onside by Caleb Jewell fields. Proctor 122, 281 for 3. The Northamptonshire total. As Morley is in again. This again he uses his feet, and again he drives. This time into the offside. There's a good half stop there by Martin Anderson, in reasonably close at extra cover. Tidied up by Mitch Wagstaff at mid-off, moving around to his right. Final ball of Morley's over, and this one is defended out into the offside. This is a slightly simpler stop for Martin Anderson, who just bends down and picks the ball up. 78 overs gone, so 2 until we see the quicks again. 281, I assume. 281 for 3 Northamptonshire, 122 to Proctor, 38 to Keogh. The deficit now just 26 runs.
Darren Lehman not going with the shorts today as well, which is a bit of a surprise, I think.
Yesterday was a salutary
I was
lesson.
going to say yes. It was absolutely perishing yesterday.
Sydney and Brisbane now, mate.
Here's Lloyd in and bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-on. Think about a single, but decide against it.
I think he's a Brisbane resident, isn't he?
Yes, yes. So it was, Lloyd over the wicket to Keogh. Forward he goes, plays it back down the pitch here. They're living just outside Northampton, just on the edge. In fact, the same direction out of Northampton as Rob Bailey, who's just a little bit further out. Punched away by Keogh. This time they do go for the single to mid-on and get there pretty comfortably.
I thought you were going to send the same direction as Brisbane for a moment there.
No, you haven't got one of those things at the county ground, the signposts, you know,
Yeah.
8,000 miles or whatever to wherever. 282 for 3. Keogh is 39. Proctor back on strike. Lloyd round the wicket to him and pushed by Proctor with economy of effort out to the man sweeping out on the cover boundary. Harry Kane. Proctor to 123 and Northamptonshire to 283 for 3. Lloyd, as you would imagine, gets through his overs nice and quickly. Nice drive by Keogh out through backward point. There is a man, Anuj Dal, on the backward point boundary. So 1 more to Keogh. Holding pattern at the moment, isn't it, until the second new ball is due. 40 to Keogh, 284 for 3. Here's Lloyd in, bowling to Proctor, who tickles it round the corner now. Has he got bat on this? I suspect he probably has. It's running down below us. It's gone for 4, and it is indeed 4 runs to Proctor. A little bit of bat on it, a little tickle round the corner. And Mitch Wagstaff on as substitute, herring down below us, but couldn't reel it in. So another boundary to Proctor. He goes to 127. 288 for 3 it is. The umpire's conferring about something.
Too light.
I was going to say it's too bright, yeah. off we come. 288 for 3, 1 over to go until the new ball is due.
Yeah, David Lloyd, 5 overs for 11. I think that'll be the end of David Lloyd for the time being, certainly. And this may well be Jack Morley's final over, 3 overs for 13 so far, but he did turn one very sharply in the previous over, bowling to Rob Keogh, who will be on strike now on 40. And Zach Chappell already swinging his arms, which tells us everything we need to know. Mitch Wagstaff's moment in the sun has ended for the time being as he's gone off the field. As Morley bowls to Keogh, and he's not happy with that delivery as it's clipped into the leg side. For a single, Keogh moves to 41, 289 for 3. Dahl doing the fielding, coming in from the square leg boundary in front of the old scoreboard, which is barely visible. Proctor waits. This one is turned nicely into the leg side for another single. David Lloyd can't get around to do the fielding. Kame does. And Proctor moves to 128, 290 for 3, so they won't be far from parity at about the same time that they bowled Derbyshire out, because it was about 4 or 5 deliveries with the new ball that Proctor
Yes,
took.
that's right.
290 for 3. Morley bowls one that just straightens a touch, and it's defended by Proctor. Rees goes through his bowling action as well. He and Chappell will take the second new ball in 3 balls' time. That one is pushed to Caleb Jewell at cover. Will almost certainly be back at slip, you would have thought, for the new ball. 290 for 3. They needed quick wickets. They didn't get them, Derbyshire. Approaching the end of the first hour. This one is dug out full of delivery from Morley up to Rees by Keogh. This ball, this useful life is about to come to an end. 1 delivery of the over to go. Morley bowls, and it's driven, whereas Rees moves to his left, and then misfields, and that'll be 2. He bent down to try to pick the ball up, and didn't. And Keogh picks up 2 more. He's on 43. Proctor has 128. The partnership worth 94. And Northamptonshire are 292 for 3. They trail by just 15 as Rob Bailey makes a note. And the new ball is brandished by Anthony Harris at the far end. And Derbyshire will hope that it marks a change in their fortunes.
Yeah, important.
Or makes them bowl better.
Well, yeah, it's an important little phase, isn't it, now? They say the game's been in a bit of a holding pattern, really, from the time, I suppose, Luke Proctor got his 100 until now. Northamptonshire made decent progress. These two put on 94 for the 4th wicket, so they've added, 56 runs in 16 overs this morning. So it's okay. It's going to be Lewis Rees with the new ball from the far end, the city end. Northamptonshire women now approaching halfway in their innings against Leicestershire. 105 for 3 in the 25th. Michaela Kirk, who's South African, who's on loan for the early stages of the season, involved with the Blaze. She's 42 not out of 44, so obviously going along nicely. Beth Ascott with her on 14. With the new ball then, Lewis Rees into bowl first delivery with it, and clipped away uppishly by Luke Proctor, but it's going to run away for 4. Well, they always say, sometimes go off the bat a bit quicker. It was on leg stump, it was in the air for a moment, but there was nobody there. Fielder down at long leg, put in a sprint, but couldn't reel it in, so Proctor goes to 132. And Northamptonshire to 296 for 3, just 11 behind, 4 short of another batting point. 2 slips in the gully as Rees, left arm over, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor gets on top of the bounce, works it into the onside. Can't get it past Anuj Dal, who's just in front of square. Able to have a natter with umpire Rob Bailey, should he wish, who wouldn't. Rees in his 15th over, 1 for 45, produced a beauty to bowl James Sales last night for 2. Bright sunshine, running in again to bowl to Proctor, and Proctor pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Proctor's career best for Northamptonshire, 144 not out.
And he'll know.
He will, yes, I think he probably will.
They usually do.
Well, not least, of course, because it's the dreaded CB round, isn't it? That I don't know if they still do that, but they used to. Career best score would require beers to be bought. And he goes up to 133 with a push up to extra cover.
I think they can probably afford it these days, can't they?
One more to Proctor, who goes to 133, 297 for 3. Field changes over for the right-handed Rob Keogh. And this move of putting Keogh up to 5 to keep the left-hand, right-hand thing going has been successful. Zaib made a very good 100 up at Old Trafford, is due in next. Lewis McManus, who nearly got 100 at Old Trafford, presumably be after him. Rees in, bowls to Keogh. Bat just sounded slightly cracked there. I suppose it's the new ball, isn't it? A hard ball. Just pushes it out to David Lloyd in the covers. Lloyd just bowling a few backwards and forwards with Zach Chappell, who presumably will take it from this end. He's been limbering up for a while. Rees in again and bowls to Keogh, and Keogh drives through the covers, and that could go all the way for 4. It's running out towards the boundary. He's just going to get there. It's a teaser. It's a teaser, and it's just got there. And that is 300 up for Northamptonshire. So 2 boundaries in the first over with the second new ball, 1 apiece for Proctor and Keogh. Keogh goes to 47, and that's Northamptonshire's 300 up. So the second batting point secured. 301 for 3. Proctor is 133. Keogh is 47. It's also the 100 partnership between these two. Came together with the demise of James Sales last night, and have done a pretty good job. 301 for 3 at the end of the over. Darren Lehman continuing his lap around the ground solo this time. Going anti-clockwise for runs. He was discussing, I think, whether it was a Southern Hemisphere thing or not. But it is going to be Zach Chappell, as we thought, to take the new ball from this racecourse end. It really is beautiful out there now. It's blue sky and some very high, sort of like mackerel cloud. Beautiful. Big contrast to yesterday. I'm sure it's not absolutely roasting hot out there, but it's just looks rather more pleasant. Chappell just having a chat with Blair Tickner, who's in there at mid-off.
No point in rushing these things. I thought it'd be halfway through his over by the time I came back, and he hasn't even started it. 9 runs off the first over with the new ball. That wasn't ideal. And here is Chappell. 3 slips in a gully, bowls to Proctor, and he sticks out a right boot there. Zach Chappell, and sticks a stud on the new ball. 301 for 3 it remains. He's just showing it to he has done as well, by the way. He's just showing it to Rob Bailey. And Rob Bailey is pointing to where his boot hit it. And Mr. Bailey is happy with it, which is good news for everybody.
There's only 87 overs.
Yes, I glanced down at that as well. 1:10 lunch, 4 o'clock tea today, as yesterday. As Chappell is on his way in again. Over the wicket, balls to Proctor, who gets a touch on it and deflects it into the stumps. So the new balls now hit the boot of Zaib Chappell and the stumps in successive deliveries. That's what they want. As long as it's the same side, they won't be too disappointed, I don't think. But Blair Tickner giving it a polish at mid-on. It's Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, the two slips. Martin Anderson at gully. So David Lloyd banished to extra cover as Chappell is in full outside the off stump and driven to David Lloyd by Luke Proctor. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Either side, yard either side, and it's 4 runs. Because the man out on the offside boundary is Anuj Dahl. It's at backward point, effectively. He's a mile away from the action. This is Lewis Rees down at long leg. Chappell in and bowls. That one is driven and it might get past Tickner now. Good diving stop away to his right hand side by the big man. It's a long way down. He's lost his trousers. It's just, I think David Lloyd showing him how to tie them. And it was a good stop though. Prevented 4 runs. Proctor missed out a bit there really. Largely due to the large figure of Blair Tickner. Who, once he gets going, is quick across the ground. It takes him a wee while to get going. As Chappell is in full delivery, driven down the ground by Proctor, 4 runs. It's going to hit. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. It hit the rope and then looped up in the air, and actually went over the hover cover and into the world's biggest sight screen down below us. 2 floors of this entire building. The length of this building is a sight screen.
Proctor's seriously warming to his task, isn't he, since getting to 3 figures.
I think it's the way forward, isn't it? I think it's the way forward. Now then, this is always going to be an issue because the hover cover is parked down below us, and it virtually goes the length of this this building. Trying to get behind it to find the ball, and you can hear them clattering around down below us. I don't know what they're walking on. I think they're walking on the side of the hover cover. I can't see them, despite peering over. There it is. Ball's back. Zaib Chappell has come all the way down, perhaps to offer a hand or just to laugh at them. I don't know, one or the other.
I suspect the latter.
I think you might be right. And yes, so it was clearly Blair Tickner who was asked to go and stand on the hover cover. He is the overseas player, of course, and now he's running back onto the field of play. And Zaib Chappell's going to go round the wicket, having been driven straight by 4 by Proctor. 305 for 3 now. Still the thick end of 30 overs to collect those bonus points as well, so they could get another 150, who knows. That one is defended by Proctor out into the offside. Picked up by David Lloyd. It's the final ball of the over. 305 for 3. Keogh 47. He'll be on strike to start the next over, and Proctor has 137. Darren Lehman, this is at least his 3rd, if not his 4th lap. He's still going. It's like perpetual motion.
Yeah, he's certainly getting the steps in again. Rob Bailey's. They've been sort of exercised, the umpires, for a good part of the morning with something up down there. I think it is. You're absolutely right, because I can see it now. It is the top of the bowling machine that they use to fire balls at for catching practice. And the sun is glinting off it, and I can imagine it might just be a bit off-putting, but
David Lloyd's just gone off as well. That might have been part of the issue. Mitch Wagstaff back on the field.
But nobody's actually thought to move it yet, which is an interesting one.
Why would you?
Well, no. Rees in to bowl to Rob Keogh, and Keogh is pushing that up to the tonsurally challenged figure of Zaib Chappell at mid-off. 305 for 3.
Does have a terrific beard, though.
Yeah.
Nobody can see it from this distance.
I just wonder sometimes who he models himself on.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'd like to think so.
Imitation. All that. Here's Rees in, bowls and pulled away by Keogh, muscled away over mid-on. It's running out towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is, and that's 50 for Rob Keogh off 78 balls. His second 50 of the season. So it's an interesting start to the season for Rob Keogh. He's batted 4 times, 2 50s, 2 ducks. Made 64 in the first innings against Kent, 0 in the second, 0 at Old Trafford in his only innings, and 51 not out here.
7-6.
Played really nicely. Particularly this morning, he's really been purposeful, positive. And he's bowled. There's a big swing. And obviously, the thought is that they want to get on with this. That was a most un-Rob Keogh-like shot. Went for a big slog, missed it, and his off-stump was knocked back. So Keogh goes for 51, bowled by Lewis Rees, Northamptonshire 309 for 4.
Slightly agricultural.
It was.
Derbyshire won't mind that at all. And of course, that is the risk, I suppose. If they want to put the foot down, they risk losing wickets. And the lead is only 2 runs. They are now in the lead, Northamptonshire, after the 4 that he scored the previous delivery. So,
Yeah,
Derbyshire will be happy if they actually start to have a dart, as they say. I'm not sure. But Proctor hold up one end and let everybody else have a go at the other. Seems to be
Well,
the
yes.
sensible way forward.
Yeah.
Another wicket for Lewis Rees for the season, his first in this innings, of course. And they're delighting in it on the big screen, showing it any number of times. The offside was pegged back. They haven't had the opportunity to show too many wickets, just the 4 of them so far. Well, in fact, his second wicket of the innings, I beg his pardon. What am I talking about? 2 for 54, his figures now after 15 and a half overs. The other wickets going to Zach Chappell and Blair Tickner.
Yeah, he just, it was a good ball actually that he got James Sales with last night, wasn't it? It is save Zaib, as I mentioned, made a 116 last time out up at Old Trafford, played very nicely. Yeah, I was just having a look at the weather forecast for tomorrow on the app, and it really isn't great.
No.
They're sort of suggesting that it could be raining from about 7 o'clock in the morning until mid-afternoon, really. I mean, it's not 100% rain, and it's not torrential rain, but it's sort of enough, certainly, to keep us off, if that is correct. So,
Enough to call it off, the whole thing off by 2 o'clock, do you think? 1:30? That would be handy.
well,
For those of us who wouldn't mind seeing Burton Albion play Birmingham City in the afternoon at the Pirelli Stadium.
well, yeah, those of us who actually probably not that mithered about it.
But they are the vast majority, I would suggest.
Here's safe Zaib to face his first ball from Lewis Rees, and he tries to, I think, punch it away on the offside. It goes out to Chappell at mid-on, and eventually they decide to come through for a single. And clearly, I mean, this is Northamptonshire obviously wanting to get on with it. I mean, this is not your sort of a usual first session of day championship cricket, new ball just taken.
It's the way forward, though.
Well, yeah, and I think, as I say,
To be applauded for
Darren
it.
Lehman says they don't want draws, which is why.
How's that been going so far?
Well, to be fair, I mean, at Old Trafford, they did everything they possibly could on a very flat pitch. Turned away by Luke Proctor out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Zaib up and running. Northamptonshire 310 for 4. But, and I was talking to Alan Lamb last week, the week before actually, but after the Kent game, and that was always very much his philosophy that draws are no good to anyone.
Well, they're not.
Except with 8 points for a draw, but that's,
Yeah,
that's a
it's
different
too
debate.
many, isn't it?
Rees in bowls and turned away by Proctor out to mid-wicket, and there's no run, and the end of a successful over for Lewis Rees. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 54. Safe Zaib is 1. Luke Proctor is 137. Northamptonshire 310 for 4, leading by 3.
I would like to point out to my employers that I'm more than happy to be here tomorrow afternoon. Should there be cricket on, it's just sitting around while it rains is not ideal, but the game is on television, so
Is it?
Well, they all are now.
Oh, right. Okay.
Everything but 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon you can watch on television these days. Too much football, clearly. Yeah, I'll get to watch it one way or another. If it's raining. Zach Chappell, I think I've dug myself out of that particular hole, to continue from the race course end at 310 for 4, bowls to to Safe Zaib, I beg his pardon, who has a real go at that one, and it flies past the outside edge.
This is very interesting, isn't it?
Well, I'm entirely in favour of it. I've got to say I was very reasonably critical of Leicestershire in the way that they batted appallingly on the final day, or the final session of day 3, when they really needed to set something up. Whether they could have bowled Derbyshire out, I'm not sure, but they've given themselves an extra session. This was edged and dropped. It was a really good effort by Wayne Madsen, diving away to his left-hand side, one-handed. He couldn't cling on. It has to go down as a chance, though. A third slip possibly would have taken it. There are 2 slips in the gully. Safe Zaib, who is clearly going to go after everything he possibly can, has been dropped on 1, but it was tough. And Wayne Madsen, who's taken a fair share of catches already this season, has now put a couple of tough ones down. This next delivery from Chappell is pushed out into the offside by Zaib, and there's no run.
Yeah, dropped Vasconcelos, didn't he? But to be fair,
he went hard at that as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't costly because he was out, I think, later in the same over, wasn't he?
Yes. So can Safe Zaib avoid the same fate? Chappell runs away from us round the wicket and bowls. Here's another swing at that one. Well, I'm all for pushing things on. It goes through to Brooke Guest, incidentally, but not just closing your eyes and swinging the bat as hard as you can outside the off stump. I'm not sure that's necessarily the way to do it. You can still defend the odd delivery, or leave, indeed, the odd delivery.
He's a better player than that, and he proved it at Old Trafford.
He's twiddling his bat furiously. Batting just outside off stump, I would say. We can just about see the off stump from here. As Chappell is in, and he leaves alone. There we go, that's better. Through to the keeper. And there is no run. Is that Rob Keogh putting all his kit out to dry? He's in his underpants on the top of the steps. So sort of those long underpants that they favour these days. The youngsters, I believe. I have no idea. He's put his stuff out to dry. Here's Chappell around the wicket, bowls. That one's on the leg stump, turned away nicely by Zaib for a single. Kane does the fielding, and he not only can he close his eyes and swing the bat and leave the odd ball, but he can also count to 6 because he's pinched the strike. He's on 2. Proctor has 137. Northamptonshire are 311 for 4, and they lead by 4.
So we have another 26 overs remaining in which Northamptonshire can get batting points, 311 for 4 at the moment. So if they're thinking about maybe trying to get up to 400 in that time,
should be straightforward, shouldn't it?
then they would leave themselves potentially, if they're then happy to pull out with 55, 60 overs in the day, to try and make inroads. Here's Rees starting a fresh over, and he's gone straight through Safe Zaib like a dose of salts. He was playing it on the walk, trying to drive up to mid-off, and missed. This is interesting. So that would leave 26 overs, but would take away the number you first thought of, -3 to +4, would leave them, 57 overs, wouldn't it?
I've no idea,
Yes,
because
that
that's
sounds
far too tricky for me, but I'll take your word for it.
Here's Rees in bowls to Zaib, who's chipped that up in the air. He's going to get a single out to mid-off. It's a bit frenzied out there at the moment. Zaib is 312 for 4. So, yeah, 57 overs now. That's assuming we get them all in today, which is, we lost a few yesterday. So they would be hoping, 50 overs they could get amongst the wickets and leave themselves with not needing a huge amount of time tomorrow potentially to win the match. But that
Had a lead of 100.
that's a lot of it's a lot of assumptions there.
Yeah.
His Reece in bowls to Proctor down the leg side.
You have to have a plan, though.
Well, you have to have a plan.
And
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
And I do like, I love the intent. If I was a neutral, I would say this is exactly the way to go. But from a Derbyshire perspective, clearly I'd like them to leave as many balls as possible and waste time. But as a spectacle,
It certainly seems to be the plan. Here's Reece in bowls, and Proctor restores some semblance of normality to proceedings by dropping a dead bat on it. Proctor 137, as we mentioned, 7 shy of his first-class best, which was 144 not out against his favourite county, Warwickshire, one of his 300s against the Bears, and that was at Montage Road back in 2022, when Ryan Rickleton also got 100 in that innings on Northamptonshire debut. Reece in bowls, turned away by Proctor, and he's going to pick up just the 1 run down to Anuj Dal at deep backward square. So 1 more to Proctor. He goes to 138. And Northamptonshire to 313 for 4. Morning to Shady AD. One of our regular listeners, and they've been having a discussion about how satisfying it is, as AD says, when you get the sync between commentary and picture exactly right. Here's Reece in bowling to Zaib, who pushes it out to extra cover. No run, end of the over, 313 for 4. Obviously, it's not necessary here because you've got the BBC commentary, obviously, with the stream, but not the case everywhere. And I know there's various methods, I'm told. It sort of sounds a bit too complicated for me, but
it can be done. Can be done.
To sync it up. So, Lady was saying this morning, it's just one of the most hugely satisfying things when you actually get it right.
Yes.
So I'm happy not having to do it today, AD, but good to have you with us, as ever.
Yes, even though it was the BBC commentary at Leicester, they couldn't sync it.
Really?
I have no idea what was going on. Well, they couldn't get it on for 2 sessions. Apart from that, it was all right.
I've got that to look forward to.
No, I don't think they checked it over the winter. Here's Chappell around the wicket, bowling to Proctor, who turns the first ball of the new over into the leg side for a single, which from an entertainment point of view is good because it brings safe Zaib back onto strike. He's only got 3, but if he'd connected, I would suggest he'd probably have about 35 by now.
Yeah, he's certainly gone out full of intent, hasn't he?
Swinging from the hip. Determined to push this score on. The lead is 7, 314 for 4 rather. I've been saying for 3 for that long. Here comes Chappell, bowls him, and he leaves. Well, that is disappointing. There's no third man. So if you can quite confidently play it over the slips if you want. Don't go down to long leg. There is a fielder down there, but third man, that's your area.
Well, captain's out there, isn't he? So he will obviously know exactly what he has in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There is Chappell once more in and bowls, and that one's on target and fullish, so Zaib can do nothing more than defend it out into the offside, where it's fielded by David Lloyd. Caleb Jewell, who will not bowl, won't be surprised if he did, is down on the ground at the moment, just stretching various parts of his body out.
Just women going along very nicely now. 144 for 3 after 31. And Michaela Kirk, 65 not out of 68. With Ascot, 28 not out.
Chappell bowls on leg stump, turn into the leg side. Morley's in quickly, and they were thinking about a quick single there. Morley soon put a stop to that. Is she the one on loan from the Blaze?
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's interesting, because yesterday in Derbyshire's defeat, Lara Shaw made 74, and she is also on loan from the Blaze. She came through the ranks here, but was snapped up in the way that any team associated with Trent Bridge does, with any cricketer showing any ounce of talent. and then sticks them in the second team. Chappell bowls, well, that one's come out of his hand all wrong. It was a full toss outside the off stump. It actually swung in the air, but it swung onto the toe end of Zaib's bat, and he's bunted it up to Blair Tickner, who's at mid-off. Who wasn't really expecting it, I don't think.
We spoke yesterday about one of those cricket's the loser moments, and I think that was
an astonishing piece of first-class cricket, wasn't it? It was barely worth the name of first class. Here is Chappell. This will be better. Bowls, it is better, and it's just fiddled out to backward point by Zaib, who seems to have calmed down now, which is a shame. He's on 3. Proctor has 139, and it's 314 for 4 at the end of the over with a 7-run lead to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, Michaela Kirk born in Joburg. But that's a decent start for Northamptonshire at Grace Road. And I'm sure the coach David Ripley will be enjoying himself. Very different challenge, but good man for the job, I reckon.
I was looking forward to talking snooker with you today, but I don't think we will.
No, crikey.
Curse of the
Crucible has
struck again.
Well, I'm wondering who BBC Radio Northampton will be adopting now as their sort of player of choice. Is Rees in bowls, and Proctor covers up as it's on the line of off stump, pushes it out to the covers for Harry Kane to field. I suspect it will be, and we touched on this yesterday, likely to be Sean Murphy, who does have Northamptonshire connections. But I keep reading about him and Karen Wilson having words. I don't know how true that is, but no, say Sean Murphy does have local connections. Here's Rees in, bowls to Proctor again, just pushes it out to Kane. An extra cover, and there's no run. But it won't be breakfast at the snooker club where he practices. Obviously last year with his terrific run through to the final and then winning it. But, just 2 slips, one of which is sort of like second and fourth at the moment. Forward goes Proctor, pushes forward, takes it. I think a little mixture of bat and pad, and we have the most remarkable, extraordinary cake.
Katie, magnificent.
Nice to meet you, Katie.
Mitch Wagstaff's partner has brought us a chocolate cake.
Absolutely superb.
Yeah.
It's chocolatey plus.
And she's brought candles as well.
Oh, well.
It's a fine effort from Katie.
Very fine. Here's Rees in, bowls and forced away off the back foot by Proctor. Cricket's getting in the way of cake here. Single to Proctor, he goes to 140.
It's a magnificent effort from Katie, who, as I say, is Mitch Wagstaff's partner, who told us a couple of weeks ago she actually has an allergic reaction to chocolate, but it's the most magnificent. She has to wear gloves to cook these things, to bake these things.
It's layer after layer of chocolate.
Smell it now.
Of chocolatey goodness, yes, I know.
Jane's going to have to up her game.
Save Zaib, facing Rees, and Zaib forces up to mid-off. And there's no runs.
She's not listening, fortunately.
But, that was the
although Alan might be.
There's all the icing and all the piping. Oh, just glorious. The only trouble is, of course, if bearing in mind it's Griff's birthday, if he puts candles on it, then it'll set off every fire alarm in the...
there is that, yes.
Set off every fire alarm in the ground.
I think he's another 63-year-old.
Oh,
I think.
It's a vintage crop. Now, man going in on the drive at short extra, and Zaib digs that one out, and it's fielded immediately by Martin Anderson, who's gone in there on the drive at short extra, and that's the end of the over. 3 to Zaib, 140 to Proctor. Northamptonshire 315 for 4. We've got about 45 minutes or so to go until lunch.
Because it's more quality than quantity. It's quantity against quality, isn't it? Because Jane is first day of every home game.
Yes.
Whereas Katie, this is once in a blue moon. I say blue moon.
Well,
special occasion.
She might be making a rod for her own bag.
Oh, she has already. Don't worry about that.
Just leave that out there, you know.
So Zach Chappell, we've lost one of the slips already. Just Wayne Madsen at slip, and I think Martin Anderson at gully. As Chappell is in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by Proctor, fielded by David Lloyd. an extra cover.
Just to go back to Shady AD we were talking about a few
Oh,
moments
yes.
ago. He says, thanks for the mention. Listening as always, albeit from work today. So
Oh dear. Well, we're at work too, Adi, so
after a fashion.
you know, I feel your pain.
So we've got cake.
A lot of it as well, because Griff's brought some of his own. Next delivery is striking the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says Rob Bailey. Luke Proctor flexes his leg. Both of his legs, in fact, so perhaps he's trying to pretend it didn't hurt after all. And Zach Chappell asks Mr. Bailey what the issue with it was. He's asked me, which is a bit of a concern. I think it must have been going down leg side. Why is he asking me? Oh no, that's an enormous amount of pressure. He's in again now and bowls. That one is a sort of leading edge defensive shot out into the offside. It can only have been going down, can't it really? That was my impression, that it was given not out.
Yeah, I just wonder about height, but I don't. Maybe.
I'm hoping he looks up again so I can shrug my shoulders and basically inform him that I've got no idea what I'm talking about. Here comes Chappell again. In bowls, that one is defended again. This time backward square on the offside by Proctor.
Durham 347 for 4 against Yorkshire at Chesterley Street now. Alex Lees is just gone for 172.
I've enjoyed that one in Halifax Bourne opener.
But Emilio Gay is still there, 147 not out. Those two put on 279 for the second wicket.
Proctor waits as Chappell runs away from us once again and bowls outside the off stump, defended up towards Tickner, and there's no run.
Essex are building a very handy lead now against Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Essex 303 for 8 in their second innings, so they're 280 runs ahead. Shane Snater getting a few runs down the order, useful runs as well.
Another good cricketer.
Yeah.
Nick Buxton's not happy, sent me an email.
Oh dear.
Not with us. Chappell bowls, that was clipped off his hip by Proctor out towards deep backward square leg for a single. It was the final ball of the over as well. That was the only run from it, so Proctor will continue to enjoy the strike. He's on 141, 316 for 4 with the lead at 9. He just says, this is how good Northamptonshire are before Chahal arrives. This was undoubtedly a good toss to win, but we've been thoroughly outplayed so far. Luke Proctor is going on the ever-growing voodoo doll list. Yes, another.
Northamptonshire also have Harry Conway arriving next, for the next match. He's got playing in the championship matches, Aussie quick bowler, and involved in the championship matches during May. Here's Rees, in and bowls and driven by Proctor nicely, but up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, it shouldn't be forgotten that this is Northamptonshire side without any overseas players.
Yeah, that's right.
Both of theirs. Tickner here until after the T20 for definite, and Caleb Jewell here for the season.
And also no Ben Sanderson, of course.
And no Ben Sanderson, who is a very fine bowler.
Rees in and bowls and worked away by Proctor out to mid-on, who is fairly wide. And Proctor was interested in a single for a moment, but safe Zaib wisely deciding to send him back. 316 for 8, so the lead is 9. We had this rather odd session, haven't we, that they were going along quite nicely, and Rob Keogh got out, playing a very ambitious stroke as Rees is in bowls. On leg stump, clipped away by Proctor. He's going to get a single down to Zach Chappell, fielding immediately down below us at long leg. One more to Proctor, 142 to him, 317 for 4. Safe Zaib went out all guns blazing. Didn't connect with that many, but was clearly having a swing. And now the game has sort of suddenly got back into a more recognisable pattern. So I'm not quite sure what the thinking is, but there must be a plan, I'm sure. Here's Zaib. That's a lovely shot from Zaib. He's punched it away, and the gap between the two fielders out there in the offside, looking to save one. They chase it back towards the players' pavilion, and they come back for a couple of runs. Nice shot from Zaib. 5 to him, sorry, 319 for 4.
The implication I would take from it is that it's not easy to get on with it on this pitch. So if you really start to go hard, then you're in trouble, which is a lesson I hope that Derbyshire will heed.
Rees is in, bowls, and a lovely straight drive from Zaib for 4. Comfortably the best shot he's played. Possibly the best shot of the morning. That was a beautifully timed straight drive back past Lewis Rees. Lovely balance from Zaib. He goes to 9. 323 for 4. Yeah, I don't think they need to. They don't need to go mad.
Just a proper cricket shot.
They don't need to go
swing wildly outside the off stump.
They don't need to go burlesque, do they? Really?
No.
Here's Rees in again. Bowls to Zaib, and Zaib watchful, playing it up to Martin Anderson just on the drive there at short extra. End of the over. 323 for 4. Proctor is 142. Zaib is 9. So this morning, Northamptonshire have added 87 runs in 25 overs. So going at sort of 3.5. We've still got another 35 minutes to go until lunch.
Martin Anderson was warming up or stretching out during that last over from Lewis Rees. He's at gully for this next over from Zach Chappell, who bowls to Proctor. He drives up to Blair Tickner at mid-off. There's no run. Jack Morley at mid-on. Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg is Harry Kane. It's a long leg, Lewis Rees. Tickner now stretching out as well. As Chappell is in, bowls a short delivery down the leg side. And it's taken comfortably enough in the end by Brooke Guest. There goes Anderson again at gully, doing his stretching. David Lloyd is at cover, and then out on the backward point boundary, as he has been for most of the day so far. Is Anuj Dal with his hands on his hips. Alex Hughes and Ajmal Shahzad. I think it's Alex Hughes do a lap. It might be Ali, actually, the physio. This is driven in the air to start with by Luke Proctor, but then beyond the dive of Blair Tickner and away for 4 out to the extra cover boundary.
And that is Luke Proctor's career best.
146. The glass is going to give way in the away changing room if they're not careful, battering on it to show their appreciation. 327 for 4, the lead up to 20. Got his considerable frame down quickly there, Blair Tickner, but it wasn't quite long enough, which is saying something. Here is Chappell. In again, bowls to Proctor, who ducks underneath a short one. Didn't bounce as much as some have so far this morning. I'm surprised David Griffin was back at my cake, I suppose. He's back in the media centre. He's usually outside, waiting to snap events.
As it is, he's in there waiting to snap the cake.
Yeah, large chocolate cake has persuaded him to come back into the media centre slightly earlier than he would have anticipated. Here's Chappell again in bowls, and that's an attempted cut there by Proctor. He gets the bottom edge of the bat on it, and it bounces down to Martin Anderson at backward point, or gully really. Despite the burden of all those S's on the back of his shirt, he was still able to bend down and pick it up. Met his mum and dad for the first time at Leicester. I think they were nervous when he was batting as Chappell bowls. Oh, that's been smashed down the ground by Luke Proctor. In fact, he didn't get it down the ground. It's gone a lot squarer than I thought it had. It's gone out to a straightish mid-wicket, and it's 150 for Luke Proctor. 271 balls with his 20th four. As Northamptonshire move on to 331 for four, and they lead by 200. No, they don't. They lead by 24. Feels like 240.
Comfortably the fastest of the 350s. First one was off 94 balls, second one was off 108, third 50 off just 69 balls for Luke Proctor. So heading in the right direction in terms of stepping up the pace.
I'm going to offer him a double century here and now because he's got time.
Well, he has got time, and he's...
Martin Anderson was practicing his run-up, and Anthony Harris just basically stepped in front of him there, so he had to swerve. So he has no idea whether that's the right run-up anymore, because unless he puts that kink in it.
Oh, that was funny. It wouldn't have been probably if he'd gone straight in the back of him, but...
I still laughed initially, I think.
Yeah. So...
Pick the bones out of it later.
Yes, indeed. So 331 for four. Northamptonshire leading by 24. Martin Anderson it will be. Bowled 9 overs for 33 yesterday. Pulled it back a bit. The first couple of overs were a bit wayward, but much tidier later on in his work yesterday. For now, he has a slip in a gully. Madsen is at slip. Caleb Jewell is in the gully. They have a long leg. Zach Chappell, deep backward square. And he's in, bowls, and down the pitch comes safe Zaib. Welcome to the attack. And smashes it straight back over his head, first bounce for four. Well,
fair enough.
I think that, yes, it's that's the direct approach. 13 to Zaib, 335 for four. And then
worried about his strike rate.
And we know obviously Safe Zaib is a very talented, well, he's a very talented cricketer, full stop.
Much sought after, though, isn't he, in franchise cricket as well?
Yeah, he's been snapped up by the 100. He played in the Nepal Premier League.
Yeah. He's been out to the Caribbean
He's
Premier
been
League
out to
as
the Caribbean,
well.
yeah. He played a first-class match in Zimbabwe during the winter. So he's come back and up at Old Trafford made a very good 100.
We now have entered the realms of Saturday afternoon on the village green, I'm afraid, because the ball has gone underneath the permanent temporary stand, and there is somebody underneath there in all white kit scrabbling around and trying to find his way back out again. I'm not entirely sure who it is at this stage because I didn't see he was fielding out there. But
they're probably transfixed by that wonderful timeline at the far end, which
yes.
I think is absolutely brilliant, telling the history of Derbyshire cricket in words and pictures. They probably just couldn't take their eyes off it.
It's Lewis Rees, but it will have hit some concrete under there, of course, as well, which isn't great. So it's going to be shown now to umpire Harris. No, it's great, the timeline.
It's great. It's absolutely superb. And,
Yeah.
well, I have done a version for Northamptonshire. Just hope at some stage they might get put up. But imitation, as we said before today, being the sincerest form of flattery.
Yeah. I'd look at Stan Worthington's England blazer this morning in the boardroom.
Wonderful. Here's Anderson's second ball, bowls to Zaib, tries to work it away on the onside, just hits him high up on the thigh pad. Caleb Jewell comes in from the gully to tidy up. Luke Proctor's first time to 150 in first-class cricket, having just gone past this season his 150th first-class match. So it was his the first game of the season against Kent was his 150th first-class game, all told, including Lancashire, obviously. Zaib, short ball, pulled away, and it's gone for four. I lost sight of it,
I did.
and I think Anuj Dal lost sight of it.
It's a long way in front of square, wasn't it?
It was. I was looking down because it was a decent bouncer from Martin Anderson. Zaib took it on, and I thought I was looking down towards Zach Chappell at long leg, but it actually flew away, as you say, in front of square, crossed the rope down by the main scoreboard, and buried itself in a tarpaulin down there. 17 to Zaib, 339 for four. So in terms of the bonus points, Northamptonshire have got another 19 and a bit overs. Certainly, I think, want to get to 400. Here's Anderson, in and bowled, down the leg side, good take by Brooke Guest. And now Wayne Madsen coming out of slip. I wasn't sure if he was just going to have a chat with the bowler.
I think he might be, you know. He's just told Lewis Rees to go in, well, come up at mid-off. I don't think they want Zaib on strike.
No.
And Madsen is indeed going to mid-off, deep-ish mid-off, certainly not quite halfway back, but it might be by the time he stops walking. Morley's gone back at mid-on.
There's Anderson round the wicket, bowls to Zaib, who has pulled that one for 6. That's enormous. That has gone, I think, just behind square. It's gone over the little blue stand. And there's somebody standing up there in the stand, looking through the advertising board, pointing out helpfully to Anuj Dal where that's gone. He picked that up, safe Zaib, quite beautifully and deposited it for 6. 23 to him off 25 balls, 345 for 4, and I think the charge has been signalled. I think the bugler has come out on the Northamptonshire balcony. Lead now up to 38.
This new ball has been battered.
Pummeled, hasn't it?
It's hit concrete. It's gone over the rope on the fall. It's hit the underside of Zach Chappell's boot.
That's gone. So it went well over that little blue stand. Here's Anderson in again, bowls to Zaib, and Zaib chops that out into the covers. And no run there, so, well, part of the mission has been accomplished in that Zaib won't be on strike for the start of the next over. 345 for 4 it is. Proctor is 150. And save Zaib 23. Just 1 wicket to fall this morning. Rob Keogh was bowled by Lewis Rees for 51. That was 309 for 4. Just after the new ball was taken, but Northamptonshire have now, well, they've made decent progress. They've scored 109 runs this morning in 27 overs.
I'd like to see him try and take on the boundary towards the players' pavilion. That would be exciting, because that is an enormous distance. I mean, I don't know if there isn't much of a breeze. There has been for the first 2 days from the east, but there's not much of a breeze today, which is going to make it slightly easier to clear it, but it's a long, long way. Blair Tickner's going to replace Zach Chappell, incidentally. Sorting out his field. Is he going to have a third man? Well, Martin Anderson is having conceded 14 runs off his first over. He's just dropping back a little bit more, sort of a fly gully almost. He's now the one thing to the other out there, and it's Proctor on strike on 150, 345 for 4. Here comes Tickner in and bowls, and he's edged and caught by the man who was just put there, Martin Anderson. Remarkable, really. Luke Proctor goes for 150, trying to move the game on, the Northamptonshire skipper. And Martin Anderson, who had just been pushed back 10 yards by Wayne Madsen, perishes, takes the catch rather, as across comes Lewis Rees to shake Luke Proctor's hand. They'll know each other from Lancashire days, of course. And Derbyshire get their second wicket of the morning. 345 for 5 now, Northamptonshire. Terrific innings though from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, and applause as Luke Proctor removes his helmet and marches back to the pavilion, and sporting applause from the spectators down there, and of course from the Northamptonshire dressing room as well. There's a terrific knock from the captain, who, having a few anxious moments as he resumed on 97 not out this morning, but having got to 100, really settled himself to try and push the scoring rate on. Perished, as Fletch says, in the attempt, and I'm assuming it will be Lewis McManus in next. So McManus in at 7. And I'll say both these two, Saif Zaib and Lewis McManus, had good games with the bat at Old Trafford. Zaib making 116, McManus making 95. And the lead is 38 at the moment. I wonder whether, I don't know, I mean, if you think 400 to secure the 4th batting point. It's going to be going some to add another 105 runs in. They'd have to go at 5 and over from now on to get.
Well, Zaib's sort of doing that.
Well, he is, yeah. Well, if he keeps depositing it in the hedge, then that will not be an issue. But I'm just trying to work out what they might be thinking, and in terms of where they want to be in points and so on, and marrying that with the state of the game and how many overs they've got today, and the fact that the forecast for tomorrow is a bit dodge, to use a meteorological term.
I'm just more excited by the fact that the fielder had been moved to that exact position.
Yes, absolutely.
And a strange position it was too. He's now down at long leg. Martin Anderson, Tickner in then to McManus, who defends the first ball he faces and sets off for a single and says no. It's happened twice now with Martin Anderson. The first time must have been against Gloucestershire, when he was put in at leg gully, and the next ball was just smashed at him by whichever batter it was, and he took the catch. So very safe pair of hands, Martin Anderson. Almost pulled up a spectacular catch at Grace Road one-handed. And he feels slightly better about himself, having gone for 14 runs in the previous over that he bowled. Here's Tickner, that one's down leg side. He's not going to be quick enough, is he? No, to get to that one at fine leg. He isn't, and McManus is off the mark with a sort of help yourself kind of boundary, really short of a length and down the leg side. He was just helped around the corner by McManus. And Northamptonshire move up to 349 for 5 and lead by 42 runs now.
The wicket at Grace Road. Beth Ascott's gone for 45, but she and Michaela Kirk put on 123 for the 4th wicket. Northamptonshire 184 for 4 in the 39th. Michaela Kirk 82 not out.
In goes Tickner again. That one is defended by McManus since the onside. Dual fields at mid-wicket. Middlesex have declared at Lords on 470 for 9. That's a lead of 271 over Glamorgan. Kent inching closer to Gloucestershire's score, but they're now 9 down. 393 for 9, trailing by 79. And Leicestershire are 206 for 3. They're 56 behind Lancashire at Old Trafford. I smile when I see Blair coming into bowl. He's in now. That's a short delivery, ducked underneath by McManus. It's the oddest approach I've ever seen a quick bowler take, I think, live. Runs up and down. Almost so light-footed.
Yes.
For a man who is clearly not light.
Has he ever thought of Morris dancing?
That is, I think you've come up with the two, really, haven't you? The fish slapping and the Morris dancing.
Give him a whiffling stick.
Yeah. Put some bells on his trousers. Here is Tickner again, another short delivery. The grunt as he released the ball, and it goes through to Brooke Guest in the over. A successful over, and there haven't been many of those. Comes, from a Derbyshire perspective, certainly, comes to an end. A wicket and a boundary off it. Northamptonshire 349 for 5. Safe Zaib 23. McManus has 4. And they lead by 42.
I do think the fish slapping dance is probably the better.
That's just magnificent. Yeah. If you haven't seen the Monty Python fish slapping dance, so you can put that safely into Google. I can assure you of that, and you will see Blair Tickner on a key side.
My son, when he was little, absolutely loved that. We have to keep playing it over and over again. It was one of his favourites.
Better than Tweenies.
And we then have to reenact it. You know, it's great fun. Joys of parenting. Here is Anderson bowls and chopped away by Safe Zaib down through backward point for a single. Takes Northamptonshire up to 350. So 3rd batting point is secured in the 93rd over, first ball of the 93rd. We've got about 17 minutes to go until lunch. No danger today, at least, of any of the shenanigans that we had yesterday when lunch was delayed in shameful fashion.
And then the startling news that we were only having half an hour for lunch, but everything was sorted out.
Yes, it was a worry. So it brings McManus onto strike, man coming in from the deep square leg boundary. 2 slips in, bowls to McManus, pushes forward, runs it down to Alish at backward point, and there's no run. Northamptonshires lead 43 at the moment. Proctor is also on 97 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, so it may be a game of landmarks for the Northamptonshire captain. Oh, that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Lewis McManus as Anderson just over pitches, and McManus just leant on that and raced over the outfield, just to the right of the East Midlands demolition stand, and it's gone away for 4. So McManus, his second boundary, goes to 8. 354 for 5.
So skipper Wayne Madsen had to go and fetch it as well. I was just looking at the slips there. It was Lloyd and Jewell, but Lloyd's been removed now. As a result of that shot, he's gone into the space where the ball went through. Whether he would have been able to have stopped it or not, I'm not entirely sure.
There's Anderson in again, bowls to McManus, who just with a little jump plays it defensively out into the offside where David Lloyd fields, and there's no run. Down below us, Zach Chappell in animated conversation with Ricardo Vasconcelos and James Sales, who are having a walk around the ground. Ricardo Vasconcelos is doing a lot of hand gestures, seems to be suggesting how the ball is bouncing. On this pitch is Anderson in again, outside the off stump, left alone by McManus. So captain is out, but the vice captain's out there now. There's McManus. Encouragement from around the field. I cannot believe what an absolutely glorious day it is now, considering what it was like when we arrived at the ground this morning, when it was pretty gloomy.
I can tell you something amusing about that in a moment.
Here's Anderson, bowled short and clubbed away by McManus. He's going to get runs here. I don't think it's going to go for 4. It's not. It's reeled in just inside the rope, and they have to settle for a couple as it ran out to almost identical point on the ground where the extra cover drive went. 2 more to McManus. He goes to 10, and at the end of the over, 356 for 5. The lead is 49.
BBC Radio Derby breakfast host Andy Twigg is listening today from home, having been to watch Derby County and Derbyshire on Good Friday in the gloom and the misery, and been perished yesterday when he came to the ground to watch yesterday. Now on the best day of the entire 3 days, and likely to be the best day of the 4 days, he's sitting at home either watching us on his TV or listening to us on the radio. So he claims to be a good luck charm. Blair Tickner, I could get into trouble for that. Blair Tickner he'll be back on at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think it's 6 o'clock he's on tomorrow morning. BBC Radio Derby. Blair Tickner, well, he's pushing his slip to a gully. That's Wayne Madsen. He's got 1, 2, 3 men out on the leg side. So umpire Harris is moving across to point so that he can make sure that David Lloyd, who is in front of square, doesn't go behind square, which would of course be a no ball. Harry Kames out there, and I think Lewis Rees. Blair Tickner's on his way in. Bowls a full delivery. It was a bluff, which is dug out by Zaib. Hits the heel, I think, of Blair Tickner in his follow-through, which is why there was no chance of a run. Tidied up by Jack Morley at mid-on. 356 for 5. The lead is 49. The over rate is -3. In comes Tickner wide of the off stump, and a wild swing and a miss from Zaib as it goes through to Brooke Guest, who takes the ball and immediately goes for a chat with Wayne Madsen. He can't really just chat to him because he's 25 yards away. Field, considering this ball's in its 14th over, is spread. I mean, really spread. Caleb Jewell is closest to the bat at extra cover. There aren't too many other people in the frame at the moment. As Tickner bowls, and this is jabbed out into the offside. Madsen moving across to his right, gets down quickly and prevents a run. Backward point. They do have a third man, and he's quite fine down there, Martin Anderson. He's bowled 2 overs for 21 with the new ball. Might get one more. And we'll see a bit of spin as well, because out on the boundary, David Lloyd's going through his bowling action on this forward square leg boundary. And goes Tickner again, bowls a swing and a miss from Zaib. Lovely. I do love, I was listening to baseball this morning when I woke up.
Well, that was
very reminiscent of Fernando Tatis Jr. Tried to flog one over the field out to the right. Waits again as Tickner, 2 balls left in the over, is in and bowls, and he goes back and cuts, and what a stop that is by Wayne Madsen. It bounced about 2 yards in front of him and really reared up at him, and he got both hands to it, and across goes Brooke Guest to say well done, Skip. That was an excellent piece of fielding by the 41-year-old Derbyshire captain, who only this week, or last week now, well, no, this week because it's the last day of the week, isn't it, signed a new contract to keep him here till the end of 2026. Tickner's final ball of this over is pulled into the leg side. Lloyd, will he get round to take the catch? He's running towards it. He sticks out his right hand and can't take it. And Zaib picks up 2 more slightly fortuitous runs. Blair Tickner stands with his hands on his hip. Jack Morley goes across to Lloyd to say, unlucky, mate. And he had to cover an awful lot of ground to get there. Thrust out the right hand, but couldn't take it in. End of the over, 358 for 5. 26 to Safe Zaib. Lewis McManus has 10. And the Northamptonshire's lead is now above 50. It's 51.
That was a terrific effort. He did extremely well to get anything on that. At Grace Road, 200 up for Northamptonshire's women, 200 for 4 in the 42nd over against Leicestershire. And Michaela Kirk, 91 not out. There have only been 2 centuries made for Northamptonshire's women down the years. It's already the 4th highest score ever made for Northamptonshire women's team, so keep an eye on that one here. About 10 minutes to go until lunch. Anderson is in, bowls and driven nicely by Lewis McManus. He's going to get a single out to extra cover, fielded there by Wayne Madsen. One more to McManus rather. He goes to 11 off 11 balls, 359 for 5. Possibly 3 more overs to go, or 2 after this, I would suspect, before lunch. Field changing round for the left-handed Safe Zaib. No slips, no close catches now. It's very much a defensive field, and understandably so in the circumstances. Anderson, slightly angled run, comes in and bowls to Zaib, who thumps that away through extra cover. Very well fielded out on the boundary by Harry Kane, and they had to just put the hammer down a little bit for the second run. That's a terrific bit of fielding out there. But it's still 2 runs to Safe Zaib. He goes to 28, Northamptonshire to 361 for 5. Anderson from the city end, bowls to Zaib, who has smashed that back over his head. Wayne Madsen chasing it back towards the boundary. Has it gone all the way? No, it hasn't. It's just landed in front of the boundary rope. Wayne Madsen giving chase. It was just coming over his shoulder. I don't think he got a hand on it in the end, and it's gone into the boundary rope for 4, or onto the boundary fence for 4. 365 for 5. Safe Zaib in full-blown white ball mode here. Smashed that one up and over. Martin Anderson in his 12th over, 0 for 61. Here is Anderson in again, bowls to Zaib wide outside the off stump. Zaib tries to get something on it, but fails to do so. Swung himself off his feet, did a Blair Tickner. Lewis McManus has come down and had a word. So Northamptonshire, well, they've had a very productive session so far. 129 runs, and they've lost a couple of wickets. Here's Anderson in bowls to Zaib, chops it down to backward point, but straight to Caleb Jewell, who fields and cuts off any possibility of a single. 365 for 5 it stays. The lead is 58. Anderson running in again to bowl to save Zaib. Wide outside the off stump. Tries to cut it away, jams it hard into the ground. It bounces up nicely for Brooke Guest to take behind the stumps. So that's the end of another over. 365 for 5. Zaib is 32. McManus is 11. The man out this morning, Keogh for 51. Luke Proctor for a career best 150. The lead is 58. We've got 6 minutes to go until lunch. So, yeah, 2 overs I would have thought before we can attack the cake.
Yes, yes. I just had my line had dropped back to Radio Derby, and it wouldn't dial in. It wouldn't dial in on any of the numbers. And then after the news had finished, it dialed in, which is neither use nor ornament. But anyway,
Everyone's a critic.
yeah, well, there will be. I've got an explanation. I should have taken photographs. Here's Blair Tickner bowling to McManus, who pulls at that one but misses, and he goes away through to Brooke Guest, and it's short of a length delivery from Tickner. Could be a very exciting afternoon session if you're in the area. Northamptonshire look like they're about to, or have started to put their foot down, as they should be, with a lead of 58 and 5 wickets in hand. They want to bat for another 15 overs after this one, or 14 overs after this one.
Yeah.
There is Tickner in and bowls. He goes back and pushes it out into the offside, straight to the fielder at backward point, who I think is David Lloyd, who's swinging his right arm around. There's lots of pointing going on. Manson's, they want something from the... oh, don't say they want the helmet to delay lunch. It's bad enough when we have to work an extra 10 minutes in the morning. There is Tickner once more on his way in, and that goes past the edge of McManus's bat. Through to the keeper. He just pushed tentatively at that one, really, McManus. Not the full-blooded play and miss. It was a genuine play and miss. Tickner's got just 3 balls to go in this over. 2 for 72. We want another one just to help his average. And he's ready. And he's in. He bowls to McManus, who defends this one. Manages to stay on his feet this time. Blair Tickner just about.
Just about, yeah.
But it was only just about. Because even when he bent down to pick the ball up, it looked like he was going to topple over. He walks back towards us, looking at the scoreboard, looking at the sky, which is, apart from some wispy clouds away to the south, is wall-to-wall blue.
Lovely sort of pastel-y blue, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Bring your brolly tomorrow. Here is Tickner in and bowls a short delivery. McManus has nothing to do with it. Goes through to Guest once more. Still Anashdal patrolling the... It's the deep backward square leg boundary he's on at the moment. He's barely moved. I mean, he's moved to field, but he hasn't moved at the start of a delivery all morning. And he's a long way from the bat. He's usually a lot closer in, Anashdal. I know he can move around the boundary with his pace. He can cut off and prevent runs. David Lloyd's just been pushed back at backward point to about 15 yards from the boundary, perhaps a little closer as he keeps walking backwards.
for Christmas.
Wood's Tickness in once again. McManus is looking for a wide, and he's now got his hands on his left hand on his hip. He's not massively impressed by that. But he wasn't given, and we are going to see some spin before lunch. We've got 2 minutes to go until the lunch interval. Northamptonshire, that was a maiden over. 365 for 5. Zaib has 32.
Yes, it was a single teapot, if not quite the double teapot.
It would have been double if he hadn't been holding his bat.
Face.
McManus has 11, the lead's 58.
Absolutely. So the helmet's coming out for Brooke Guest. This will, one imagines, be the last over before lunch. Let's see how many we've got in. It was 64 overnight, so they'll bowl 33.
Too many.
Morning, yeah, absolutely.
The two overseas players were just having a chat there. That would have been a fascinating conversation. I didn't expect it to be like this, perhaps.
Well, so Northamptonshire were denied last year a championship win by an excellent rearguard action by Derbyshire, and there was then, of course, the obligatory, well, did they delay the declaration too long? So perhaps they will not want to fall into the same trap here, but there's always the elephant in the room is tomorrow's weather, isn't it? But anyway, that's a way off. Here's Lloyd. Bowled probably the last over of the session, and Zaib has pulled that away. Is he going to be caught by Anuj Dal?
No.
Running in? No, he's not. It lands just in front of him, and he slightly overruns it, and they come back for 2. Well, that's an interesting stroke to play in the last over before lunch. It gives a very clear indication of what Northamptonshire mindset is here. 34 to Zaib, 367 for 5. God, dear old Dennis Brooks wouldn't have done that, I don't think, the last over before lunch. Round the wicket comes Lloyd and cut away by Zaib. Can't get it past Caleb Jewell at backward point. Zaib.
The lead isn't decisive yet.
No, it's not.
By any manner of means. They can't really afford to throw away their wickets.
So Zaib, next ball is just driven back to David Lloyd, who fields off his own bowling. So 3 balls to go before lunch, and they're just making absolutely sure it will be the last over by dropping Blair Tickner back at deep mid-wicket. He's about halfway back, and Madson's bringing himself up into slip. Here's Lloyd. Bowls to Zaib, who drives away through backward point. That's going to run away for 4. There's a man out sweeping, but Harry Kame, who's done some wonderful work out there today, he's had plenty to do. But that beat him to the rope. 38 to Zaib, 371 for 5. And so this is going to be a very, very productive session for Northamptonshire. 135 they've scored in it so far. It's not quite the 414 in the session we were talking about yesterday in 1920, but everything's relative. 2 balls to go in the session. Here's Lloyd in. Bowls to Zaib, who comes down the pitch, has a swing at it. It's gone down for 4 runs. It would have been, if it had been byes, you'd have had to say it might possibly have been a stumping chance, but there was a nick on it. Zaib came prancing down the pitch like sort of the left-handed Victor Trumper. Rehearses the shot that he meant to play, which is hitting away through extra cover, and it's gone down for 4 runs. 42 to him, 375 for 5. The lead 68. Last ball of the session. And David Lloyd bowls to save Zaib, and he cuts it straight to backward point where Caleb Jewell fields, and that is lunch. 375 for 5. Northamptonshire, having lost the wickets this morning of Rob Keogh, bowled by Lewis Rees for 51. That was 309 for 4. And Luke Proctor caught at backward point by Martin Anderson off Blair Tickner for 150, career best for the Northamptonshire captain. That was 345 for 5. Zaib, 42 not out off 44 balls. Lewis McManus is 11 not out. Northamptonshire 375 for 5. They lead by 68.
You've summed it up beautifully. And there is cake in the media lounge, as well as lunch. So we'll take our leave and we'll be back in just over 35 minutes for the afternoon session, when we can hope for more of the same, really. That 68-run lead, as I said, not decisive, but another session like that, they'd be leading by more than 200, just over 200, and then could have a go at Derbyshire tonight, safe in the knowledge that they have a second innings to lean back on. Zaib getting applauded from the field alongside Lewis McManus. The ground staff are wheeling out all the bits and bobs that they use, and we will see you for the afternoon session at around about 2 o'clock.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
And we're back in the room. It's the afternoon session of Derbyshire Day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire well in command. They lead by 68, 375 for 5. And we're going to see Jack Morley bowl the first over after tea with a ball that is 17 overs old. So some left arm spin.
Well, how about you, Fletcher? I'm feeling replete.
I'm going to fall asleep in a minute.
Thanks to Katie with her magnificent cake to celebrate our friend and colleague David Griffin's birthday.
I really ought to ask Katie what her surname is. All as I know her as is Mitch Wagstaff's partner, and she's clearly much more than that because she. I don't think Mitch could have baked a cake like that.
Well, it was really very, very nice, and it's as you say. The danger is that comes sort of 2:30, the chin sinks into the chest. But
I do think that Zaib and
yes,
Lewis McManus are going to get on with it here. So
yeah, I think Zaib, if he bats for another 3/4 of an hour, is definitely going to keep us awake. 42 not out off 44 balls up to lunch, including a big 6. And Morley it's going to be.
from the racecourse end, bowling to McManus, who starts thinking about sweeping it and then just spoons it up into the air, backward of square on the offside, and it lands short of, I think, Lewis Rees, but I'm not sure who's fielding at backward point. It looks like him. In comes this next delivery. That one is defended by McManus. It was so wide from Morley that the sweep was never on, and he still carried on with a shot. Down at the far end, Brooke Guest has just turned the stumps around, the bails around, not the stumps. That one is swept on the full down towards long leg. That's Martin Anderson who comes in and does the fielding, I think. Why does nobody look like... Nobody's in the positions they should be in anymore because Derbyshire have sent people out to the boundary. That was Lewis Rees who it fell short of, and that was Martin Anderson who fielded that last delivery. But everybody's on the boundary here just about.
And Lewis McManus has broken his bat. He's just signalled to the dressing room for another one. That one they just obviously just caught it on the very toe end. He's already gesturing to the pavilion to get somebody to bring another one out.
Get everybody to sign it, stick it on eBay. Here is Morley into Safe Zaib, who pushes the ball back towards the Derbyshire left armour.
Not sure if anybody's watching, actually. Lewis McManus, the last couple of balls, has been waving his bat frantically towards the dressing room.
Morley in again, bowls a reverse sweep, comes out and it hits him. The ball, that is, not the reverse sweep. Just slight misjudgment from Safe Zaib, but already intent shown. 42 off 46, 376 for 5. He's in and he comes down the track this time and then just pushes it up towards Blair Tickner, who's at deep mid-on. And it was the final ball of the over. The over rate's gone to -2 now. It was -3 earlier on today, which is something, I suppose. 377 for 5. Northamptonshire leading by 70 with Safe Zaib on 43 and Lewis McManus on 12.
Lewis McManus has his replacement bat, so ready to start the. He's non-striker, isn't he, for the start of this this first over from the far end after lunch from the city end. Northamptonshire's women 264 for 6 in their 50 overs against Leicestershire at Grace Road. First match in the new Tier 2 setup. And Michaela Kirk, mentioned earlier, South African, on loan. 125 not out off 126 balls, 16 fours. Here's Lloyd, round the wicket, bowls to Safe Zaib, who turns that away out through mid-wicket. There's only going to be one, although Zach Chappell in the end slightly overruns the ball. But as Fletcher was saying, it's the old missionary field sent into distant fields.
Well, they're all in the wrong positions. You don't normally see, with the greatest of respect to Zach Chappell, him fielding either on the mid-wicket boundary or on the cover boundary.
Zaib is 44, 376 for 5, driven by McManus, and dive from David Lloyd just about gets a hand to it. So that is Michaela Kirk, already the highest score, individual score ever made for Northamptonshire women.
Decent.
Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to McManus, who goes onto the back foot, works it away out through mid-wicket for 1. McManus to 13, Northamptonshire to 379 for 5. Previous hundreds, 117 not out. Louise Simons against Cumbria in 2002. Lloyd in again, and flat batted by Zaib, out away through point. Certainly 1, that's all there'll be. More good work out there by Harry Kane, who was probably the most fully employed member of the Derbyshire side this morning. Had an awful lot running around to do. 380 for 5, Zaib to 45. Lloyd in and bowls to McManus, who sweeps upishly. And, well, watch the spin well out there, Jack Morley, down at deep backward square, and they're through for 1. McManus to 14, 381 for 5. Northamptonshire having scored 139 runs in the session this morning. Certainly got on with it. Good intent. Lloyd to complete the over, bowls to Zaib. Down the pitch, drives, gets a thick outside edge. Very well fielded by Wayne Madsen. But then Brooke Guest doesn't intercept the throw, and they get an overthrow. So 2 to save Zaib, takes him to 47, and at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 383 for 5, so 17 runs away from a 4th batting point. They've got 11 overs in which to get those. I suppose they'll 11 overs. They might still not completely, having given up a run of ball, actually would get them pretty close to 450, assuming they keep the wickets in hand. The other 100, just for the record, 111 not out by Hayley Brown against Cambridgeshire at Desborough back in 2019. Both 50 over matches, of course.
Jack Morley to continue from the racecourse, and that one does turn, but a long way outside off stump, and it's cut away by McManus down towards the backward point boundary. Around goes Harry Kane once again, and he keeps them down to a couple. And McManus moves on to 16, 385 for 2. This partnership worth 40 off just 48 deliveries. Now Wayne Madsen has moved into the point area. There's also a short third man as Morley is in. There's an attempt to sweep it, and they're claiming a catch, and he's been given. McManus, he's standing there leaning on his bat. He can't believe it, and now he eventually trudges off. I don't know if he was counting in his head how long he could actually stay there whilst not disbelieving Rob Bailey's decision to give him out, but McManus has gone. He tried to paddle sweep it, and he goes for 16. It's 385 for 6, and hopefully Lewis McManus will escape without reprimand, but I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't.
Yes, it might be a summons to the headmaster's office, but once you're given, they're not going to change his mind.
No. The umpires have come together and are writing things down.
Yeah, they might just have a.
They might just have a word with him.
Let's be summoned out up to the study. After prep.
He did wait a long time.
He did hang around a little bit. Anyway, he's gone for 16, 385 for 6. So I would imagine they must have a figure in mind. They must have a time in mind to pull out and give themselves a good long bowl at Derbyshire today. It will be, I would imagine, Justin Broad coming out. Justin Broad it is. Played nicely at Old Trafford, having had a bit of a shocker at Northampton against Kent. He was out for 0-1, but played nicely up at Old Trafford until he was run out by a fantastic bit of fielding from Tom Bailey. Really good pick up and throw, hit the stumps. And he was just starting to flow along nicely, Justin Broad, but well, he knows what's expected, and his team orders, I'm sure, are to just get on with it.
Yep, the lead is 78. I've just been asked, is it going to rain all day? Well, it wasn't put in those particular terms. Is it going to rain all day tomorrow in Derby? Well, it certainly looks like it. from the forecast, but you can never, well, you can't trust them, and you can never tell. Here's Morley into bowl to Broad, who gets one on his pads, and he turns it down to final leg. He's coming back for the second as well, and that was excellent running from Broad. And Martin Anderson with the throw from the deep. Broad off the mark with a couple. 387 for 6, the lead up to 80.
Yeah, I've just had a little look at it. It hasn't improved.
No, and
at
it
all,
sort of
I'm afraid.
improves on a 2-hourly basis kind of thing, doesn't they, update it? This next one is defended by Broad back into the offside, and there's no run.
Although I have to say, it's a very different forecast from Northampton, which is not that far away. An hour and a half.
Morley in the bowls, a little sweep around the corner from Broad down towards Anderson. Gives him another single. Anthony from Hena says, apologies for missing the morning session, but apparently you may as well have stayed up and watched the cricket. Was a criticism, not an invitation. To help me catch up, what are we praying for? Is it wickets or rain? Well, we won't have to pray for the rain, so we might as well pray for some wickets, mightn't we? Thank you, Anthony. Temporarily on the south coast. In comes Morley. This one is smashed down the ground. One bounce to Zach Chappell, just to our right at long off. And another single is taken. That was safe Zaib on that occasion. He moves to 48 off just 51 deliveries. Broad has 389 for 6 at the end of the over. That's 100 overs gone now. So you can work out the run rate yourselves. And Northamptonshire lead by 82.
Yeah, said it was a productive session before lunch. Now, what, as we say, has Northamptonshire got in mind as far as target, timings, whatever? Safe Zaib is on strike. Lloyd is bowling to him, flights it up, on driven by Zaib, and he's going to get a single. Out to the man on the long on boundary. So one more to Safe Zaib. He goes to 49. Northamptonshire to 390 for 6. So 10 more runs for the fourth batting point at 400. And, well, yeah, run the ball would get them up to the 450 and the 110. But do they want to go on that long? Pulled away by McManus, out through mid-wicket. By Broad, rather. For a single, out to deep mid-wicket, one more to Broad, he goes to 4, and it's 391 for 6. Men out today, Keogh for 51, Proctor for 150, and McManus just a moment or two ago for 16. Lloyd is in bowls and cut away by Safe Zaib, but can't get his half-century there. Goes straight to Jack Morley, there at backward point. Actually got a backward point and a short third man, Madsen himself. And again comes Lloyd, and this time Zaib will get 50 as he plays it out to deep point and brings up Safe Zaib's half-century off just 54 balls. So dropped early on, he made just a single, but making hay and having just slightly frenzied start to the innings, but since then he's played some handsome shots, including that little pick up for 6. And again, it's just what the team wants, is a reverse sweep from Justin Broad as Lloyd goes outside the off stump, and Broad nails that one for 4. He goes to 8, 396 for 6. Well, I don't know if Alan Lamb's listening at home in Northamptonshire, but we were saying earlier his philosophy was always very similar in terms of just wanting to try and move the game forward. I'm sure he'll be approving. Another reverse sweep from Broad, and I think he's going to get 4 more. Yes, he is. This was a little bit squarer, but again, he got in position quickly, nailed it for 4, and that brings up the 400 for Northamptonshire. So a 4th point is secured with 9 overs to go. And, well, the question is, can they score 50 in the next 9 and get maximum batting points? Still 67 overs remaining in the day. And as long as these two are together, I mean, Calvin Harrison can bat. We saw he got 50 at 56 at Old Trafford, albeit in rather different circumstances. Then Liam Guthrie and Dom Leach. But as long as these two are out there, I'm sure they'll just keep going.
As they should.
Yeah, quite.
It's absolutely the right tactic, and it's to be applauded no matter who you're following. Would be my first ball of a new over from Morley. Is punched down the ground by Zaib. There's a misfield by Blair Tickner, and they get through for a second. That's disappointing. I use the word disappointing advisedly.
That was a horrible throw then in from Tickner to Morley. It's
The wheels are starting to come off, if they're not already off. Morley into bowl to Zaib, who plays the ball down the ground once again. Tickner this time very watchfully gathers the ball in two hands, and as a result he's able to pick it up cleanly. Single taken, 403 for 6. Morley, very short run up in and bowls, and this one is swept by Broad. Just slightly backward of square. They're going to come back for the second as well, as Anderson sends the throw into the non-striker's end. Jack Morley complains that he couldn't see it because of the sun. I'm not sure that the sun is necessarily shining from that particular area, but
it hasn't been a problem. if it is a problem, it's one that's been something of a rarity in this game.
it's a welcome problem.
Well, it's a welcome problem.
A
Yeah.
very welcome
It's
problem.
lovely, isn't it?
Birthday boy next door.
Yes, I've
Another birthday boy.
wished him many happy returns.
Morley bowls, tapped into the onside by Broad for a single. Around goes Martin Anderson to do the fielding. 406 for 6. Broad up to 15 off just 8 deliveries. 53 off 56 for Zaib. The lead is now 99. And Morley is in. That's a full toss, and it's smashed baseball style down the ground. One bounce, 4 by Zaib. He wasn't going to miss it. He's missed out on a couple, in fairness, but he wasn't going to miss out on that one. It was close to being a no ball for above waist high, I would have thought. 410 for 6 down. Zaib on 257. The lead over 100, 103. Well, it's not declaration bowling necessarily.
It's bowling that could lead to a declaration.
Indeed, that looked like declaration bowling. I'm sure it was a slip from Morley. He gets a bottom edge on this one. Backward of square on the onside goes the ball, and the over comes to an end. Zaib, who is taking risks now, and it's good to see. 57. Broad, likewise, 15. The partnership, which has been going for just 2 overs and 4 balls, is up to 25 already. Northamptonshire 410 for 6, leading by 103.
A very similar set of scores in the game at Chesterley Street, because Yorkshire were all out for 307, which is exactly the same as Derbyshire got, and Durham are 404 for 6, so 6 runs behind Northamptonshire. That, of course, in Division 1, with Emilio Gay out for 152. Alex Lee's made 172 earlier, but pressing on to a useful lead. Durham at home to Yorkshire in Division 1. Here is Lloyd. Start his 14th over, bowling round the wicket to Justin Broad, who immediately gives himself room, carves it away through extra cover. Certainly 2, you would think, here, and that is all there will be. Zach Chappell trots round to field, sends in his return, 412 for 6. Broad to 17 off 9 balls. Good stuff from the young all-rounder. Here's Lloyd in again, bowls, and that's worked away by Broad through mid-wicket for 1. There's a man back on the boundary, sends in his return, Harry Kame, and 413 for 6. Broad to 18. Field changing round for the left-handed Zaib, who drives away through extra cover. Lovely shot, certainly 1. And again, excellent work out there from Harry Kame. And Justin Broad, I think, was fancying 2, but Kame has been outstanding out there today.
Might have been close.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier he's had a lot to do, and he's done it very, very well. 58 to Zaib, 414 for 6. Lloyd in again, bowls to Justin Broad, and he drives out to extra cover. It's a very good stop by Anish Dal, but he stopped it rather than fielded it and just deflected it away from him and allowed them to come through for a single. 19 to Broad, 4:15 for 6. Lloyd in again, bowls to Zaib, chops that away down through backward point. Certainly a couple of runs here. Yet another long chase out there for Harry Kane. The throw comes in neat and tidy, but they're through for 2. Zaib to 60 off 60 balls. 417 for 6. The lead now 110. Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Zaib. Full toss, hammered out to long on. Just a single. 418 for 6, and that is the end of the over. So Zaib counted nicely. 61 off 61, 418 for 6. 7 overs to go to get 32 runs, and suddenly that maximum 5th point looks very much on the cards. Carry on the way these two are going. The lead is the dreaded Nelson, 111. Just quickly, that game at Chelmsford that we were talking about, Essex were bowled out for 317, left Worcestershire needing 295 to win, and then 19 for 2.
Ooh. Morley begins a new over. Zaib advances towards him and then clips the ball into the leg side. Kane comes racing in off the boundary to do the fielding and keeps them down to a single. Zaib moves on to 62, 419 for 6.
Hampshire all out for 336 down at Southampton against Somerset, so they've taken the lead of 152. Somerset 7 for no wicket in their second innings.
Broad back on strike. He's got 19 off 11. A partnership worth 34 already. There's a sweep shot here out to the deep backward square leg or long leg area. Martin Anderson, is it out there? No, it's David Lloyd out there now. Where's Martin Anderson gone? Oh, he's in. He's actually feeling quite close to the wicket. That was David Lloyd. They go through for another single. Broad moves to 20. Zaib back on strike. Morley in and bowls to him, and he drives gloriously for 4 runs out through the extra cover region. It beat the dive of Anderson and crashed into the advertising boards moments later.
That is that's a gorgeous shot. That's exquisite.
Moves to 66. 424 for 6.
Century for Ollie Pope down at Hove for Surrey against Sussex.
Comes Morley again, and this one is played guided really out into the offside, and off the boundary comes Anish Dal, and they go through for a single. 67 to Zaib, 425 for 6, the lead 118. Morley drops the ball and has to run halfway to the boundary to pick it up again.
Surrey 237 for 3 in reply to the Sussex total of 435 all out. Ollie Pope just out for 103.
Morley off his long run up. That's as far as he's run when he's been bowling ever. All added up together. 2 men at backward point, interestingly, as this next one is dragged into the leg side. It's gone 4-6. Blimey, he's hit that well. He's pulled it from a long way outside the off stump. I saw Zach Chappell sort of jogging around and thought, well, that's raced away along the floor. Well, it didn't touch the floor before it went over the rope. And Justin Broad moves to 26, a strike rate of 200, 431 for 6, the lead 124. They might want 500 before they get to 110 overs at this rate.
Serious fetch,
wasn't it just?
For Broad.
Morley's in once more, and has he got an edge on that? It's certainly rebounded up off the pad of Brooke Guest and into the offside. Well, would have been miraculous had he managed to pull off a catch there. He picks up a single and moves to 27 and keeps the strike as well. 432 for 6 after 104 overs. The lead 125 now. Broad has 27, Zaib has 67.
At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 93 all out. Notts now 342 for 7 in reply, so building a big lead there. And Hasib Hamid is still there, 120 not out. In Division 2 at Canterbury, Kent roll out for 393 in reply to Gloucestershire's 472 all out. So Gloucestershire taking a lead of 79. They've added to that 53 for no wicket. in their second innings, and we have a change.
Derbyshire's 8th bowler.
Yeah, Wayne Madson's going to have a go. Captain himself, bowling from the city end, the far end.
Bit of round arm.
Running round. Oh, it is as well, isn't it?
Oh,
It's like Alfred Min in the old days.
Yeah, very round.
Nudged away down to third man for a single by Justin Broad. First ball of the over, fielded out there by Blair Tickner. So
Everybody out.
yes, disappeared. Running off in various directions. 28 to Broad, 4:33 for 6. Here's Madsen round the wicket, bowling to safe Zaib. Plays a dot ball back to the bowler. I can assume they're also trying to
Yes.
overrate is clearly an issue. It was -2, I think, at lunch.
It's down to -1 again.
Pushed away into the leg side by Zaib. That's terrific running. They've come back for 2. It's one of those that if he'd hit it harder, straight to the fielder out there,
It was Nick
it
Potts.
was Nick Potts on the field, then they would only have 1. They didn't hit it too hard, and they were able to come through for 2. Madsen in bowls to Zaib, who chips that up in the air towards backward point. Fielded by Morley on the bounce. It's all Keystone Cop stuff, isn't it? It's 200 miles an hour cricket, this. 4:35 for 6. Forced away, whipped away by Zaib, and they're just going to settle for a single. Jogs through as it goes out to deep mid-wicket. 4:36 for 6. Safe Zaib is already up to 70 of 68 balls. And Justin Broad, as Fletcher was saying, strike rate pushing 200. Nudged that away down to the third man, where Tickner comes off the boundary down below us to field. So Madsen has obviously read the room in terms of Northamptonshire looking to really press on, but he also needs to make sure that the over rate is in black, as it were. So the end of the over, 4:37 for 6. There are 5 overs to go, in which bonus points can be gained. So Northamptonshire basically need 13 now off 5 overs.
David Lloyd coming on to bowl from the racecourse end for the first time, I think. I don't recall him bowling from our end.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, over 8 -1, but it won't be for long. And if Derbyshire, well, if they do lose the game and only pick up 4 points, you don't want to lose any.
No.
Here he is bowling to Broad. He's in and Broad tries to guide it away, and David Lloyd asks if it was out. Don't ask, you don't get. It wasn't. Some rather vociferous David Lloyd supporters down below us. Next delivery's gone for the little reverse dab, and it's gone very fine down to fine third man. Lewis Rees runs around the boundary and fields. They come back for 2. Broad moves to 31 off 18 for 39 for 6. I don't know if they've been tipped the wink that they're going to declare at 110 overs or not. It'd be funny if they didn't. This one is swept by Broad. Bottom edge of the bat. He picks up a single. 440 for 6.
Sorry, Fletch. Safe Zaib just gestured to the dressing room, I think, for gloves. So whether he's looking for a definitive...
Well, you're not going to declare on him now anyway,
no,
are you?
no.
I mean, there's only another 10 runs for the extra bonus point, but you're not going to declare on Safe Zaib when he's already on 70. Could be on 80 by then, or more. He's in and bowls. Is Lloyd. That's a full toss that's driven down the ground towards Zach Chappell. Picks up now. They think about the second. Fielders come hurtling in from all directions to back up, which is good to see that they're still switched on. And they are kept down to a single. Zaib moves to 71, 441 for 6, the lead 134. Here's Lloyd once more. Bowls, and that one is dabbed down towards Lewis Rees at third man. Broad moves to 33, 442 for 6. I'm going to time the next Wayne Madsen over, because he gets through them exceptionally quickly, Wayne Madsen, the skipper. As in comes Lloyd once again. Around the wicket, bowls. It turned into a full toss, and there's an appeal for a run out. The middle stump is out of the ground at the non-striker's end. I don't think Lloyd got a touch on it because Broad was out of his ground with his bat in the air. It's a dot ball. Zaib has 71. Broad has 33. They've got 57 off 40 balls for this partnership. 442 for 6. Northamptonshire lead by 135 after 106 overs.
Yeah, gloves coming out for both batters. Although, in fact, no, I think Justin Broad just wanted to get rid of his
What
of his
surprise.
sweater to show that he means business. But Zaib has changed his gloves. So, 442 for 6. And the partnership, 57 off 40 balls, as Fletch mentioned. Just an update on the proceedings at Grace Road. Northamptonshire having posted a decent total in their 50-over women's match today. Here's Madsen in again. Reverse sweep from Broad. It split the two fielders and gone for 4. Tickner herring round. Couldn't get anything on it. Broad to 37 off 21 balls. 446 for 6. Northamptonshire made 264 for 6 in their 50 overs at Grace Road. In reply, Leicestershire are 6 for 3 in the third over. 2 wickets for Bethan Robinson, 1 for Ella Phillips. Madsen in bowls a full toss and smashed away through extra cover for 4 by Justin Broad. 450 for 6, so maximum batting bonus points secured by Northamptonshire.
5 overs and 2 balls for that 50.
Yes, go along with that. Broad, 41 off 22 balls. Madsen in, reverse sweep. He's only going to get 1 as it goes down to Blair Tickner, down to our right, fielding on the third man boundary. 451 for 6, Broad to 42, brings safe Zaib on strike. 3 looking to save 1 on the offside. Madsen in bowls, and he works it out to the onside. Certainly 1. I think they'll come back for 2 here. They are. Oh no, Zaib's come a long way down. If it had been a slightly better throw, then they might just have had safe Zaib in a spot of bother. He fancied 2. I think in the end there wasn't 2, but he'd set off for it. He managed to put the anchors on and get back. 452 for 6. Broad on strike, again reverse sweep, again Tickner fields, again it's 1 run. Broad to 43, Northamptonshire to 453 for 6. 61 overs in the day after this. Of course, we'll lose a couple for interval between innings. Madsen in, bowls to Zaib, wide outside the off stump, cracked away to deep extra cover by Zaib. 1 more run to him. He goes to 73 off 72 balls. 454 for 6 at the end of the over. So Northamptonshire leading now by 147.
I'd go now.
Would you?
You want as many overs. You've got to get 10 wickets. He's going to chuck it down tomorrow. Possibly. And you've still got a second innings anyway. Here's David Lloyd around the wicket, bowls to safe Zaib, who smashes it down the ground for a single. Blair Tickner does the fielding at long on. 455 for 6. There's no more bonus points available, is there? So.
No. Well, only for Derbyshire, because they could get another.
Well, yes, another reason to declare. As this next one is swung into the leg side. It might beat Danish Dahl, will it? No, it's an excellent piece of fielding by Dahl, who actually throws the ball in while he's kneeling down. They come back for 2, Broad onto 45. Will he go to 50 in the grand manner? 457 for 6, the lead exactly 150. Lloyd on his way in, Broad just punches that square on the leg side. They'll go through for a single. Potts comes around the substitute field as if tidy things up. Broad moves to 46, 458 for 6.
Justin Broad might have challenged Northamptonshire's fastest ever first-class 50 in terms of balls, but he's gone past it now, so he's not going to do that record.
Next delivery from Lloyd is pushed out into the offside by safe Zaib, straight away in Madsen at extra cover.
Which may or may not please Northamptonshire bowling coach Rory Kleinfeld, because he holds the record.
Unsurprisingly, perhaps. As this next delivery is floated up outside the off stump and Zaib smashes it away for 4. I'm sure I'm sure what that delivery was all about, really. Zaib moves on to 78 off just 75 deliveries, 462 for 6 with 1 ball left of the 108th over.
Already got to 50 off 20 balls against Derbyshire at Wantage Road in 2016.
Yeah, that was next delivery from Lloyd is cut away by Zaib out towards Dowell. They won't take on his arm, and it actually arrives on the second bounce at wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, but Zaib picks up a single, moves on to 79. 46 to Broad, partnership 78 off 52 balls, 463 for 6.
Another wicket at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are now 8 for 4. Replying to Northamptonshire 264.
Game over.
Well, it'd be a good one for them to win from there.
Certainly would.
Not a great one for Northamptonshire to lose
No,
from
indeed.
there.
No.
Bethan Robinson and Ella Phillips, a couple of wickets apiece. 263 for 6 it is. Zaib, 79 off 76.
Over 8 level.
Down the pitch comes Zaib, and he's launched that into the temporary permanent stand, I think. Or has it gone?
Yeah, it's gone all
It's
the way.
gone all
hasn't
the
it?
way for 6. I lost sight of it. You could see it was going towards the stand, but nobody seemed to move. No, it was actually it was so straight that it was in the area that's protected by the big sort of sight screen down there, so there was nobody sitting close to it. Zaib to 85 off 77 balls, 469 for 6, and this is carnage at the moment. Here's Lloyd Madsen in again. It's cut away by Zaib. He's only going to get one. There is a man, well, the inevitable Harry Kane, down at deep backward point. 470 for 6. His great-granddad would have approved of this as well, wouldn't he? Walter Robbins, who'd like to move the game forward. Zaib to 86. Broad on strike. And he's smashed that away out towards deep mid-wicket, and he's caught. So Madsen gets a wicket, and Broad goes for 46 off 27 balls. And Northamptonshire are 470 for 7. Broad has certainly done what Northamptonshire were intending there. He's played an absolute little gem of an innings. I mean, he had a good day with the ball yesterday. And 46 off 27 balls, 470 for 7.
First wicket of the season for Wayne Madsen. I'm looking for positives here. I can't find any. And a nice catch, actually, by Harry Kane out in the deep. They're never easy, though, when you're diving forward. No sign of a declaration yet, which is a little bit disappointing. The lead is 163.
Well, yeah, it would be a brave captain who declared with safe save on 86.
Yes, yeah, but it's not about.
It's not about
I don't
that,
think they will declare before he's either out or gets to 100. But
No, I think they might be looking to get maybe get 200 ahead. But I mean, that's still another 37 runs. But I hear exactly what you're saying. I think the point's well made that if the forecast is anything like right,
I think they've done everything right up to this point. They've done for me, they've done absolutely everything right here, Northamptonshire. They've got on with it. They haven't really worried too much about their own circumstances, which has been clear by some of the shots that have been played. There have been elements of risk. They've already ground Derbyshire into the dirt, so to carry on just seems futile. But they are carrying on, so.
Well, it's selfless cricket, I think, say from Zaib and from Justin Broad as well. Calvin Harrison is at the crease. He faces first ball. He gets the reverse sweep out straight away. And he doesn't manage to get it past the fielder there, Mitch Wagstaff at backward point. Madsen in, bowls and forced off the back foot by Calvin Harrison. There's no run. I wonder if Mitch Wagstaff had any of Katie's cake.
Well, if he has, he won't be able to move.
Madsen in bowls, and nicely driven by Harrison up to long off for a single to get off the mark. 471 for 7. That is the end of Wayne Madsen's over. At the end of it, 3 overs, 1 for 25 for the Derbyshire captain. 471 for 7. The lead is 164, and well, Derbyshire could pick up what, 2 wickets in this next over, then they will get a 3rd bowling point.
Wayne Madson's first-class wicket since April 2022, David
Gosh.
Griffin informs me.
Memorable one then.
He has had a shoulder issue which has prevented him from bowling at all, really. He was a regular in T20 cricket, certainly. Here's David Lloyd, 0 for 77 off 16 overs. Lloyd bowls to Harrison, who just dabs that down towards Lewis Rees at 3rd man for a single. Score moves on to 472 for 7. Field spread far and wide as Lloyd is in, and back goes Zaib to crash the ball towards the point boundary. Just a single again as Dahl does the fielding. In comes Jack Morley to field at extra cover when Madsen moves closer at mid-wicket. Everybody else on the boundary as Lloyd is in once again, and he tries for a reverse something or other. It goes through the legs of Brooke Guest for a bye. Interesting. He's trying to tell us it was a scoop. It didn't look like a scoop. 474 for 7. Here comes Lloyd once more, bowls to Zaib, who crashes this straight back towards us. Not far away from the glass. That's as close as I can remember the ball ever coming towards this glass. I've seen one go over the top. Alex Hughes actually cleared this building some years ago in T20 cricket, but no ball has ever hit the glass, and that was as close as we've come. Zaib moves on to 93, 480 for 7.
Yes, you were just getting ready to leap into action and hold the catch.
I was just getting ready to dive underneath that table there. That's where I was going. Next delivery's turned into the leg side by Zaib. They've run one, they're thinking about the second, but Harry Kane has covered 100 metres very quickly and keeps them down to a single. Zaib moves to 94, 481 for 7. The lead 174, 1 ball left of David Lloyd's 17th over. He's gone for 86, and now there is a sort of scoop type affair that brought Harrison 4 runs. I don't really know how to describe that, because it wasn't the delicate scoop over his head. It was outside off stump, and he flicked his bat at it. Away it went to the boundary. 485 for 7. Harrison on to 6. Zaib has 94. The lead is 178, and there are still 58 overs to go today, and we will get them all in, I fancy.
We might, if the conditions stay as they are at the moment. I was looking at Northamptonshire's fastest 100 in first-class cricket. In terms of balls faced, it's 59 balls, but it's by Stephen Peters, presently the cricket chair at Northampton, but it was against Help Yourself Bowling, so it's one of those with an asterisk next to it.
Isn't this?
Well, now. 94 to save Zaib, facing Madsen, and that is cracked away through extra cover. Certainly 1, they will come back for 2. Save Zaib to 96. On the brink of becoming, well, back-to-back century maker. Made 116 at Old Trafford and 96 off 82 balls as Madsen bowls to him. He cuts it away. Certainly more runs for him. Just 1. It is now. They're going to come back for 2. As again, Harry came with work to do, herring round the boundary. Makes you wonder, I think, if Harry Kane hadn't fielded as well as he had today, Northamptonshire would have declared by now. He's been excellent. 98.
Don't try and blame Harry Kane.
98 to Zaib. Make that 99 as he drives it out into the covers. Again, I hardly need to say Harry Kane fields. 99 to save Zaib. 490 for 7. Calvin Harrison. 6 off 6. 4 saving the 1, 2 on either side, and Harrison just on the back foot, punching it up to long on, quite happy to give safe Zaib the bowling. Zaib on 99. He has faced just 84 balls. And he's facing Madsen round the wicket, flighted up, worked into the offside, out to extra cover, but Caleb Jewell fields, and there's no run. Zaib waiting for Madsen on 99, and there's his 100. He forces it away through extra cover, and that is a remarkable innings from Saif Zaib. He reaches 100 off 86 balls, punches the air, acknowledges the applause from around the ground and from his teammates, congratulated by Calvin Harrison. 100 at Old Trafford, 100 in the next match at Derby, indeed in the next innings. And Northamptonshire 492 for 7 at the end of the over. Zaib's 100 coming off 86 balls, so his second 50 has come off just 32 deliveries.
9 fours, 3 sixes. And no declaration, which I'm staggered about. 185 the lead. So now I'm more than happy for Northamptonshire to bat on. I don't think it'll make any difference at all. The longer they bat, the less Derbyshire will have to bat until the rain arrives. If it does, Morley in bowls, and Zaib plays it straight back to the left armour. Don't start playing properly now. 492 for 7. Zaib in again, and he has it. Oh, there we go. He smashed it out towards cow corner. 1 bounce 4. He moves on to 104. 496 for 7. Lead up to 189. Fairly sure only one side can win this game now, unless something truly remarkable happens.
Zaib's 5th first-class 100.
This one is a attempted sweep. He gets the bottom edge on it. It might work to his advantage. Will it? No, he's only going to get 1, although Lewis Rees almost overran the ball as he tried to pick it up. Zaib moves to 105, 497 for 7. Wayne Madsen just telling Lewis Rees to get back on the boundary. He's going in at backward point. David Lloyd comes up at cover. Extra cover, really. There is a cover on the boundary as well as a long off, who is Mitch Wagstaff down below us. And 4 men on the leg side boundary. And this one is a full toss that's bunted down the ground. Around comes Zach Chappell, who stops it really well. Had to put the dive in. Wagstaff completes the fielding, and they come back for 2, and Harrison moves on to 9 from 8. That's 499 for 7.
Terrific commitment, isn't it? Zach Chappell.
Morley around the wicket to Harrison, who goes back and slaps the ball down the ground towards Wagstaff, the substitute fielder, who's off. I think it's Blair Tickner. The 500 comes up for Northamptonshire after 111.5 overs. Morley in, and this one is launched down the ground. Chappell's running in off the boundary, takes the catch. And Saif Zaib's magnificent innings comes to an end on 105 off 90 balls. Zach Chappell with the catch. Northamptonshire 500 for 7, a lead of 193. And I think the declaration has come.
It has.
They've declared on 500 for 8. And that Saif Zaib will get a very big ovation. You would hope, because he has entertained the crowd royally. Good catch by Zach Chappell out in the deep, had to come in off the boundary. And the lead at the declaration for Northamptonshire is 193 with 54 overs left to play today. Derbyshire have got a lot of batting to do here. They might get somewhere close by the close if they're still out there, but who knows?
Well, we were going through various scenarios this morning, Fletch, weren't we, about what Northamptonshire might have in their minds, and just about I never thought they'd get to 500 as quickly. I wasn't sure they'd go on that long. But the innings of Saif Zaib and Justin Broad has really opened up all sorts of possibilities. I think it'll still be very hard pressed unless there's a an extraordinary collapse, and there's nothing in the conditions to suggest that that's going to happen. There's probably not enough time to wrap up victory today. Derbyshire bat anything like, and they could still clear off the arrears today. And well, then we see what happens with the weather, don't we? That's the big imponderable. I'll go through the bowling figures. Although the squeamish, in one or two cases, might wish to turn away now, as they used to say when they put the football results on the telly. Zach Chappell, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 59. Lewis Rees, who opened the bowling with him, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65. Anuj Dal, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Blair Tickner, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 72. Martin Anderson, 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 61. David Lloyd, 17 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 90. Jack Morley, 14 overs, no maidens, 2 for 78. And Wayne Madsen, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. There were 14 extras, 1 bye, 8 leg byes, 3 wides, 2 no balls, and Northamptonshire 500 for 8 declared in exactly 112 overs. As Fletch said, a lead of 193.
We're back. It's the second half of the afternoon session of day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire here at the county ground. The sun has just gone in briefly, but I think it'll be back. And Derbyshire, the small matter of 193 runs behind on first innings after Northamptonshire declared just a few moments ago on... I didn't write it down.
500 for 8.
Oh, it is 500 for 8. Excellent.
Northampton's second highest total on this ground. But the first one was quite a lot more, 647 for 5 back in 2003, when David Sales made a double hundred.
Yeah, which I missed. Well, I wasn't here, certainly. I didn't miss it. Liam Guthrie will open the bowling. Caleb Jewell is at the non-striker's end, and David Lloyd will face the first delivery. Not got many runs this season, Lloydie. Desperate for a score. What better time to do it than now? Guthrie is in, bowls wide of the off stump, and a ball that could have been left alone quite comfortably, and Lloyd has a go at it, trying to cut it away, and gets too much on it, and it goes up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh, who earlier on today got a 79-ball half-century. Well, it was a 78-ball half-century. Was that next ball. 51 he made. Zaib currently fielding at point, I think. After that century, as Guthrie bowls, Lloyd defends it up to Keogh. I'm not sure why they got excited by that, but they did. Seemed to be out of the middle of Lloyd's bat. But there'll be a lot of that. 3 slips in place, only 3 slips in place, I would say. 54 overs to be bowled today at the start of this over. Plus whatever we get tomorrow. Of course, the nightmare scenario is it rains until 4 o'clock. As Guthrie is in, Lloyd leaves this one alone outside the off stump. There we go, that's more like it. Ball goes through to the keeper, Lewis McManus, and there's no run.
So Northamptonshire scored after lunch 125 in 15 overs.
Decent though, that's what they should be doing. It's perfect.
Went in for lunch at 375 for 5 off 97. So yeah, 125 runs in 15 overs. 8 an over? 8, yeah.
Here's Guthrie in and bowls. That one is defended by Lloyd again. Middle of the bat. If you're a Derbyshire supporter, just put out of your mind the oohs and the ahs for the time being. Because nothing happened. At 53 runs this season, David Lloyd at 10. Going into this, his 5th innings. He waits now as Guthrie runs away from us and bowls. Oh, and he gets one that pops a little bit, comes off the outside edge of the bat into the ground towards Safe Zaib, whose name I seem to have been saying a lot over the last couple of hours. Understandably, terrific century from him. 105 off 90 deliveries in the end. And Guthrie walks back to his mark. Not a particularly long run-up either, which is good news, and he's on his way in again to bowl to Lloyd, who drives out into the offside. I'm going to guess that that's Bartlett.
It is.
Who is wearing this floppy sun hat for the... Perhaps it's just the first session of each innings. I don't know.
I think it might well be. But
it's warranted, because there is some sun on this occasion. There wasn't when he wore it in the first innings. Derbyshire yet to get off the mark after the first over.
He has some company, because James Sales has got the...
got
the floppy on as well.
I'm glad I hadn't spotted that.
In there at first slip. And he's going to be Luke Proctor, who continue his Are You the Pro business, from Simon Kerrigan said. He opens the batting and opens the bowling.
Well, it'd be all right, because if they can wrap it up today, he'll have an extra day to do the washing, won't he?
It's true. He's also on 97 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire, so could have a double CB round, or whatever the equivalent is. Sales is at first slip, Baskin Salos at second, Harrison at third, Proctor it's going to be, bowling to the left-handed Caleb Jewell from the City end. Proctor is in bowls and forced off the back foot by Jewell straight to the aforementioned safe Zaib, an extra cover.
I think I'd just put the match fee behind the bar and have done with it.
That's right, yes.
That might be the simplest way. Lancashire had taken the second new ball against Leicestershire. They were 296 for 3 and leading by 33. It's a good effort, that.
It is. Very good effort. Proctor running in to bowl to Caleb Jewell, who again forces off the back foot. This time it goes up to mid-off. Fielded there by Dom Leach, and there's no run. Durham eventually all out for 427 against Yorkshire at Durham, at Chesterley Street, with Emilio Gay making 152. The rest sort of fell away a bit, really, but we've got a lead of, what, 120. Proctor in bowls, turned away by Jewell for the first runs of the innings, running out away through mid-wicket, beautifully timed. Is it going to get there? Not quite. Just flicked back, and they come back for 3, comfortable 3. So Caleb Jewell is away. Likewise, Derbyshire, 3 for no wicket, still 190 behind. At Chelmsford, where Worcestershire need 295 to beat Essex, they're 56 for 3. Which is a bit of a recovery because they were, what, 6 for 2 or something. Somerset 45 for no wicket in their second innings against Hampshire down at Southampton. So they're still 107 adrift. Surrey 280 for 3, still 185 behind Sussex down at Hove. Here's Proctor in bowls to Lloyd, who's on the back foot. Plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields. Dom Sibley made 82. Today, Ollie Pope 103, they're both out. Dan Lawrence unbeaten on 41. Nottinghamshire 367 all out against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, so a first innings lead of 274 for Nottinghamshire after bowling the Bears out for just 93 in their first innings. And Hasib Hamid carried his bat for 138. Here's Proctor in bowls, and Lloyd solid in defence, plays it back down the pitch. No run. Hasib Hamid 138 not out off 240 balls, batted for 6.5 hours.
A mere trifle to Hasib Hamid.
Good stuff. 165 dots in those 240 balls.
Some player.
Proper cricket. Now, one of the slips is being taken out, James Sales. Going in at short mid-wicket, so down to 2 slips now. Vasconcelos at first and Harrison at second. Proctor in, bowls to Lloyd down the leg side and taken by Lewis McManus, and that's the end of Luke Proctor's first over of the innings. Derbyshire are 3 for no wicket. Those runs to Caleb Jewell, 190 runs behind. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire 83 for 1 in their second innings against Kent in Division 2, so Gloucestershire leading by 162. Leicestershire 304 for 3 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, so Leicestershire in a decent position there. Ryan Ahmed made 100, Lewis Hill is 56 not out, Peter Hanscom 57 not out. And at Lords, Middlesex declaring at 470 for 9 for a first innings lead of 271, but Glamorgan have made a much better fist of it so far. 71 for no wicket in their second innings.
Here comes Guthrie, in and bowls to Jewell down the leg side. Tries to flick it away, can't do so. McManus diving away to his right-hand side with a good stop. And
in the women's 50 over match, the Metro Bank
One Day
Cup.
It's game over, and it's game over.
Well, Northamptonshire made 264 for 6. If you're just catching up with what's been happening, Michaela Kirk on loan from the Blaze, making 125 not out, the highest individual innings ever played for Northamptonshire's women. And Leicestershire, who were 10 for 5, are now 34 for 5.
Goes Guthrie and bowls to Jewell, who punches this out into the offside. A little touch there by safe Zaib, but he can't stop it, so they do get through for a single as the ball is eventually picked up by Justin Broad. and hurled back in. 4 without loss, Derbyshire. Yeah, game. I'll call it now. I'll call it now.
Well, Alan Watson for Leicestershire is just out. The 34 for 6 now. So he's just out a 4th wicket in the innings for Ella Phillips. 18 off 42 balls.
You'll have the best bowling analysis for the women, of course. This next one is turned into the leg side by David Lloyd, who gets his first run. That will potentially settle him down a little bit, hopefully. He's had a wretched run at the start of the season, gave up the captaincy during the winter, having been captain in his first year here at Derbyshire since arriving from Glamorgan.
There have been 2 6-fers.
Oh, there we go.
6 for 16, Trish Hankins against Lincolnshire, and 6 for 21, Joe Gardner against Oxfordshire.
Guthrie's in again to Jewell, who goes up on his toes and punches the ball up towards Luke Proctor at mid-off.
Took a while, I have to say, to sort
Sort
those records out.
Absolutely.
But,
That's a terrific effort.
well, it's only because David Ripley asked me to, and
No.
never say no. Never say no to Rips.
No, fine effort. Credit where it's due. Guthrie's at the top of his mark. Jewell on 4, waits. And this next, a play and a miss as he went for quite a punchy-looking drive into the offside. Ball goes past the edge of the bat and through to McManus. Potentially gets away with one there. It was like a race to be the first game to finish in every round of matches. This has certainly got possibilities. You would have thought. Morgan against Middlesex also. As Guthrie is in, and that one is driven down the ground for 4 by Caleb Jewell. It was just spearing down the leg side, and he's driven it straight back past the bowler. Picked up a boundary. Final ball of the over, and Jewell moves on to 8. 9 without loss. Derbyshire. The next replay might show you what a good shot it was on the big screen.
It was a quality shot, wasn't
But
it?
it was a beautiful shot from Caleb Jewell, who has been in very decent nick since he arrived. 4 successive half-centuries before the first innings here, which was his first non-half century. He made 16 off 26 in the first innings.
Proctor it's going to be to continue from the City end. He's going to be bowling to David Lloyd with the 2 slips in, and James Sales now in there catching at a short mid-wicket position. And Proctor is in, bowls to Lloyd, who edges, and it's gone wide of second slip. There's no third man, so it's 4 runs. Lloyd to 5, Derbyshire to 13 for no wicket.
No third man, you say?
No third man, and yeah,
I don't suppose there would be if they're attacking, but they've still only got 3 slips. Put a 4th slip in.
well, they only got 2 slips in, and
Put a third one in
yeah,
then.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think that's the
They took the slip out to put him at sort of catching mid-wicket, didn't
short
they?
mid-wicket, yeah. But
There should be 3 slips.
well, you'd have thought, given the match situation and necessity to make inroads, is Proctor in bowls and whipped away by Lloyd down towards fine leg. They've
Guthrie.
completed 1. They've come back for 2. Guthrie, the fielder.
That was a nice stop. I know it's out of your sight. You've
It
got,
is,
a
yeah.
very large pillar, which is only crucial in that it's holding up the entire building.
We'll make allowances, but yeah, it was a good bit of fielding by Liam Guthrie down to the boundary. 15 for no wicket. Lloyd to 7. Yeah, Northamptonshire going in with 2 slips at the moment. Got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. This catching short mid-wicket, then a more orthodox mid-wicket and a long leg. And said long leg, Liam Guthrie is going to be back in business again because Lloyd has played that latest delivery down there. Guthrie sends in his return. 1 more to Lloyd. 8 to him. Joins Caleb Jewell on 8. And Derbyshire 16 for no wicket. So no alarms yet. Still 177 behind, 50 overs to go in the day after this one. About an hour to go until tea. But Northamptonshire give themselves a chance, but they need to get amongst the wickets. Proctor is in, bowls, and a handsome drive by Caleb Jewell. That was a real stand and deliver. It stood tall, it was outside off stump. And he's bludgeoned it away through the covers for 4. Takes him into double figures, 12 to Jewell. And Derbyshire to 20 for no wicket.
I know he didn't get the 5th successive half-century because he was out early-ish in the first innings, but he'll have watched, I'm sure, and watched a lot of it from slip. And he won't have seen too many demons in this surface. It's a hybrid surface, so that there aren't too many marks on it anywhere, really.
That was a wonderful shot, just through the hands at it. That's outside the off stump. It's left alone by Jewell, and it just shapes in a touch, but actually it goes quite late. And Lewis McManus finished up taking it, I suppose, on the line of off stump. But the movement was late, so it was I think a perfectly safe, reasonable leave by Caleb Jewell. Facing Luke Proctor again. And Jewell gets a little inside edge onto his pad. It rolls back down the pitch. Proctor fields, and there's no run. 20 for no wicket, 12 to Jewell, 8 to Lloyd. And the deficit is 173 as Liam Guthrie takes off his long sleeve sweater, hands it over to umpire Anthony Harris, who now is standing at this racecourse end. Rob Bailey now at the other end, at the city end. Still gorgeous afternoon here in Derby. Beautiful sunshine. And, well, Northamptonshire supporters, I'm sure, will be hoping against hope that the forecast tomorrow is wrong. At the moment, if you look at the various weather apps, it's hard to find too many crumbs of comfort.
In goes Guthrie and bowls to Lloyd, who drives but straight at Bartlett, who's fielding at the cover in the covers, and there is no run. Yeah, it's just not improving at all, which is nobody wants to see a game shortened by the weather. I know this is lost. We've lost a few overs here. We almost made some back yesterday. I think we made 1 back.
Yeah.
So we'll get 9 back of the overs that have been lost, but it's not enough as Guthrie bowls, and it's helped around the corner by Lloyd down to fine leg for 4. Misdirected bouncer, and David Lloyd moves into double figures. He's on 12, so is Jewell, 24 without loss, 169 behind.
I just wonder, Fletcher, it remains to be seen, but I just wonder whether Calvin Harrison, who had very much a walk-on part in the first innings, bowled just 5 overs, whether he may have a little bit more work to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
He got with some runs behind him, as was the case at Old Trafford.
And comes Guthrie again. That one is clipped down towards fine leg once again. There sounded like some bat in there. I can't see a pre-signal from Anthony Harris, and that's because there was bat in it, and he gets 2 more. David Lloyd moves on to 14. Derbyshire up to 26 without loss, which is now the 2nd best opening stand of the season. Lloyd taps his bat on the ground and waits. In comes Guthrie, and that one is pushed into the offside, up towards mid-off, where Keogh is waiting. He did one of those where he sort of set off and then say no, took 1 step, but there clearly wasn't a run there.
Afternoon to Nigel. Nigel Robertson is listening to us, saying excellent contribution from the captain, from Luke Proctor. Early contender for player of the season, question mark. Very early contender, but I think Safe Zaib might be up there as well.
We'll put him on the list. Yes, Guthrie bowls and Lloyd drives, but straight to Proctor. at mid-on this occasion. Gets his body behind the ball, strikes him in the chest.
I assume you mean, Nigel, that the most coveted award, which as we know is the Media Player of
Yeah,
the Year.
absolutely. No question.
Afternoon to Richard Lumb. What a turnaround from the first game against Kent. Well, that's true. Much improved against Lancashire, now running amok against Derbyshire.
Steady.
The Lehman magic dust appears to be settling. Thank you for that, Richard.
Here comes Guthrie to complete the over, and Lloyd turns it into the leg side. And the over does indeed come to an end. Derbyshire 26 without loss. David Lloyd leading the way. He's got 14. Caleb Jewell has 12. And as things stand, well, that over went for a few, I think.
Do you reckon that
Six.
the Lehman magic dust is anything like the green sawdust that we've seen, of which there is a pile behind Lewis McManus at the moment?
We'll have a cautionary tale about the magic dust of an international cricket coach. In Mickey Arthur's first season, which was 3 years ago, Derbyshire, for the first and indeed up to this point only time in the 21st century, won more games than they lost. The following season, they didn't win a single match in the County Championship, and last season they won one.
Proctor in bowls, and another handsome drive by Caleb Jewell, but there has a bit of protection in the shape of George Bartlett out there on the cover point boundary. So there's just a single. Jewell to 13, 27 for no wicket. And James Sales, who was in at first slip for Jewell, now goes into that position catching at short mid wicket for Lloyd.
He has, from memory, because I don't keep records of these things, in fact he's coming out of there now.
No, he is. He's going
He
to
has
slip.
spooned a couple into the onside this season that have they've appeared to stop on him, whether he was just a bit early with his shot selection, I'm not sure.
So Sales back in at first slip as Proctor bowls to Lloyd, who drives into the ground, and Proctor fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire eventually declaring 500 for 8, but picking up the maximum 5 batting points to go with the maximum 3 bowling points. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Lloyd, comes across his stumps, plays it out to mid-wicket and slightly belatedly sets off for a single, but they have plenty of time. Although George Bartlett is quickly to the ball, but one more run to Lloyd, 15 to him, 28 for no wicket. The deficit now 165. It's interesting to see at what point, particularly if these two settle in, at what point Luke Proctor might be tempted to have a look at the leg spin of Calvin Harrison. Proctor in bowls, and Jewell has a little fish after that one, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. I was saying up at Old Trafford that Northamptonshire had 5 batters past 50 in that innings of 496 at Old Trafford, but for Justin Broad getting out just 4 shy after smashing 46 off 27 balls, that would have been 5 again. Proctor in, bowls and driven by Caleb Jewell, but without any great timing. It rolls up to mid-off where Dom Leach fields, and there's no run. And the point of that is, I think it's, it shows that it's not just, one batter doing the job. There's others, so far this season, with Ricardo Vasconcelos having come to the party yesterday, pretty much everybody's got a score, if not more than one, in the first 3 games. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and forced again off the back foot by Jewell, again without any great timing. Up to mid-off, end of the over, 28 for no wicket, 15 to Lloyd, 13 to Jewell in bright sunshine here in the Costerdale Derby. 48 overs remaining in the day, and about 3/4 of an hour to go until tea.
I think the tourist board prefers Barbados.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's a really pleasant afternoon. behind the glass. I assume it's a bit warmer out there. There seem to be one or two who aren't wearing their big coats anymore, which is a promising sign.
I sort of put my nose outside the media lounge at lunchtime and just get a bit of breath of fresh air, and it's still quite chilly.
It's not blistering, is it, by any means? Here's Guthrie in and bowls to Lloyd, who pulls him into the leg side for 4. 6. I beg your pardon. He's pulled him into the leg side for 6. He didn't seem to hit that particularly hard, David Lloyd. I just saw it clear the rope in front of the old scoreboard, and it's a 6 for David Lloyd, who moves to 21. Won't thank me for pointing out that's his high score this season. Derbyshire 34 without loss.
Well, a classic bit of horse stable, etc., etc. James Sales is going out to deep square on the
If he does it
boundary.
again, it's his own fault.
Yeah.
Here comes Guthrie in and bowls. So that's outside the off stump and driven away into the offside. Nice stop there, and there's a shy at the stumps to the end to which David Lloyd was running. It was a really nice piece of work from George Bartlett out in the covers. But they do get through for another single. Lloyd moves to 22 at just under a run a ball. Caleb Jewell on 13 back on strike. 35 without loss. The deficit 158. Wonder what number Derbyshire got in their minds for a declaration. 35 without loss. Jewell back on strike. Guthrie on his way in and leaves this one alone outside the off stump. As they go through to Lewis McManus.
Well, if the weather forecast is badly wrong, it's not completely out of the question. Then well, you never know, do you? Like tomorrow afternoon, around about 3 o'clock, be thinking, well, let's get them, cause a bit of scoreboard pressure.
As long as they're not as bad as Leicestershire were in their declaration, I'm not bothered. This one is crashed away by Caleb Jewell out towards safe Zaib, who's on the point boundary, and he gets another single to move to 14, 36 without loss.
Good afternoon. Pete Techman has also been in touch, pointing out that he's sitting in the garden attempting the fiendishly tricky Guardian Easter crossword.
Oh, yeah.
Having a look at that whilst listening to us, providing commentary of an excellent so far Northamptonshire performance. Not a bad Easter Sunday. No, I'll settle for that.
Is it fiendishly tricky, or is it just, I don't know. Here is Guthrie at Lloyd, pushes it up to mid-off. They scamper through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Bartlett, but it misses, and Lloyd gets home in time. It was well backed up there as well by Broad. 37 without loss.
Some of these, the newspapers do tend to do sort of big crosswords, don't they, on the basis that they think you have more time, it being a bank holiday. But
I'm staggered that anybody still buys a newspaper. I worked in them until I was 50. I can't remember the last time I bought one, I'm afraid. Here's Guthrie bowling to Caleb Jewell at 37 without loss. Full delivery that's driven up to Luke Proctor at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 8 from that one. Guthrie's bowled 4 overs for 21. 37 without loss. Derbyshire. Lloyd has 23. Jewell has 14. 7 overs have gone. They trail by 156. But they've started, as Mickey Arthur promised, Derbyshire would start 5.5 and over. We didn't put a number on it, but he said positive. And the first change.
yep, so Luke Proctor has decided to take himself out of the attack, having bowled 3 overs rather for 16. And we're going to see a bit of Dom Leach to bowl from the far end. The City end didn't bowl as well as he can, I think probably fair to say, in the first innings, because he didn't play in the previous match, so it's a little bit short of cricket. I think he did have a game with the seconds, but anyway, no wicket for, no wicket for 92 off 21 in the first innings. Good opportunity for him to try and make the breakthrough here that Northamptonshire looking for. Lloyd is on strike on 23. Leach is in bowls to him on leg stump, and he clips that up to George Bartlett coming round from mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Felt like a full toss from here, that.
Very full, wasn't it? Just on his legs. Warwickshire have already lost a second innings wicket against Nottinghamshire, facing that huge first innings deficit at Edgbaston, 18 for 1, still 256 behind Notts. Driven by Lloyd up to mid-on. No run to be had there. Proctor comes round to field. And gets applause from his vice-captain, Lewis McManus. Breeze that we were saying yesterday looked to be quite pronounced and nagging if you were sitting out in it. Lots, well, quite stiller, I suppose you have to say today. The trees over to our right, which are just starting to come into leaf and rather beautiful. There's just nothing like as much movement as there was yesterday. Here's Leach bowled short and wide, caught at the second attempt. What a delivery! It was a half tracker. David Lloyd clubbed it out into the covers. It was knocked up and caught on the way back down again. And Lloyd, well, when things are going against you, my goodness, this game can kick you in the teeth and any other painful parts of the anatomy that you care to mention. That's unfortunate, to put it mildly. It was not a great delivery. But it was Justin Broad, and what a day he's having. He knocked it up as it was smashed straight at him, and he managed to catch the rebound as he fell to the floor. Lloyd goes for 23. Northamptonshire have the breakthrough. Derbyshire 37 for 1.
I'm not a sentimental kind of bloke, really, but I just feel so much for David Lloyd at the moment. He just can't buy a break. Under any other circumstances, it would have been a great effort at trying to catch it. He shouldn't have played the shot, really, I suppose, so he might look back on that. But unbelievable to get that at the second attempt from Justin Broad, because it was still going away from him. He had to get down. It was almost just about to hit the deck. And, well, if I was David Lloyd, I'm not sure what I'd do, but... just sit in the corner and cry.
Reflect on the vagaries of what can be. It was a wonderful game, but it can be an extremely cruel game.
That is absolutely astonishing.
But what a wonderful bit of reflex.
A superb catch, yeah, the second
Broad.
attempt, but dear, oh dear.
Broad is, I mean, he's having a half-decent game here. 4 wickets in the first innings, 46 off 27 balls today. And then one of the more remarkable catches, limbering up as well.
Yeah,
so I think
bring him on, I would.
He's going to be bowling.
Double hat trick.
Harry Kame, who's on a pair, having been caught at third slip by Calvin Harrison off Proctor in the first innings, facing up to Dom Leach outside the off stump. And there's a lot of oohing and ahhing on what was a perfectly routine leave to a ball on about 6th stump. So no real problem. It's only Dom Leach's second. No, he got 2, didn't he, in the first game against 2 in the second innings, 1 in the first against Kent. Didn't play at Old Trafford.
Interesting that Sales has gone to first slip now and Vasconcelos has gone to second.
Yeah, that tends to be, if Sales is in the slips, he tends to go at first.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's Leach bowling to Kame, who's pushing out into the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, say Dom Leach had a strange start to the season. He bowled from the old pavilion end, the David Capel end at Northampton, and he just struggled a little bit early on and hit a bit of no ball trouble. Switched to the other end in the Kent game and looked altogether a more threatening proposition. Here's Leach in again, bowls to Kame, very full, and Kame drives, well fielded by Leach off his own bowling, and that's the end of Dom Leach's first over, in which he has taken a wicket.
Got to be on your best behaviour at the moment.
37 for 1 it is.
The big man's in.
Caleb Jewell is 14. Harry Kame is yet to get off the mark, and let's get the Northamptonshire head coach in to have a chat with you.
With
Fledge.
me?
Yeah, go on, Fledge.
Blimey.
So that there's it's balance within balance within the commentary.
Balance within the commentary. You'll have to put me right on which field is which when I make a mistake as well. Old hand at this broadcast. I've spent most of the winter listening to you, Darren, on ABC's coverage of the Big Bash. If you've just come into cheerlead, 37 for 1 Derbyshire, 156 behind. I have to say I commend the way your side played this morning in moving this game on. We'll perhaps get back to that in a moment as Broad is on his way in around the wicket to bowl to Caleb Jewell, who you indeed watched in the Big Bash final. That goes down to backward point. He picks up a single to move to 15. It was clearly the plan, and as far as I'm concerned, it was clearly the right way of going about it.
Yeah, it's obviously still a very good wicket, as we know, and a chance to try and get ahead of the game as quick as you could. And you certainly need 2 batters in to do that and get through that tricky period with the second new ball as such. And once you're ahead of the game, you sort of just got to push on as quick as you can, knowing there's a fair bit of weather about tomorrow.
I was wondering if you take that into account. I mean,
definitely, yeah, definitely.
I'm glad you said yes, because everybody else says they don't. And it seems foolish in this country not to take into account the weather, as Broad bowls to Kane, who's off the mark, so won't get a pair, 39 for 1. Yeah, you have to take it. I think especially in April, blimey, we were blessed in the first 2 rounds, or the first round and a half, really. It sort of got cold, didn't it, last Sunday? But you have to take it into account if you want to win games of cricket.
Yeah, you have to, especially, hopefully it's not right and we do get a bit of play tomorrow. We've got to get to 10 wickets, that's what you've got to do, or 9 now. After that unbelievable catch from Broad.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable.
I'll ask you a question about that in a minute, about David Lloyd. 39 for 1, and Caleb Jewell drives. That's a nice half stop by Broad, and everybody seemed to stop for a moment, so it's going to allow them to come back for 2. Jewell will move on to 17. It's picked up by Rob Keogh, 41 for 1. You know, I don't know if you ever were out of touch, Darren. Almost certainly not, I would have thought. But when you're out of touch, that kind of thing happens to you, doesn't it? And David Lloyd can't buy a run this season.
No, he came out quite aggressive there, more so than the first innings, didn't he? Hit some good shots, a beautiful pull shot for 6, and then, yeah, that can happen. I mean, it was a fantastic catch. You just got to beat the fielder, don't you? Place it a bit better, probably.
Well, not play the shot, probably, because it was a long way outside off stump and bouncing, wasn't it? As Jewell pushes this one out to the backward point boundary, saves Zaib, the hero of the morning, does the fielding, 42 for 1. Just talk to me about his innings. I know he was dropped early. It was a very, very tough chance, but, I mean, he really did play some shots, didn't he?
Well, when he first went out, he was rabbits in the headlight, wasn't he? Playing shots all over the thing. We had to send a message out, mate, just calm down for a little bit. You score quick enough. And he did. He settled down, and then he played beautifully, I thought. He's a good talent.
His next delivery goes, he pulls his bat inside the line of it. Probably went past the bat before he pulled his bat inside the line, but it's gone through to the keeper, 42 for 1.
Yeah, he's sort of a bit like, reminds you a bit of Travis Head,
yeah,
the way he goes about it. You know, all guns blazing. When it comes off, it certainly allows you to do what we
something
did
or
today.
bust.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so that's the advantage. We got 500 very quickly and allows us to have a lead and more overs than we expected today. The plan always, you hope it works, but in this game, as we know, it's a bit more difficult than that.
Broad bowls and came, leaves alone outside the off stump. It was a refreshing change. I watched the game. We were at Grace Road, Leicester last week, and Leicestershire, well, they crawled in the last session of day 3 and then suddenly came out and played some shots at the beginning of day 4. But if it had been the other way around, they'd have had a whole day to bowl at Derbyshire. And you have to factor that in, don't you? You can't do it the wrong way round, because that makes no sense.
Yeah, you've got to try and make sure you're actually getting enough time to bowl your overs if you can. Today the plan was probably to maybe bowl the last session. I didn't think we'd score that quickly. And we did, so it allows us an extra hour's bowling, which in this game could be important. So, it's quick scoring ground, but you've got to get those 10 wickets first and foremost.
Here comes Leach from the city end, bowling to Jewell, who turns this one nicely into the leg side. That ball will race away over the outfield, as Darren said, and safe Zaib catches up with it about 10 yards inside the boundary. They go through for 2. Jewell moves to 20 44 for one. I've got to ask you, as an outsider, you may have been asked this question by Andrew before. How are you enjoying it?
Loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great fun.
Good.
There's some really good cricketers around the country I've seen already. So, I think the county game itself is in a really good state. There's some tweaking to do, obviously, with the amount of cricket, I suppose, and when they play certain things at certain times, or certain competitions as such. But all in all, it's been really good. And the weather's been perfect, hasn't it, really, apart from a cold snap the last few days.
Broad. Leach rather bold, and it's left alone by Jewel. Yes. Well, as you know, and you've been in this country plenty of times, it's not normally like this in April, or not normally like it was 2 weeks ago in April. It lulled us all into a false sense of security.
It did. Well, I remember when I was playing for Yorkshire many moons ago, you play sort of mid-April, your first game, and sleet would be on the ground, and you'd have a cup of tea at drinks, and my God, it was cold in Yorkshire that time of year.
Here's Leach again. Ball's driven down the ground by Jewel, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot from Caleb Jewel, who has impressed for Derbyshire. He's yet to get to 3 figures, but he has got 4 half centuries in the first 2 matches, so he's done pretty well. You'll have seen plenty of him, obviously, in the Big Bash and domestic cricket at home.
Good player, played well for Hobart Hurricanes in the final, and
century stand, of course. So I did
Mitch
put that
Owen.
to him. He made 12 off 12, I think, Caleb.
yeah, Mitch Owen just took him apart that day.
It was ridiculous, wasn't it?
It was good to watch.
Yeah.
That's the advantage when you're not coaching, you're actually commentating. You can actually watch with an unbiased view. So
And enjoy it.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
good to watch, and they thoroughly deserved to win the Hobart Hurricanes. It's one of those games. So yeah, he's a good player. It'll be a good signing for Derbyshire. I'm sure they'll be excited to have him around.
Absolutely.
And he's here for the whole year. He's playing the Blast as well.
And everything, all the way through until Cricket Australia call him back, which they seem to do with a lot of Australians.
They do lately, don't they?
Yeah, it just seems slightly high risk to me to employ Australians in the Championship, because they do call them back or alter what they can do. He turns this next delivery from Leach into the leg side. Zaib does the fielding, and Jewel moves to 25, 49 for 1. So that we can clearly see the progression of the Northamptonshire season, because we were watching the game at Lancashire and thinking, well, you're right on top in this. Lancashire are the bookmakers' favourites. Everybody, I'm not so sure it'll happen, but everybody thinks, well, when Jimmy Anderson comes back, he might be too good for a lot of second division batters and that kind of thing. But to push Lancashire as you did at Old Trafford, you must have been delighted with that.
Yeah, very delighted with that result. Well, apart from the
Left alone by came outside their stump.
not getting the final hurdle. I mean, they defended stoutly in the last day and a bit. And it was a very flat wicket. It's actually not too dissimilar to this one. This one's flattened out quite nicely, hasn't it? It looked pretty good to bowl on. I mean, if being a little bit critical, we didn't get it right the first day, that last session. We went around the park a little bit, bowled a bit short and wide, but we got it right, obviously, yesterday in the morning. So you can get wickets, and now it's going to be a toil.
It's a hybrid pitch. 49 for 1 as this next delivery from Leach is left alone to go through to the keeper by Harry Kame, end of the over. And I don't think we've seen enough 4-day cricket played on hybrid pitches in this country yet to know exactly if they will alter. I mean, you look, there's barely a footmark on the playing surface, is there? And I'm not sure that that's proper cricket, really.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to break up, does it?
No.
There are some footmarks out there when you get closer, so you'd hope it'd spin a little bit. But Lancashire last week, that spun, but that held together very well, as it normally does there at Old Trafford. I think the wicket, you've got to leave some grass on the wickets. We certainly did it at Northants. The first game was a really good cricket wicket. Challenging for the batters, probably more so than the bowlers, but still, there's nothing wrong with that as a bowling unit.
Broad into Jewel, who drives out into the offside. It's fielded by Guthrie. Cover. And although it was never billed like that, this match here, Mickey Arthur in one changing room, Darren Lehman in the other changing room. It's second division in the English County Championship. I mean, that's so good for the game in this country. Do you understand how good that is from your perspective?
Well, you don't, because you're just trying to...
I know you're a bloke trying to do a job.
Yeah.
I understand that, but here's Broad again around the wicket, bowls to Jewel. He gets a little flick down the leg side. Has he? No. says the umpire. The fielders were all quite excited for a moment, and Jewel survives.
But it's good to lock horns with Mickey. He's a great man, Mickey Arthur. Really enjoy his company. I think I'm catching him for a beer tonight, actually, after play. So
Excellent.
hopefully our overrate's good and we finish on time. Yeah, that'll be one of the
Yes.
things, and hopefully we've got a few wickets along the way. But yeah, he's been here for a few years now, hasn't he?
Yes, his 4th season. Absolutely. This next delivery is full from Broad and driven up to mid-off. But I don't know if you'd be the same, you may not, and I'm not worried if you're not, but Mickey Arthur is a huge advocate of county cricket. I know you played it a lot up at Yorkshire, but to have somebody with his background and similar to your background supporting the county game in this country, it's so good for us who work in county cricket, if you know what I mean. It's not all about the internationals, it's not all about the franchises, as this next delivery from Broad is pushed into the offside by Jewel and there's no run.
Yeah, it's good fun. I've really enjoyed it. The club have been fantastic. The county, the members, everywhere I've gone has been excellent. And the county game is in a good space. As I said, there's got to be some tweaking. I'm sure they might lessen the game here or two and get the one-dayers playing at different times and things like that, and that'll be fine. There's some good cricketers, though.
Broad bowls to Jewel, who just punches this off the back foot into the onside. Keogh comes around to do the fielding, and Jewel moves to 26. The 50 is up for Derbyshire. We're going to get the little celebrations in wherever they can at the moment, Derbyshire, and they have only lost the 1 wicket so far. They trail by 143. Oh, don't worry, they'll tweak with it. They've done nothing but tweak with the county system for about the last 25 years.
Yeah, the divisional cricket's a funny one because I played in one division, obviously. The back end it was 2 divisions. I don't mind it at all, to be perfectly honest. But what I'm not a fan of is
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Kame. They've run the first one quickly. Is he going to come back for the second? He's going to take on Zaib's arm, and he's going to get back for 2. Kame moves on to 3, 52 for 1.
what I sort of don't like is the players leaving Division 2 for Division 1. That's the hardest thing I find. I mean, you really should be able to play for England whichever division you're in. That'd be my take on it. There's been all sorts of things talked about changing the game or lessen the games to 12, and I didn't mind the Bob Willis round during COVID where it was
No, we enjoyed that.
3 divisions, but you have if you just went from 1 to 18 and go 1, 2, 3, separate them, 4, 5, 6, separate them in the groups, and you have 3 lots. I don't mind that because I think, and you have a winner in a final, and you get rid of this divisional cricket as such. You more have groups, so there's a lot of things you can go through, and the reason I like that is people then wouldn't leave Division 2 to go to Division 1. They're just playing in their group, and it's all the same.
And from a Derbyshire perspective, we wouldn't end up playing Leicestershire 73 days out of 100 because we always seem to play Leicestershire more than anybody. It's ridiculous, this next delivery. I mean, it's a nice place. It's a no ball, in fact, 54 for 2.
I don't know if that's possible because we play them all the time.
Yes, quite, yes. The 3 teams just played in their own little mini league. But at the moment, I think the one good thing that they did do recently was restructure the one-day couple. They put it underneath the 100, so they sort of hid it away. I'm not going to ask you about the 100. I'd have to leave the room. But we play different teams. So Surrey and Hampshire, they're playing Glamorgan this year. But the north and south thing in T20 cricket drives me nuts. This one is driven by Jewel for 4 runs. Glorious shot out towards the wide long off boundary. He moves to 30, 58 for 1. Derbyshire have played, I think I'm right in saying, 4 southern teams in T20 since it started. I mean, that's largely due to their lack of success in getting to knockout stages. But 4 teams from the south, well, that can't be right, can it? Never played Surrey, never played Middlesex.
Well, it just gets down to cost, doesn't it, really? That's why they're doing it. It's just cost. But I do agree, you want to try and make it as equal as you possibly can.
Give the spectators a bit of variety. This is next delivery's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, Jewel. Doesn't manage to make contact. Lewis McManus diving away to his right, stops
Well, if you actually make it more of a group scenario, you'll have that different
absolutely
scenario.
Well,
in fact, the group scenario could go to your one-day cup as well.
Yeah.
And then you're all of a sudden playing different counties, different groups.
When the Bob Willis, Derbyshire beat Nottinghamshire for a start, so I'm always going to love the Bob Willis Trophy. That was the first game back after COVID in the August. As Leach is in and bowls, that one is hitting the pad of Caleb Jewell. Did he get some bat on it? It looks like there's no signal from Rob Bailey. And Jewell picks up another single, moves to 31-59 for 1. Harry came on 3. They ended up going through into a reasonable standard in the next round, if you like, because they took 2, 2 and 2 and then made another 3 groups, and they ended up playing Lancashire with a chance of getting through to the final. And all 18 counties could win the title at the start of the season, where of course at the moment there's 8 who can't, because we're in the second division.
Well, that's right. So that's why I don't mind the change.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it.
There's Leach in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Kame.
The other attraction with that is your overseas players. They're playing everywhere. So that they would actually say, you know what, I can play at Lords or whoever I've got in my group. You've got a natural attraction there to go to any county. Where at the moment a lot of them want to go to the Division 1 county or test playing grounds. So I think that changes the dynamics a little bit. Our day we had the Sunday League, but you can certainly have the one-day cup around that group stages if you like. Then you have a standalone blast that finishes all in one.
That'll be good. Yeah, rather than wait until September for the final. Here comes Leach and bowls to Kame. Oh, this is so refreshing. So refreshing. I feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall most of the time, but it's madness to me, because you get the overseas coming in for the group stages of the T20, which finish whenever they finish before the beginning of August. The final is in September, by which time all the top overseas stars are playing either going back home to prepare for their domestic seasons, or playing in the Caribbean, or playing. It just makes no sense.
I know it was very hard for Northampton last year. We lost some players because of that.
Next delivery is played by Harry Kame into the onside. Leach's third over comes to an end, 1 for 14. He's got 59 for 1. Derbyshire. Harry Kame has 3. Caleb Jewell has 31, and they still trail by 134 runs.
You two arguing again?
Andrew,
You've
well,
been arguing all day.
Andrew,
by the way.
Andrew Red doesn't want to speak to you. No.
Andrew's my confidant. He sends me messages and tells me what's coming up. I love it. He thinks I've got insomnia because I'm up at Sparrow's Fart. I'm up at 5, 6 o'clock walking around town, and I get this ping, and it's ready to give me the latest. So I didn't know we had the good one that came through was the fastest 50 just before.
That one is driven out into the offside by Caleb Jewell. New over from Broad beginning.
So the fastest 50 for Northamptonshire is Rory Kleinfeld, our bowling coach.
Yeah.
20 balls. I didn't know that. He was very chuffed. He was telling me all about the 20 balls. A lot of them were 6s and 4s, so it didn't take long.
No, he could give it a biff, though, as you can imagine. He's not a small human being, is he?
No.
I think I saw that. It was here, or was it at Northampton? I would have seen it. This one is pulled into the leg side by Caleb Jewell. Just goes over the head of George Bartlett and away to the boundary for 4. Jewell moves to 35, 63 for 1. So in domestic cricket in Australia, I don't know how much you've seen of Caleb Jewell. I only got a century for Tasmania in the last Shield match, but by that time I don't think either of the sides who were playing in that game could qualify for the final anyway. But he's still got a century. I asked him about his season, and he said, "Oh mate, it's been a season of highlights." I don't think he was 100% thrilled with the way it had gone last season for him, although, he's won the Big Bash and he's got a century in the Sheffield Shield. I'd probably settle for that. Is he... George Bailey was recommended him to Mickey Arthur as Broad is in, and that comes off a thick inside edge out into the leg side. Bartlett slips on a pitch that's been prepared for, I assume, the game against Middlesex, starting next Friday. Well, Mickey Arthur went, and this is why he's a good signing for me. Mickey Arthur said to George Bailey, I want a batter, but I don't want a batter who's likely to be called up into an Australia or an Australia A side, but who is sort of bubbling under. Is that where he's regarded?
Pretty much, yeah. He's a good signing for the reason you said he's here all year.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only just come into the role, and really that's one of the things I'll sort of be taking to the board and members and anyone that sort of
Broad bowls and Kane bails out of the shot, goes through to the keeper.
tweets in or gets ratters. He'll send me the message, I'm sure, from the members there. It's more a case of trying to have a overseas that is here for the whole time. Now, we're very lucky to have Chahal come for the back end of the year, so we're always going to have a spot in the first half. But it's very hard with IPL, Pakistan Super League going on to get that other overseas. And then it's cost, as we know, it's not cheap.
Kane defends that delivery from Broad. No, quite. But it becomes more expensive. It always strikes me as if you're bringing somebody over for 4 matches and then flying him home and then flying somebody else in.
Well, it is expensive, yeah. And it's not easy. I mean, we spoke about it, obviously, with the overseas, and I know the members have said, why have we not got an overseas batter as such? Well, the simple fact is it gets down to money at certain stages and what you can and can't afford.
Broad bowls to Kane, who pushes that up towards mid-on.
But then also you've got to find out about your players. I'm a new coach. I need to see what our local talent's like, and I've been very impressed with all of them, their work ethic and how they've gone about it. And it gives the local players an opportunity. I mean, we're the only county to play without an overseas.
Well, I imagine you are, yes. It's remarkable that... it's remarkable to see a county championship side without an overseas player.
So we decided we're going to do that. Obviously, we've got Harry Conway coming next game after we've got a break next week, and he'll play against Leicester, tall, fast bowler from South Australia, so New South Wales. And really, it's more the bowling stocks, the batting stocks. You've got to having played county cricket for so long, your locals actually have to do more than the overseas. Overseas has got to win you certain games at certain times, obviously, and that's probably more relevant in the Big Bash. But someone like Bretsky was going to be here for the first half of the year, then he gets an IPL contract, so you're a bit stuck there.
Leach in from the city end, that's clipped away into the leg side, beautifully stopped by Zaib. You can't keep him out of this game at the moment. Diving to his left, got both hands to it.
So the overseas is harder. So it's just, getting back to Derbyshire there, Caleb Jewell's a very good signing. You're looking at around what you can do. You've got to find that next level. They're going to be here the whole time, or they're not going to take them. Yeah. And that's always the challenge. Bretsky, for example, was perfect. He was going to play right through from the first county game right till the end of the blast. So that's a big chunk of the year to miss out on overseas.
This one's driven by Jewell out into the offside. No run there.
So that's always challenging. And obviously we've got Charles, so we've only got half a room at the first half, and then you've got to find someone to fit that mould. And, you can get a batter, I suppose, which would have been Bretsky, but he's gone. Do you go another batter? Well, at some stage you've got to find out about your young players and develop them. So I'm happy that we've taken a risk there. It'll work sometimes, it won't work other times. First game of the year we got bowled out twice in a wicket that did a bit. But it was a good game, a lot closer than people sort of look at the scoreboard, they go, we got thumped. Well, we only lost by 100 or 120 or something like that. And if we batted well, it would have been a different story. So you've got to find your players and find the right mix and match. And again, it's expensive flying overseas everywhere. So I really enjoyed it. Hopefully the members understand, I'm sure they do, that you can't just keep going to the well and picking up overseas and dropping them off and flying them here, there and everywhere.
That's the thing, isn't it? There is a pot of money.
And you want the counties to survive. I mean, all this money that's coming into the game through the 100 and such, and what it can do for the game and survive for counties is actually really important. There's different thought processes there, I get that, and there's pros and cons.
Leads into Kame, who just about gets the bat down on that one, pushes it up towards a very straight mid-on. Jill moved to 37 with a single off the previous delivery.
But the game itself, I think, is actually quite healthy. Like I see the work ethic of players from both sides. I mean, we share the nets in the morning here at Derbyshire, and both teams are there pretty early to get their work done, and then they're playing 4 days. They fly. It's a Friday and Monday rota at the moment, and so you get a day off, probably a Tuesday. Then you're either travelling on the Thursday and getting set for another Friday game.
Defensive shot from Kame out. It's the offside from the latest delivery from Leach.
And it's quite taxing. 7 games is very hard as well. So, you know, you've got to have a big squad, and that's probably a disadvantage for smaller counties like ourselves, where you can't have a big squad.
Yeah.
It's very hard to afford a big squad. So you've got to hope that you don't have injuries. We've got a few. Sanderson, who's very close. Scrimshaw, who's a few weeks away. And Miller, who's done his foot, but he might be back in a week or two. So we're missing sort of 3 players we can pick from. So we're down to the real bare minimum. But again, it gives other players an opportunity.
Leach in again. Harry Kane clips this nicely out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary, a little bit over-pitched on leg stump, and Harry Kane moves to 7 at the end of the over. Derbyshire 69 for 1, trailing by 124. Yes, George is a top man. He gave Derbyshire one of their best moments against Lancashire in the T20 down here, obviously before he left. He couldn't have done it if he'd left. Lancashire needed something like 3 off the last over in a T20. Tim David's on strike. George went in. The hush was incredible. I've never heard a big crowd be so quiet. Tim David took a single off the first ball and then watched from the other end as George just took a couple of wickets, bowled brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly.
He's got some talent, George, and we
Just
want him back.
blighted by injury over the whole of his career, really.
He seems in a good spot at the moment. So again, you've got to have those quality and quantity of bowlers that you can move around. Rafi Weatherall misses out this game really on the back of last year. We bowled him in the ground and he did his back.
New over begins from Justin Broad, first ball played by Jewell into the offside.
And if you can rotate him around, then it just makes it a little bit better. Obviously, you pick and choose a little bit. But having said that, I mean, Rafi's an exciting prospect for England. We just got to keep him on the park.
Yeah.
That's a challenge. Same with Scrimshaw, get him back. Sanderson, who's been an unbelievable stalwart for us for a long period of time, and he's not getting younger, but what he does do is when he puts in 120%, if that's possible these days, he gives it all.
I'm not sure that it is, but driven out into...
Well, I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not.
I don't think so. My maths isn't great, Darren. My maths isn't great, but I'm not sure it's possible.
No, you're right, it's not.
Before I hand over to Andrew, because I am going to hand over to him, I don't know how long you can stay with us.
I'm just about to leave.
Oh, yeah,
I speak to Andrew every day.
Yeah, all right then. Well, I want to ask you about playing here. You must have played here at some point for Yorkshire. You played either white or red ball cricket here?
I played both, actually, but this is how long ago I played. The Wickets were the other way.
Oh, okay, so it was before, yes, that was about 2011. I think they were turned back round, because they were this way originally, then they turned them because the members wanted it, and then they realised that the sun shone in your eyes. When it was out, Broad turns this next delivery, not Broad, Kane turns this next broad delivery into the leg side.
Yeah, so it was and I played against the likes of John Morris, Dominic Cork, real competitors. Kim Barnett, who's one of the greats here at Derbyshire, and they had great battles. Yorkshire, Derbyshire played a lot in those days because, again, it's not far. You had the north-south group, and in those days, though, you played the...
Next deliveries turn into the leg side by Kane. There are runs here. I think there are probably 2 as Zaib comes around the boundary to do the field, and Kane moves to 9, 72 for 1.
You played 18 games, which was really exciting. You played everyone once, home and away. And, well, not home and away as such, but, you played...
So did you get to play at Chesterfield then?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
So we just changed to really playing all our games at Henley apart from the Scarborough Festival, and we'd played 2 games at Scarborough Festival. So in those days we'd played 7 at Henley and the other 2 at Scarborough. I only played here a few times in one-day cricket and T20 when it first started.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Kane. Yes, Derbyshire were as successful then as they are now in T20 cricket. I'm afraid.
It can turn around. Everything can turn around.
The last 2 seasons...
You need a bit of luck. You need a bit of luck in T20 cricket. It's one of those formats that if you get overseas on a run, or you get a batting group that just fires for 2 weeks, you can win 3 or 4 games, all of a sudden you're up.
Yeah. Well, the last 2 seasons they've been in games at the end of the campaign. Oh, he fiddles at that one, Harry Kane. Didn't need to play at that. The last match of the group stage have been at home, and if they won it, they qualified, and if they lost it, they didn't, and they've crumbled on both occasions, which I think is more of a mental thing than a physical thing.
That can happen.
Yeah.
they give the members hope. That's what it is. Look at the other side.
and
They
that- and that-
qualify and everyone's happy.
And that, Darren, is what kills us. Thank you very much
Thanks
for
for
joining
having
us now. Cheers, mate. Darren Lehman, the Northamptonshire coach, joining us. Andrew Radd, abdicating all responsibility. No, I can understand it sort of makes sense, because you may well have asked those questions and not wanted to have asked them again, whereas I can ask them with impunity, because I've never spoken to Darren Lehman in my life before, but I've listened to him an awful lot, so and I just love the way he talks, and I like his approach to the county game as well. It was great to hear some of his thoughts on county championship cricket and that kind of thing. Here you go, you've got your wish now. We've got a bit of spin.
Yeah, a bit of spin as well. Calvin Harrison coming into the attack from the city end and bowling to Caleb Jewell, who turns the first ball away out to deep square for a single. Safe Zaib fields. Notice, if you're watching on the stream, that he bats left-handed, bowls left arm and throws with his right hand. One more to Jewell. He goes to 39, 73 for one. Most refreshing, I have to say.
Yes, yeah.
Darren Lehman, and always happy to come up and have a chat with us, which is also very nice as well. Harrison to bowl to Harry Kame. Got probably this over and one more before tea. Forward goes Kame, pushes it out to the offside.
I knew we had to go for a reason. It just looks like a man who enjoys his tea. Darren Lehman, and quite right too.
I imagine I'll have to do some sort of debrief at tea time. Cut away by Kame. He's going to get a single again out to Safe Zaib at deep point. Came to 10, and Derbyshire to 74 for one, 119 runs behind. With, at the moment, after this 38 overs left, looks it'll be, what, 37 in the last session.
Yeah.
And there's as Fletcher was saying earlier, there's every chance we'll get them in, I think. Stays like this. Very pleasant afternoon. Now, just tweaking the field. Man on the boundary, Liam Guthrie, is just going a little bit finer. And they're bringing another man up into the ring at square leg, just in front of square. The deep mid-wicket as well, as Harrison is in. Bowls to Jewell, stretches forward. Jewell smothers what spin there is, which I don't think at this stage is very much. And it rolls back down the pitch. Harrison, fresh from his 76 overs at Old Trafford, brings Jewell forward, pushes it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Darren Lehman just loves talking cricket. And
Mickey's the same, Mickey Arthur.
forward again comes Jewell to the last ball of Calvin Harrison's over. That's the end of it. Just 2 runs off it. 74 for one it is. 119 is the deficit. 39 to Caleb Jewell, 10 to Harry Kame. Certainly one more over before tea. Not sure we'll have time for a couple. The clock says 4 minutes to 4.
Tight, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They need to
Bootlace
bootlace or a couple of boundaries will do the trick. Alexander Guthrie from from Maryland. Thank you, Alexander. I'll try and remember that now, although if you put it in your email every time you send it, I'll have no excuses. He said, last innings, when the batter smashed the stumps, or the ball into the stumps, should that have been a wicket, he says, as Broad is in and bowls a very wide delivery that doesn't really bounce. Harry Kane has nothing to do with it. He said, I watched the replay, and the batter on the non-striker's end was beyond the line. Well, if the batter hits the ball, somebody else has to touch it. One of the fielding side has to touch it before it hits the stumps for it to be classed as run out. So therefore, if it goes directly into the stumps, as that one did, it was David Lloyd bowling, wasn't it? He couldn't quite get a touch on it. It's not out. As educate, entertain and inform. So we've done educate and inform. All we've got to do is try and entertain now. That ball was pushed out into the offside. But thank you for your kind words, Alexander. And any questions you've got, don't hesitate. If I can't answer them, I'll just ignore the email. 74 for one.
Well, entertain, sing a few songs after tea, or
I'm not sure that would be particularly entertaining in my...
a few conjuring tricks, and
yeah.
tell a few jokes.
Somebody just sent me a message as well as Broad comes in and bowls to Kame, who takes this one on. He smashed it out to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. He was on it very quickly there, Harry Kane. Moves on to 14, 78 for one now. The deficit 115. And Harry Kane, who'd got back-to-back ducks in successive matches, is not. He's just starting to get into his stride again now. I've got a nice 80-odd in the match against Gloucestershire. I got a message saying it's the best bit of this match so far was listening to Darren Lehman, obviously a Derbyshire supporter. He's pulled this one as well, but he hasn't connected quite as well. Harry came and it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The thing, I mean, it's stating the obvious, but he's just a terrific communicator,
Yes.
and he did that, even before he arrived at Northampton, because he was appointed, in October, whatever. Didn't arrive until February, but he was constantly communicating, putting stuff on social media, doing bits for members and supporters, just getting himself out there.
Kane leaves this next broad delivery alone outside the off stump, and it was almost a stupid question really, because he wouldn't say yes, I'm here to champion the county championship. But having Mickey Arthur and Darren Lehman, and as you said, Hollyoak down at Kent as well,
It's
all in
superb.
the second division, is great for this competition.
Absolutely wonderful.
Broad final ball of the over. Harry Kane had sort of settled over his bat, then he looked down at the ground, and by the time Broad got to bowl it with the clock at 15:59, he stepped away inexplicably.
Inexplicably.
He stepped away inexplicably. Will the clock tick round to 1600, I wonder, before the umpires are in place? I fancy it might. 78 for one, Derbyshire. Broad is in, balls to Kane, who leaves this one alone. Now then, Ricardo Vasconcelos is determined that there'll be another over because he's sprinting from one end to the other. It still says 15:59. Umpire Harris is looking around at the clock. He's waiting to... No, that'll be tea. Will it? I think that'll be tea. Yes, it's tea. Of course it's tea, says Rob Bailey. There's a cup of tea with my name on it in the changing room. Derbyshire at tea then, 78 for one, with Caleb Jewell on 39 and Harry Kane on 14. The only man to go since Derbyshire started batting following the declaration at 500 for 8. David Lloyd caught brilliantly by Justin Broad at the second attempt off the bowling of Dom Leach for 23, and it means that at the moment Derbyshire still trail, but by 115 now, so they've knocked a few off, but still plenty of work to go. 37 overs to be bowled in the evening session, and we'll probably describe all of them as best we can in about 20 minutes' time.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Good evening and welcome, or afternoon. Welcome to the final session of day 3 of Derbyshire County Championship match against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire, if you missed earlier today, declared on 500 for 8. Derbyshire at tea, 78 for 1, so trail by 115. Just lost the one wicket, that of David Lloyd, who was brilliantly caught, but it just sort of summed up his luck. And Calvin Harrison bowling the first over after tea to Caleb. Jewell pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. I shouldn't have run down the corridor.
You're all right, Fletch.
Running's not really my thing.
Much overrated, I think.
I couldn't agree more.
Why would you want to do that if there were buses running?
Harrison around the wicket to Jewell, who tries to knock him into next week and manages just to push it back to him. Harrison, that is. Here he comes again. Leg spinner. That one is driven into the offside by Jewell. Proctor moves around to do the fielding. Jewell underway in the post-tea session. He moves on to 40. 79 for 1. Harry Kane was there on 14. The wicket was taken by Dom Leach, but it was pretty much all about the catch from Justin Broad, because it was a poor ball and a terrible shot. The only good thing about it was the catch.
That was an amazing catch.
Second attempt, parried it up in the air, then managed to turn round and dive pretty much full length to catch it one-handed. When your luck's out, David Lloyd, your luck is out, I'm afraid. And here is Harrison into Kame, who pushes this one out into the offside. So 37 overs, including this one in the final session of the day. That will take us through until Friday. This next delivery is defended by Harry Kane. The forecast for tomorrow, which I'm going to double check now, has not improved one iota, I'm afraid. As Harrison is in, this one's on leg stump and clipped away nicely by Harry Kane. He might get 4 for this, I'm not sure. Chasing around the boundary to our left is George Bartlett, and he just picks it up inside the boundary rope, so he keeps them down to 3. Saves a run there, lost his floppy white sun hat in the process, which is the main reason I don't like to see cricketers wearing them, because they always fall off. Harry Kane also pinches the strike. He moves on to 17, 82 for 1, trailing by 111. Although for identification purposes, they're quite
useful at times, yeah.
Yes, they can be.
It's going to be Liam Guthrie to start proceedings from this racecourse end at the start of the third and final session of the third day's play. Doing a few bending and stretching exercises, a few high kicks. Going to be bowling to Harry Kane with 2 slips in place. And then a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a long leg. Left arm over the wicket. Liam Guthrie in bowls to Kane, who drives up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Northamptonshire women have made a winning start to their campaign in the Metro Bank 50-over competition. They've beaten Leicestershire at Grace Road by 185 runs. Northamptonshire 264 for 6 in their 50 overs. Michaela Kirk 125 not out, highest score ever made for Northamptonshire's women. Here's Guthrie in, bowls outside the off stump and he leaves it alone. Beth Ascott made 45, those two put on 123 for the 4th wicket. And then in reply, Leicestershire, who were at one stage 10 for 5, were all out for 79. Only, 2 batters in double figures. Ellie Phillips finishing with 4 for 17. A couple of wickets for Alicia Pressland and Bethan Robinson. Guthrie in outside the off stump. Left alone by Harry Kane. 1 wicket for Anisha Patel and a run out. So, decent start for David Ripley's side.
Yeah.
They play at home next weekend, if memory serves.
Yorkshire, who are going to be promoted no matter what to the top division, lost yesterday,
Yes, I saw.
which is
Yes.
I've got nothing against the Yorkshire women, but that is vaguely amusing.
Here's Guthrie in, bowls short, and Harry Kane ducks underneath it. Amongst many interesting things that Darren Lehman was saying in his chat with you up in the box before tea, he's saying about, you know, the players feeling that they have to move from Division 2 to Division 1. Does remind me rather of when Ben Duckett moved from Northamptonshire to Nottinghamshire to play First Division cricket at the time that Northamptonshire were promoted and Nottinghamshire were relegated. Here's Guthrie bowls, steered by Kane down into the gully, and there's no run. Calvin Harrison fields. It did cause a certain amount of
I can imagine.
certain amount of sniggering behind the hand.
Well,
but,
Sham Massoud left Derbyshire to go to Yorkshire and play in the First Division the year that Yorkshire were relegated. That was amusing. And now he's staying in the Second Division this season to play at Leicestershire in the second half of the campaign, or after his PSL commitments have been done.
Here's Guthrie in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane. End of the first over of the second over, rather, evening session. 82 for 1 it is. 17 to Kane, 40 to Jewell. Derbyshire still 111 runs behind. 35 overs left in the day, and as we've been saying pretty much throughout the day, I think we're going to get them all in. It's a gorgeous afternoon now, and it's just a little bit of warmth in the sun. Only a little bit, but a bit. For those plucky souls out there at the moment who are sitting outside. I have to say, the East Midlands demolition stand is very sparsely populated today.
Four, I think four. Yeah, quite right too. Harrison begins a new over. It's driven by Jewell, but not timed, up towards Proctor at mid-off. Was at one point one of England's finest players was playing in the Second Division at Durham. Potts got picked from Second Division cricket as well, so they sort of pick and choose, don't they? Mark Wood, that kind of thing. That one was defended back to the bowler. I think they go for a type more than anything else. Yeah. The England selectors, if there are any selectors anymore. That one is pushed out into the offside by Jewell. Around goes Keogh to do the fielding. Got to keep an eye on that. Rob Keogh hasn't been fielding at backward point very often in this match, but that's where he is now. Mid-on is in fact Dom Leach. This one is turned into the leg side by Jewell. Nice little stop there by Justin Broad. Tumbling away at mid-wicket. With Harrison at one end, we may well get finished before 6:30 this evening, which would be a bonus. That one is again turned into the leg side by Jewell, slightly uncertainly. Broad again with the fielding.
And again, Darren Lehman was saying that he just felt it might just turn a little bit, albeit slowly.
I meant to ask him if they use hybrids in Australia. I imagine they do use completely different conditions because a lot of them are drop-ins anyway, aren't they? This next delivery is played off the back foot by Jewell into the onside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It was a maiden. 2 maidens in a row now. Derbyshire remain 82 for 1, trailing by 111.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of, obviously, any number of arguments about formats and all the rest of it, but it certainly will be nice to have something that does give everybody the chance starting the season on an even footing, and so that anybody can win the county championship at the start of any given season, and also give the members a little bit of variety.
Yes, the variety is key for me. As long as we don't have to play Durham, because I had a stand-up row with Emerson about whether every side could win the county championship.
Here's Guthrie starting another over from this race course end, and first ball to Kane is pushed up to mid-off. Keogh fields and there's no run.
You couldn't get the difference between can and wood.
No. Well,
that was a could or can, but they won't.
I have to say, if I was given dictatorial powers, which is extremely unlikely.
Quite exciting, though.
Well, it would be. Yes, it probably would be. Here's Guthrie in bowls short and came ducks underneath it. I mean, for a start, I've been reading the news in a dinner jacket.
Yeah.
And I go back to work in the office.
A lot of Wagner.
But no, absolutely no Wagner.
Okay.
But yeah, I think personally, what Darren Lehman was saying about the championship he played in when he was over here, when everybody played everybody. It was 17 four-day games, and it was a proper county championship. You played home and away over 2 years. Here's Guthrie in and bowls and just steered away by Harry Kane down between slip and gully. It's running down to the boundary at third man, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, there isn't one of those, is there?
There is no third man. Harry Kane goes to 21, 86 for 1. The deficit is 107. And I know before anybody tweets or whatever that that's not going to happen, because they're not certainly going to play more championship cricket.
No.
But I wish they did. And I can remember Steve Coverdale when he was chief executive at Northamptonshire at the time of the 2 divisions. And I remember him saying that the trouble is that second division will always be seen as second rate.
Mm.
And ECB then denied it. Oh, no, absolutely not. But here's Guthrie in bowls short of a length, and well played by Harry Kane. Again, gets on top of the bounce, turns it down to long leg. He's going to get another run. Came to 22, 87 for 1.
The reality, of course, is that it is.
Yeah, and it will always be perceived as such, and as long as you've got promotion and relegation, then the sort of thing that we were talking about, giving players a chance and developing players, is going to be of secondary importance towards secondary importance to either going up or staying up.
And the other issue, of course, is that they want a reduction in T20 because the 100 hosting grounds don't see the value in them anymore, whereas the smaller counties, and including Derbyshire, and I imagine Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, in that want more T20 cricket because they can fill their grounds.
Here's Guthrie in, bowls very full and driven by Jewell up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. No, absolutely. And all it just keeps feeding into the fact that, where are you going to put the one-day cup? Where are you going to play your 50, or when are you going to play your 50 over cricket? And they're talking about playing some of that at the start of the season, which is because they used to.
Well, they did when I started,
Yeah,
I think, in
yeah.
16.
Guthrie, and again bowls short to Jewell, who pulls it away out through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That, again, just rather asked for it. Guthrie hasn't quite, certainly not on this surface, got the pace to really discomfort Caleb Jewell with a short ball. It sat up nicely, and Jewell put it away through mid-wicket for 4, 44 to him. And at the end of the over, Derbyshire going along nicely, 91 for 1. And the deficit is now 102.
I'm glad you had that either worked out or in your head, because
It just disappeared off the screen.
disappeared off the screen, which is everybody's worst nightmare.
That was a moment of panic.
Mm.
But I think we got it right.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely bob on. Calvin Harrison to continue from the city and bowling to Harry Kane. And the first ball is played back down the track towards the bowler. There's no run. Slipping a short leg.
Off a bad light at Southampton and off a bad light at Hove.
Oh dear. Seafret. This one is defended by Kane. Into the onside where James Sales, who is the short leg, goes scurrying to pick the ball up. Tosses himself a catch, Harrison, and he's in again. That's pushed out into the offside this time towards Guthrie. Bowled really tidily. Just 6 runs conceded from his 3.5 overs so far. As Kane defends that one as well. Keep Harrison out. Appears to be the mantra for Derbyshire. 102 behind still as Harrison bowls. That's played up towards mid-on this time. Proctor, the skipper, does the fielding. A few on the balcony which is just starting to get some sun now, so it'll be very pleasant up there, I would have thought. The members' pavilion. And the final ball of the year was defended as well, and it's another maiden. So 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 6 for Calvin Harrison, who may well be bowling another 16 overs today, who knows. Derbyshire remain 91 for 1, trailing by 102.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot, that, isn't it? Actually, the balcony and the members' pavilion. It's one of those places you could see, or I could see myself in retirement sitting up there and moaning.
Oh yeah.
I mean, in reality, it's likely to be the life members bit at the top of the pavilion at Northampton, but I could moan more or less anywhere, really. If I tried really hard. Here's Guthrie with a slip and a gully into bowl to Caleb Jewell, who's again on the back foot, playing it out just behind square on the offside, down to deep backward point where safe Zaib field sends in his return. One more to Jewell. He goes to 45, 92 for 1.
You might have competition, of course.
Well,
I don't think you'd be the only one.
No, indeed not. But I think that most grounds have got you go around, fortunate as we are to go around the different grounds, and you think, yeah, I could just, that would be my place, sort of position of choice, if this was the ground that I was going to watch regularly on. Here's Guthrie round the wicket to Harry Kane, who's just steering that down to point, backward point, and there's no run.
We have a bench at Blackwell Cricket Club, which is famous for people moaning.
Well, you know what? The moaners, it always used to be the West Stand at Northampton that was traditionally the place to moan at, but it's not the place I particularly want to sit and watch, not least because it's square on, but it's also distinctly drafty. You don't actually get any sun at all, I don't think, in there. Just down to a slip now as Guthrie is in bowl short, and Harry Kane in position for the pull, and in the end doesn't get hold of it, and it just rolls out to just in broad mid-wicket. I think I just thought that the deck chairs at the far end at Hove would be rather nice. That'd be very pleasant.
Anywhere in Hove, really.
Yes, yeah, that's true enough.
Please come back.
Here's Guthrie in and bowls to Kane, who's defensively playing that back down the pitch for Guthrie to field. Yeah, Sussex are just looking at their to come off for light there. Sussex 435 all out against Surrey. Surrey 390 for 3. Mentioned Ollie Pope got 100 earlier. Dan Lawrence is 105 not out in quick time. So Surrey just 45 behind, but again, if the forecast is right, may struggle to get a result tomorrow. What the forecast is like for down there. Here's Guthrie in again down the leg side. Little tickle on that, I fancy. It's gone down for 4, and it is indeed 4 runs. It landed in front of Lewis McManus and ran down there to fine leg. So the deficit now is under 100 for Derbyshire. 96 for 1. Kane is 26. And they trail by 97. At Chelmsford, Worcestershire needing 295 to win against Essex, now 125 for 5. So that could be over today, I suppose. Guthrie. And again to bowl to Kane. Just drops it out on the onside to mid-wicket, where Broadfields, end of the over. Kane is 26, Jewell is 45, Derbyshire 96 for 1. At Chesterley Street, Yorkshire in their second innings are 40 for 2, still 80 runs behind Durham. As I mentioned, they're off for light at Southampton, where Somerset are 91 for 1 in their second innings against Hampshire, still 61 behind. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 65 for 2 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire, still 209 behind. Canterbury, it's raining.
Oh.
Gloucestershire 112 for 2 in their second innings against Kent, leading by 191.
Harrison spins himself a catch and he's on his way in now to bowl to Caleb Jewell. That one just turns a bit. Jewell slams his bat down on to defend it.
At Old Trafford, Leicestershire 368 for 5 against Lancashire, so they've got a lead of exactly 100 there. Peter Hanscom 86 not out.
Jewell waits and this one is slapped up to mid-on for a single by Jewell, who moves to 46, 97 for 1.
And at Lords, Glamorgan 119 for 3 in their second innings against Middlesex, still 152 behind.
Here comes Harrison once again over the wicket to Kame, who defends the ball back to him. It's in a marvellous post. Huge sigh of relief can be heard around Old Trafford. That's the football ground. Manchester United officially safe from relegation after Arsenal beat Ipswich. They are a shambles. It's good to see. In comes Harrison. Bowls. And that was all turned into the leg side, straight into James Sales, who's fielding at short leg. He sort of started to turn his back on it, so it probably hit him in the side.
Wants to be careful with that, because of course that's exactly what happened at Old Trafford, where Josh Bohannon, having made 155, was caught behind off James Sales.
The next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Kame calls Jewell through for a single. Out towards safe Zaib, who does the field, and Kame moves to 27. The first run off Calvin Harrison for some time, or the second run off Calvin Harrison, because he's already conceded in this over.
Absolutely nailed a sweep shot, bounced off the small of James Sales's back, caught the rebound.
Got an assist. That one is played into the onside by Caleb Jewell, but he can't beat the field, and as a result, there's no run. 27 to Kame, 46 to Jewell, a partnership worth 61. Derbyshire 98 for 1, trailing by 95.
Guthrie it will be to continue with 30 overs remaining, so a bit of spin is probably going to be, what, 6:45? I don't think it'll be quite as late as it was on the second
I was
day.
hoping for 6:30 if the spin stays
Might
on.
be, yeah, it's possible.
If he bowls another 15 overs, we've got half a chance.
Yeah, no, it's possible. I suppose we might also, conceivable, we might see a bit of safe Zaib at some point, especially, say, if this partnership develops.
Get him on.
Well, they've already put on 61 for the second wicket, these two. Here's Guthrie. Round the wicket to bowl. A big appeal for LBW. Very full, and I think he might have got a bit of a bat on that, because Guthrie stifled the appeal. They carried on behind the wicket, but it was very full. It was swinging in, and I just think Harry Kane might have got a bit of bat on that.
He almost certainly must have done, but there was no noise, really, was there, from here?
But the fact, I'm just really going on the fact that Liam Guthrie sort of stifled the appeal ahead of those behind the wicket. That's a short ball outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane. It's one lesson that Derbyshire might have learned in the course of the afternoon. Beware the filthy half-tracker.
Yes.
As David Lloyd flat batting it to Justin Broad, who held an absolutely incredible catch at the second attempt. Here's Liam Guthrie in bowls. Now there's appeal for LBW there. Not out again, says umpire Harris.
I thought I heard something that time.
Yeah, maybe. It looked slightly more plausible than the previous one, but anyway, not out, says umpire Harris, as somebody's very noisy motorbike roars around the Pentagon roundabout.
I think they'll go up to Matlock Bath, don't they, on an Easter Sunday?
Do they?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think so. But he isn't there. That would.
No,
I don't think we could hear them there.
Nice place. Round the wicket comes Guthrie again. Bowls to Kane, who covers up, plays it out towards the general direction of mid-on, but Justin Broad comes across to cut it off. Has a word or two with his captain, Luke Proctor. Proctor's only bowled 3 overs. 3 overs for 16. Justin Broad has bowled 5 overs. Leach 4. Guthrie into his 8th. And for Harrison, conceding just 8 runs. Here's Guthrie again, bowls, and forward goes Kame, just off the inner portion of the bat, out into the mid-wicket region where Justin Broad fields. And again, there's no run. And we did have a few days up in that part of the world a couple of years ago. It's sort of the end of the season. It's the heights of Abraham and all that. Beautiful part of the world. Like Matlock very much. But went to Buxton as well. The Opera House.
Highest professional football ground in the country.
Here's Guthrie, and again, bowls very full, dug out by Harry Kame, and immediately looks at the toe end of his bat as it rolls up to Luke Proctor at mid-on. Another over ticks by. 98 for 1 it is. Kame 67, Jewel 46. Guthrie's bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 35.
Yeah, the Silverlands is over 1,000 feet above sea level. Buxton play their home matches in the National North.
Funny feeling Harrison's just going to, I would think it would make sense for him just to block up an end, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I hope so. I think so. 15, we get 15 more overs in today. That would only be 20. That's a mere trifle compared to what he bowled at Old Trafford.
Well, yes.
Tosses himself a catch. Caleb Jewell on strike. He's got 46. Just adjusts his helmet and settles over his bat now as Harrison is on his way in. Jewell turns that backward square on the leg side, but Guthrie is waiting for the ball there. Sort of backward square leg, but quite a long way backward. Not quite 45 degrees. Next delivery. Jewell turns it into the leg side. They'll stroll through for a single as Jewell moves to 47, 99 for 1. Harry came on 27. The deficit 94. And they have the opportunity, if they wish, to wipe out the deficit by the end of today. It's still 28 overs and 4 balls remaining. Current run rate just a shade under 4 and over. It will be falling as Harrison doesn't go for many. Oh dear. He's in again, and balls to Kane. That one is on leg stump, and it's turned into short leg, I think. And dribbles up the pitch.
So one good thing, if it does rain tomorrow, it's going to be nice. The rain will be nice and warm, about 13 degrees.
Yes.
Apparently. Lovely.
Bring your soap. This one is pushed out into the offside. Save a couple of quid there.
It's one of the great Goon Show line, isn't it? It's a lovely, typical summer evening. The rain's lovely and warm.
99 for 1. Kane waits. Harrison bowls, and he clips it up to Proctor at mid-on. All clubs, with all the number of bins that we've got here now with the recycling, we're all very eco-friendly. This one is defended by Kame, so if you do want to wash your hair in the rain tomorrow, feel free. Over comes to an end. 28 to go. 99 for 1. Trailing by 94.
Yes, we've got 4 different in the lovely media lounge we've got here at Derby. You've got 4 different bins, and there's always a slight element of
roulette.
Well, no, I was going to say sort of ambiguity in the sense that
Yes.
that does one of the sort of the wooden forks we have, does that count? It's not food waste, but is it general waste? Is it food packaging? Well, it's not really packaging, is
Well, everything's general waste, because as soon as it's contaminated with something else, you can't put it in the bin that it's intended for. So you can't put the cardboard that we eat our lunch out of because it's contaminated by food. It's all very complicated for an old man like me.
It's a complicated business. Now Dom Leach is coming back into the attack, having bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19, and got a wicket with probably the worst ball he bowled in those 4 overs. Going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jewell with a slip and a gully from this racecourse end, and straight away Jewell forces that square of the wicket in the offside for a single out to deep cover. where safe Zaib fields, and it brings up the 100 for Derbyshire. Takes Jewel to 48. 100 for 1, so still 93 behind, but 9 wickets in hand. It's been a really good, resilient performance from these two in particular. Put on now 63 for the second wicket after the demise of David Lloyd before tea. Here's Leach in, bowls, and forward goes Kane. A mixture of inside edge and pad, rolls up on the onside for Broad to field, and there's no run. So Proctor himself relatively lightly used in this second innings, only 3 overs. Having bowled 20 overs and 5 balls in the first innings, picked up 3 wickets. Broad had 4, Guthrie had 3. Here's Leach in, bowls, and edge is appeal for LBW, and he's out. Thought he might have got a little edge on that. It was rolling down towards the slip cordon, but he's out. LBW to Dom Leach, who's now picked up both the wickets. It was around the line of off stump, middle and off maybe. He went back. I thought he may have got a little edge on it. It rolled, the ball rolled down into the slip cordon, but they were appealing for LBW. He hadn't hit it, and if he hadn't hit it, then I think, well, didn't look a bad shout if there was no edge involved. Either way, umpire Harris has sent him on his way, and Northamptonshire have the breakthrough they wanted. Harry Kane goes for 27, LBW to Dom Leach, and Derbyshire 100 for 2.
He didn't really go anywhere, did he?
No.
Harry came on the crease, which has probably brought about his downfall. It certainly wasn't bouncing over the stumps, for instance, so the umpire could rule out a number of things very quickly, and if he didn't think he hit it, then Harry Kane was on his way. Brings out Wayne Madsen, who scored a few first time round.
89.
Yeah.
Off 110.
So his last couple of innings have been very impressive. 96 and 89. Century against Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Just interested to have another look at that one. It's just up on the replay. Yeah, I think you didn't really, as you say, he was just caught on the crease.
Yeah, just didn't go anywhere.
I think my first thought in real time was that there was some bat on it, but I don't think there was, having watched it again. I think it just hit him a sort of glancing blow on the pad, but I think he was in front of middle and off. And so umpire Harris raising the dreaded digit, 100 for 2. And Leach, as we said in the first innings, probably not quite at his best, has now picked up both wickets, and that was certainly a better ball than the one he got his first wicket with.
Indeed.
So Madsen at the crease. Northamptonshire would dearly love to see the back of Wayne Madsen early on, as indeed every side is, as he breaks record after record, place in the all-time Derbyshire pantheon, and that's on leg stump. That's a lovely one to get off the mark, just clips it away down to deep backward square for a single to get him up and running. Derbyshire 101 for 2.
His major issue is that he'll never overtake Kim Barnett.
No, it's a bit like there's absolutely no way anyone will ever overhaul Dennis Brooks in terms of first-class runs.
Yeah.
But it's one of the reasons why a lot of counties, including myself, you look at first-team runs simply because the players of today would have absolutely no chance of beating those sort of records. Driven by Jewel up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Like Ben Sanderson, magnificent bowler, but playing 14 championship matches a year, if you're lucky, and it may indeed be less than that, then the records of the Nobby Clarks and the Valence Jupps and the George Tribes, who took over 1,000 first-class wickets, there's simply no chance. But as it is, in all formats, Ben Sanderson's taken 550. Round the wicket goes Leach, short, and pulled away by Caleb Jewell with a minimum of effort. It brings him his 50 off 66 balls. Caleb Jewell, so normal service has well and truly been resumed by the man from Tasmania. 450s in his first 4 innings of the season. Missed out the first innings here, but he's made it 5 out of 6. 52 not out. End of the over, 105 for 2.
That's why the reason the person we would have matched with 5 successive 50s at the start of his career, had he managed to do it, which of course he didn't, was Shan Masood. But there were 2 double centuries in Shan Masood's first 5 innings, and there was some talk, but not a lot. I mean, you're never going to get 1,000 runs, Zaib, in 1 month, really, nowadays. But he wasn't far off. It was astonishing to watch. Calvin Harrison to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Madsen goes back and just cuts this to Guthrie, a backward point. And there's no run.
Caleb Jewell's 50, 66 balls, 7 fours.
Here comes Harrison again. Oh, beats Wayne Madsen. Ends up in a very strange position. Facing the bowler with his front leg facing into the leg side. Has over the years been a terrific player of spin, of course, as Harrison bowls to him, and this one is defended back. Ooh.
Betty.
It all calms down after a few overs. Northamptonshire players getting a bit excited. 105 for 2, 88 behind Derbyshire. Madsen gets one and he smacks it straight into James Sale's midriff, or slightly below, and he's down on the floor and he's in a bit of pain. I think there's not much his teammates can do other than laugh at him, really. That will have hurt.
I was on when Josh Bohannon was struck amidships up at Old Trafford, and it was the usual routine. Poor chap's down, writhing on the floor, hands and knees, for best part of 5 minutes, and everyone else is having a giggle, including the physio.
Well, Harrison came up and patted him on the back. 2 of his teammates, including Rob Keogh, came over for a chuckle. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who I'm sure has been hit in many places when he's either been in the slips or keeping wicket, also enjoyed it. Here's Harrison in and bowls to Madsen. That one looked like it kept low to me. I've got to look through the wicket keeper, and he leant back and tried to cut it, but he did cut it. Cut it straight to Justin Broad. But for a moment, I thought he wasn't going to make any contact with it. It was probably outside off stump anyway, but sort of had to reach for it as Harrison bowls one on leg stump. And this one also hits Sales, who's now limping, because that's hit him on the ankle. I think it's missed his padding altogether. He'll be glad that the over's over, which it is. Madsen remains on one. Jewell has 52. Derbyshire 105 for 2, trailing by 88.
Just put the helmet on the floor and walked off.
Yeah, had enough.
Fished his cap out from the back of his trousers.
I'll put it down the front of his trousers next time if I was him.
Yes, he's been in the wars. James Sales. Leach, it will be to continue. Figures of 2 for 25 from his 5 overs. Running into bowl to Caleb Jewell with a slip and a deepish gully, and clipped away by Jewell for a single out to George Bartlett. Deep backward square. One more to Jewell. He goes to 53. Derbyshire to 106 for 2. Easter Sunday here in Derby. We've had our share of chocolate one way or another. Courtesy of the wonderful Katie and her cake. Celebrate the birthday of Dave Griffin. Here's Leach in, bowls, and forward comes Madsen. Pushes it out into the covers for Bartlett to come across and field, and there's no run.
She came back with a knife just before tea, apparently. It was a fair old knife. She did well to get it past the stewards on her way in this morning.
I thought Griff would have cut it with his ceremonial sword. Or...
Well, this knife was almost as big as one. It was quite the implement. Beautiful cake.
Here's Leach. Bowls to Madsen outside the off stump. Madsen lets it go through to keeper Lewis McManus. We've lost the sun. Well, we know where it is. It's not that we've sort of mislaid it, but it's gone behind a cloud. But it's still a very pleasant evening. We've still got, what, 25 overs to bowl after this. Time just ticking around past 5 o'clock. Local time for our overseas listeners. Maryland and anywhere else. Here's Leach in, and that just shapes back into the right-handed Madsen, who's again right back on his stumps. For a split second, Leach might have thought he was through, but he wasn't. And plays it up to mid-on.
Yeah,
by Madsen.
Sorry, Andrew. I don't think we've heard from China in this match yet.
No,
we do have a Derbyshire listener in China. Internet might be down,
Could be.
or the tariffs have hit.
2 slips in as Leach is in and bowls to Madsen, and Madsen pushes it back past the bowler and the umpire at the bowler's end. Luke Proctor comes round from mid-on to field, and there's no run. Has a conversation with his senior pro, Rob Keogh. Motorbikes about it at this stage of the evening. So would they be coming from
I think they'll be coming
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, unless they're there tomorrow. I don't know.
Here's Leach in, bowls and cut away by Madsen for 4. Bit of width, and Wayne Madsen is not going to turn down that sort of scoring opportunity. Cuts it away down to the front of the members' pavilion for 4. Takes Wayne Madsen up to 5, and Derbyshire to 110 for 2. Still 83 runs behind.
You'll enjoy this one. Martin says, with the colour of the face of Northamptonshire's number 5 went after his spot of bother in the evening session. It was very much a case of red sails in the sunset. Oh. Very good.
Boom, boom. Very good.
Very good indeed.
Here all week.
Well, at least until tomorrow.
Yes.
And then from Friday, when Middlesex are the visitors, the late Kevin Hand will be with me at some point, bringing all sorts of goodies from his buffet breakfast, as he often does.
Oh, yes.
He
Yes,
always
right.
brings some goodies. 110 for 2. Harrison in to bowl to Jewell, who defends this ball up the track. It's picked up by Broad. And he gives it back to Harrison, who's ready to come in again. Jewell just trying to slow things down a touch here. Play the game at his pace. Drives up towards Proctor. Not Proctor. It's Rafi Wetherall. My apologies. Proctor gone off for a moment, possibly. Yeah, Rafi Wetherall at mid-off now. And this time it's been played out into the offside. Wetherall is going to chase this. And Rob Keogh's going to let him. And they've got 2. They're going to come back for the third. Yes, they are. They're going to take on the arm. It's a long, long way out there. And they get back comfortably enough for 3. And Jewell moves to 56, 113 for 2. The deficit down to 80.
Yes, I think Rob Keogh definitely pulled rank there, didn't he?
Yes.
After you, son.
He looked interested to begin with. As Harrison bowls to Madsen, it goes back into his crease and turns it into the leg side. This will be the most expensive over for a while from Calvin Harrison. As a single is taken, that's 4 off the over already. Madsen moves to 6, 114 for 2. Brings Jewell back on to strike, and he's tried to smash that ball down the ground and failed to do so. It's fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. Final ball of Harrison's latest over is turned into the leg side by Caleb Jewell. Dot ball to finish with. Jewell has 56, Madsen has 6, Derbyshire 114 for 2, trailing by 79 with 24 overs left in the day's play, which ought to be an hour and a half, and you never know. Might be.
It could be, couldn't it?
Yeah. To say that we get a 104 over. I know we've lost a couple, but we've only lost a couple because it took 10 minutes to turn things round. To get 104 overs in by 6:30 would be a fine effort from both sides.
Yeah, no, absolutely, it certainly would. Leach, it's going to be to continue. 6 overs, 2 for 30. There's a word with substitute Rafi Weatherall. I don't know whether Luke Proctor's going to get his bowling boots on or something. We'll see. Leach, it's going to be 2 slips in, bowls down the leg side, and that's a superb take by Lewis McManus, but it's not a catch. It just clipped off the pad of Wayne Madsen, and it was a super dive and take. Dom Leach thought for a moment there was a bit of bat involved, but it didn't sound right from up here. And indeed, not out is the verdict. 114 for 2. Worcestershire still 5 down against Essex, hanging in there. Still needing another 157 to win. They're 138 for 5 at Chelmsford. Leach in bowls and driven beautifully through extra cover by Madsen. Long chase down there for Rob Keogh. He's going to have to go this time, and it's going to hold up. Well, no, he sort of shadowed it and let George Bartlett send in the return, which he does, but they're back for 3. So takes Madsen to 9 and Yorkshire to 117 for 2. Yorkshire 50 for 2 in their second innings against Durham, still 70 behind. But still off for bad light at Southampton and Hove. Warwickshire have lost another wicket, 85 for 3 now against Nottinghamshire, still 189 behind at Edgbaston. Leach in bowls, and Jewell just opening the face, running it down to backward point, deep backward point for 1. Takes Jewell to 57, Derbyshire to 118 for 2. And Leicestershire building a very substantial lead against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Leicestershire 397 for 6, so 134 ahead with power to add. Peter Hanscom's reached his century, 103 not out for the Australian. Leach bowls a Yorker, dug out by Madsen up to mid-on where Rafi Weatherall fields, and there's no run. Haven't seen anything of Saif Zaib bowling in this match. He's just in Broad, just starting to maybe get himself loose for a little spell. Wonder whether we might see a bit more of Luke Proctor, who's only bowled 3 overs in the innings so far. Leach is in, bowls again very full, on driven, but straight to Weatherall. Denies Wayne Madsen a run. Still a few spectators in, but generally not that many in today. Obviously so many other things, I suppose, that people might want to do on Easter Sunday. Been a pity, because it's been it's been a very pleasant day weather-wise. Some good cricket as well.
Entertainment as well.
It's been good stuff. Here's Leach in and pushed back past the bowler by Madsen, who was thinking about a single. There was a certain lack of communication between the two batters, and in the end they both hold up a hand of apology. So after you, Claude, now after you, Cecil. 57 to Jewell, 9 to Madsen at the end of the over. It's 118 for 2, 75 runs the deficit. Proctor is back on the field. Rafi Weatherall trots off.
Thank you to Jonathan. As if on call, reporting in from China, he says, just past midnight here, it's been a balmy 15 degrees today in Shenyang. Hoping we have seen the back of the end of 7 months of winter. I think I've got another hour in me before calling it a night. It's good to have you along, Jonathan. That's his next delivery, or the first delivery of a new over from Calvin Harrison is defended back to him by Caleb Jewell. Let's hope, he says, that these two can get us through to the close. Well, they've got another 22 overs and this over, so I think I had 23 overs to survive. Jewell is beaten, and that goes over the stumps and past the keeper, and my word, has that hit anything? No, it's just turned and bounced and gone for 4 byes. That is remarkable. That is a remarkable delivery. The most remarkable delivery we've seen. We saw one this morning turn from Jack Morley, and that one has turned and bounced, gone through Caleb Jewell, over the stumps, and past McManus away to the boundary. 122 for 2.
Must have hit a foothold.
It must have hit something. This one is turned into the leg side. There just aren't any, though, are there?
Well,
Although
Darren
Lehman
Lehman was
did
saying
say that you could see them when you were out there, I suppose, but
that is absolutely ripped, isn't it?
yeah. Here's Harrison again. That one does turn, and there's a clipped into the leg side, just to the left of Sales at short leg, and they all wanted him to catch it, and he's saying, well, what was I supposed to do? I think the answer to that would have been catch it, but whether it was possible or not, I'm not sure.
There's a bit there, isn't there?
Yeah, all of a sudden it's doing something. Caleb Jewell drives very nicely, square on the offside. Chase on here for George Bartlett. Again, they come back for 2. Jewell moves to 59, 124 for 2. The deficit 69 now.
I wonder if it might be worth a little look at Zaib, as I say,
absolutely.
simply because he's actually bowled quite well this year, and he's had a happy knack of just picking up a wicket when they've wanted one.
He'd be full of confidence, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Century this morning / afternoon. This next delivery is defended by Jewell out into the offside. It was the final ball of Harrison's 9th over, 9 overs for 15. Terrific figures for Calvin Harrison. 124 for 2. Derbyshire. Madsen has 9. Jewell has 59. And the deficit now is 69 runs. Bit of frantic waving at the pavilion. Who's that guy? It's Ricardo Vasconcelos. Is just nipping off
It will
for a moment.
It will be interesting to see, Fletch, when Calvin Harrison goes back to Nottinghamshire, as he does after this fixture. It's just a 2-match
If he gets picked.
loan. If he gets picked.
He won't.
No.
That's what they do. They stockpile. He'll enjoy himself down at Lady what's it?
Bay.
Bay. That's it. I'll just call it something else. Lady Bay.
Where the seconds play.
Yeah, down at Nottingham Rugby Club.
So, Justin Broad has gone into first slip. His Leach in bowls to Madsen. With a jerky shot pushes out to the covers where Bartlett fields and there's no run. So with Vasconcelos off and James Sales elsewhere, they've got Broad in at first slip and Calvin Harrison at second.
Has Harrison got 100 gig?
He has done in previous years. I'm not sure if he has this year.
So he might play 50 over cricket, but he won't do if he's in that.
No. Leach is in, bowls outside the off stump. Nice shape back in, but again it's gone late. And it's taken down the leg side by Lewis McManus.
Sit on the bench for somebody else then.
You old cynic. Probably absolutely right. Zaib is also involved with in the 100. David Willey.
Never been so insulted in all my life.
Those are only the those are the only Northamptonshire players.
Derbyshire losing 4.
Here's Leach in, bowls and on driven by Madsen. It's a chase for Luke Proctor, and it's a chase he's going to lose. It crosses the rope down to our right. It's 4 runs for Wayne Madsen. He goes to 13. Derbyshire to 128 for 2, trailing by 65. And now we've got sunshine streaming into our commentary box, which is very pleasant.
Well, it is, but
I might just have to
get the cap out.
fish into my bag and retrieve my Oundle Town cap, which is, I think, still in there.
It's gone round sufficiently now for me to not be too troubled by it, I'm delighted to say.
Here's Leach running away from us. In and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, Derbyshire's 4 players who'll be missing for the 50 over competition minimum. As you say, there's still some wild card picks, as they call them. Wayne Madsen, Aaron Donald, Harry Moore, once he's recovered from his back injury, and Pat Brown. So Derbyshire without 4 already for the 50 overs, but don't let that stop you coming to Repton. That's going to be terrific.
That'll be lovely, won't it?
Yeah, and or indeed don't let it stop you coming to any of the 3 games played here at Derby.
Leach in and bowls to Madsen, who drives into the ground, and it's beaten. Leach, it's gone through him, and it's going to run away for 4. He actually, I thought Leach had got that covered, but he clearly hadn't. And it was hit with sufficient force by Wayne Madsen to roll away down to the boundary immediately down below us. Rob Keogh just trotted after it and retrieved it. And it's another boundary to Madsen. 17 to him, 132 for 2. The deficit is 61. And Tom Leach kicks his marker with feeling and tries to snatch the ball and drops it.
See if we can get it the second attempt.
Yes. His captain's having a word now. Captain's hand on his shoulder smote and all that.
Don't bowl angry.
No, it's never a good idea. Leach in and bowls to Madsen. It's on leg stump and it's clipped away by Madsen down to deep backward square. James Sales, who picks it up at about the 3rd attempt, and they come back for 2, which will probably do very little to soothe Dom Leach's troubled brow. 2 more to Madsen, and that's the end of the over. 19 to him, 59 to Caleb Jewell, 134 for 2. Derbyshire now just 59 runs behind. We have 21 overs left in the day, so as you were saying, Fletch, if they carry on like this, they will certainly have cleared the arrears by the end of the day, and if they're still only 2 down, then well, I think we can get out. We certainly can get out of this. If
We're screaming for a Derbyshire declaration tomorrow
yes,
for playing.
yes.
Don't worry about that.
if, and it is a big if, of course, we get the weather. Now, James Sales is being given respite from
yes.
forward short leg duties, so he's dispensed with the shin pads that he seemed to spend the whole of the 4 days wearing at Old Trafford. And Ricardo Vasconcelos is going in there and Boot Hill.
I like the idea that they're team shin pads.
Oh, lovely, that's sweating. Ugh.
We used to share a box back in the day, but I'm not sure that's allowed anymore.
Well, you'd hope not.
Although medical science has moved on quite rapidly, so you'd probably be all right. 132 for 2. Just waiting as Vasconcelos dons the left pad now. He's doing it as quick as he can, bless him. They're not easy, and then the stretchy material of the trousers goes over the top. Here we go. There we are. He's all fully ready. He's already got his helmet on. I assume he's wearing a box. If he isn't, he shouldn't be there. And it'll be Caleb Jewell on strike as Harrison begins his 10th over, and he drives it into the ground and back to the bowler, who really should have thrown that one up in the air. It was a bump ball, but would have got 1 or 2 in the crowd excited, I'm sure. Next delivery, Jewell, that one turns, and Jewell just dabs it into the onside.
Oh dear, I've just had the best laugh of the day, probably of the match. I'll share it with you in a moment.
Excellent. Nothing I've said.
No.
Jewell pats this one into the leg side.
You'll be familiar, I'm sure, on social media with the Cricket Nosh account, which is all about
yes.
food at cricket
Yeah,
grounds. It's just tickled me.
Harrison in and bowls, and he's dabbed this around the corner. So I think it's going to go all the way for 4. It's being chased and chased and chased, and they're just about... That's brilliant, by the way, from Guthrie, and he's kept them down to 2. I thought that was going to go for 4. He managed to claw it back in and let go of the ball before he went over the boundary, broad through the ball in, and there was only 2 runs there for Jewell, who moves to 61, 136 for 2. Magnificent work from Guthrie, who's now breathing quite heavily. As Harrison is in, and he's driven this up to mid-off, where it is fielded by the now returned Luke Proctor. Throws the ball back to Harrison. Doesn't take long for him to get through and over. This is the final ball of his 10th. He's conceded just 17 runs. He's in, and that one is left alone by Jewell, who wasn't tempted into playing at a ball probably an extra set of stumps wide of the off stump. End of the over, 136 for 2, 19 to Madsen, 61 to Jewell. Derbyshire trail by 57.
I always rather thought that the idea of the cricket nosh was it was stuff that's available on the ground. Somebody's put in a sort of a review in here of a pizza that was delivered via one of the delivery services to the county ground here at Derby, and he's only given it 8 out of 10. He says the driver took a while as he was on a bike. It's just the most gloriously random.
They're always on a bike, aren't
Well, I don't know, but it just tickled me. Here's Leach in bowls, very full, and a handsome straight drive back past the bowler by Wayne Madsen for 4. You can hear the clunk as it hits the boundary down below. So Rafi Weatherall is now going to be the latest player to try and negotiate the hover cover down below and try and retrieve the ball. That was one of the shots of the day from Wayne Madsen. It was a magnificent straight drive.
It's beautiful, isn't it? But Luke is on the camera now. I don't know if they listen to us or not on the camera. But he's got, there are things on the window. I'll come back to that.
Here's Leach in and bowls to Madsen. Turns it away into the onside. Broadfields at mid-wicket, no run. Stays at 140 for 2.
They're actually Derbyshire badges. But because the door behind him is open, there are 2 badges right behind him. It looks like Mickey Mouse. That's marvellous.
It's terrible why your mind wanders at this time of the day, isn't
I've
it?
gone completely.
Oh, I can see, yeah.
He just looks a bit like Mickey Mouse. Well done, Luke. Good job. Keep going.
Here's Leach. Running away from us to bowl to Madsen. Very full again. Driven, and he's only going to get a single as it goes to Proctor, who's fairly deep there at mid-on. And they're through for one more. 141 for 2, Madsen. To 24 off 27. So, brisk start for the Derbyshire captain.
Unfortunately, they don't have a direct line to us, so they're not. Or fortunately, possibly, I don't know. Good lads.
Oh, they do.
And lasses.
Yeah.
Phoebe with them now.
Do a superb job. Here's Leach in bowl, short and swatted away by Caleb Jewell, and that was just a hint of the buffet about that one. Help yourself. It was short. It wasn't particularly quick, and Jewell is so quickly in position and smashed it away through mid-wicket for 4. And again, it was just a question of George Bartlett trundling round to retrieve it. 145 for 2. Caleb Jewell to 65. Leach being given a decent bowl here, but last couple of overs it's been just a little bit costly. Here's Leach in again and turned away by Jewell just in front of square on the leg side. Bartlett this time fields and sends in his return and keeps it to 1. 146 for 2. Jewell is 66 off 87 balls. His scores so far this season, 61 and 51 not out against Gloucestershire, in a game that Derbyshire won, 83 and 73 against Gloucestershire. Here's against Leicestershire rather, as Leach bowls to Madsen, pushes it out to the covers and Bartlett fields and there's no run. Yeah, 83 and 73 against Leicestershire, and then 16 in the first innings here to break that sequence of half centuries, but he's 66 not out here. And Derbyshire at the end of the over, 146 for 2, 47 runs behind. And we have 19 overs left in the day. And the umpires are going to have a chat about something.
Looking at the ball, I think the ball's been tossed.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it might. It went into the covers. That previous 4, it went into the covers and was retrieved. So there might just be a little bit of something on them. I don't think. I can't see from here really. They've got the back to me. I don't know what they're looking at.
So it certainly can't be the light.
They're saying, well, we can't do anything about it. Let's move on.
It's usually the nail scissors, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
Clip a bit of something
Trim
off
a
it.
bit of leather off it. It's come loose and. Much mirth as Rob Bailey radios through to the the nerve centre next door as Calvin Harrison begins a new over. That one has been lofted into the leg side by Caleb Jewell. It drops short of safe Zaib, and he gets a single to move to 67, 147 for 2. Once again, Rory Kleinfeld, Darren Lehman and Greg Smith on another lap. He said he played here a few times, Darren Lehman, when the pitch was orientated differently, as Wayne Madsen clips this backward score on the offside. It's half stopped by Guthrie, but he get through for a single, and Justin Broad going through his bowling action. He'll certainly know every inch of the boundary by the time this game finishes. Next delivery, turns in sharply. Caleb Jewell just very watchfully pushes it out. Broad does the fielding. Into the offside. Broad comes around from slip. Slip and a short leg for Harrison, and then a fairly conventional ring field. 3 on the on, 3 on the off. Man out on the leg side as this next delivery looked like it's moved in the air. I thought it was a terrific stop by Proctor, but he's got something on it, which means they'll only get 3 runs here. Jewell running back towards the danger end. Madsen was running to the danger end in the end because the throw came in. And Jewell moves to 70 with 3 more. The 150's up for Derbyshire. 151 for 2 in the 36th over. They trail by 42. 70 from 90 to Jewell. 25 to Madsen off 29 deliveries. And the 30th delivery that he faces, bowled by Harrison, is pushed straight back to the bowler.
Darren Lehman only played 2 first-class games on this ground, but got a big 100 in one of them.
I see, if I'd have been him, I'd have mentioned that. He might not remember it. This one is defended by Madsen as well. Back to Harrison. The over comes to an end. So 18 to go. 151 for 2 Derbyshire after 36 overs. The current run rate just a touch over 4 and over. And if they carry on with that, they will be in front by the close, should we get all the way to the end of the 18 overs, which is a decent effort.
Well, he made 82 first-class hundreds in all, Darren Lehman, but he got 133 here for Yorkshire. Now it's Justin Broad, one of the batting heroes for Northamptonshire, coming back into the attack. Rolled 5 overs for 20 before tea. Was that sorry? I missed that. I was looking down my screen.
Well, he's bowled ball. He bowls it when he's warming up, that it goes straight up in the air. He was bowling it to Leach, and Leach threw the ball back at him. I think he threw it a bit high. He missed it, and it went through his hand and crashed into his face. He's okay. He's okay. I wouldn't have laughed if he hadn't been.
Slip in a deep gully as Broad goes very wide of the crease round the wicket to Jewell, who helps it on its way down to deep backward square for a single. Jewell to 71, Derbyshire to 152 for 2. Field changes over for the right-handed Wayne Madsen, with 2 slips in, deep backward square, a long leg. In fact, it's now 1 slip and a gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, which is Rob Keogh's polishing the ball. Mid-on, Luke Proctor and Safe Zaib in there at mid-wicket as Broad bowls wide outside the off stump, and that's cut away by Madsen. It was wide, and Madsen cutting it down to the front of the members' pavilion for 4. 29 to him. 156 for 2. Deficit now just 37.
I think you're probably right, but it's gone off the... yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Well done. I don't know how you do it.
Well, it just... Yes, it's... keeps going and obviously showing it, which is fair enough. It was a lovely shot, but... here's Broad. And again, bowls to Madsen. Just back of a length, and Madsen hopping into line, playing it out into the mid-wicket region where Safe Zaib fields. And there's no run.
Now, Derbyshire's two leading batters out there at the moment who've both got in excess of 400 runs. In fact, Madsen's got over 450 runs already this season. Only Derbyshire batted to get past 1,000 in the Championship last season.
Here's Broad, in and bowls to Madsen, who drives back down the pitch, beats Broad, but a sliding stop by Luke Proctor, who sends in his throw. And I think Justin Broad, who's been in the wars a bit in the last few minutes, thought he might be about to hit him and sort of rolls out of the way.
It was closer to Broad than either of the stumps.
Well, it was, yeah. It was almost as though he was aiming for the prostrate bowler rather than the stumps. Anyway, no harm done. 157 for 2. The deficit is 36. At the end of the over, I'm definitely going to have to put my cap on because it's now sun streaming into our box. Straight drive from Jewell to a full-length ball from Broad, very well fielded off his own bowling by Justin Broad. He's had a pretty good day, 46 off 27 balls as Northamptonshire pressed on towards declaration, and then stunning catch to dismiss David Lloyd. That 100 of Darren Lehman's here was in 2000. Pushed out into the offside by Caleb Jewell. May 2000. That's the end of the over. 157 for 2, so 36 runs behind. Madsen's 30. Jewell is 71. Let's see what the Derbyshire attack was, because Darren Lehman got runs for Yorkshire in that game. Nobody else did, really, in that innings.
He mentioned Cork, didn't he?
Cork, Kevin Dean, Matt Cassar. I was talking to Jane about yesterday because he played at Ockbrook for a while. Played, of course, for Derbyshire and for Northamptonshire. Who else bowled? They tried a few. Trevor Smith had a bowl. Right arm seamer. Lacey bowled an awful lot of overs. 43 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 110. That was Simon Lacey.
Harrison begins a new over. That one's on leg stump, turned into the leg side by Madsen. Vasconcelos fields.
And here's the twist, R.J. Bailey had a bowl as well.
Madsen waits. That one plays off the back foot into the offside.
Got a wicket.
Did he?
Got James Middlebrook out, LBW for 45.
But when they stand together, he's barely ever mentioned it.
I'm sure he hasn't, no. Of course not.
Harrison in. Madsen pushes out into the offside once again.
Darren Lehman, 133 out of 349 all out. Cork bowled Cassar.
Madsen waits. Harrison is in, goes back, and that's always dangerous, but good hand-eye coordination means you can push it up to Proctor at mid-on. 2 balls left of the over. 157 for 2, trailing by 36 Derbyshire. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Madsen. He has one more ball to negotiate in this Calvin Harrison over. He drives, and he does more than negotiate it because he's going to pick up a single, having counted to 6, and then says wait to Caleb Jewell, who was quite keen to get back up the other end because he'd be on strike, but he won't. And that was the final ball of the over. One off it, 158 for 2. Madsen 31. Jewell 71. The partnership 58 off 69. They trail by just 35 runs now.
16 overs to go, so that's, you usually reckon that's about an hour, but
It should be
with the
an
spin,
hour.
it should be shouldn't be any
less.
more than that.
No.
One of those days today, Fletcher, unless somebody does something stunning in this last out, quite sure who to go and talk to today. Again, there's a few candidates. Might have to be safe Zaib again, I suppose, for
Favourite, would he?
back-to-back hundreds. Here's Broad. In and bowls and hits Madsen high up on the pad. Lewis McManus is enthused. Nobody else visibly is enthused, not least the bowler Justin Broad, who turns round and marches back to his mark. Rob Keogh having a chat with George Bartlett. Tell you what, when Darren Lehman was saying about having a beer with Mickey Arthur tonight, that'd be an interesting conversation.
Wouldn't it just?
Stick a microphone under the table for that one. That would be good. Here's Broad in and bowls, and it's on the money, absolutely on the money from Broad. And it forces Madsen to play defensively around the line of off stump.
My main reason for wondering if this game might be over before or in time to get to Burton is that Mickey Arthur has promised to come with me
Oh, right. Okay.
tomorrow if it is finished. He's he's struck up a friendship with Gary Bowyer, the Burton manager.
Broad in, bowls again very full, clipped by Madsen, but straight to James Sales at mid wicket.
To the point where Mickey Arthur only wants to talk to me about Burton, and Gary Bowyer wants to talk to me about Derbyshire. So
Wonderful.
it's an absolute monster. Yeah, but I think they enjoy chatting to each other.
That's wonderful. Here's Broad in, bowls short, very short. And a wide is called, and say it was very short. And an opinion of Rob Bailey. It was too short. 159 for 2. The deficit now just 34. It's now raining at Southampton, so it's obviously a bit down on the south coast. Here it is absolutely glorious, to the extent that my Oundle Town cap has been fished out of the bag. Here's Broad in bowls and forward goes. Wayne Madsen rolls up to Luke Proctor at mid on, and there's no run. Just joining us, wondering how Northamptonshire women got on in their first match in the Metrobank One Day Cup. They had a very, very good win. They beat Leicestershire by 185 runs at Grace Road, and Kayla Kirk making 125 not out for Northamptonshire, the highest score ever made for Northamptonshire's women. Short ball from short of a length from Broad, and whipped away by Madsen down to deep backward square for 1. Madsen to 32, Derbyshire to 160 for 2. So still 33 runs needed to wipe off the arrears, but they want to do that in the not too distant future, and you would imagine Derbyshire will be in surplus by this evening. They would be absolutely chuffed if these two walk in together at close of play. Here's Broad, and that slips that one past the outside edge of Caleb Jewell's bat. That's a beauty from Broad, who again, we were saying about Anuj Dal, he's just a little bit quicker, I think, than he looks. 160 for 2, 32 to Madsen, 71 to Jewell. The deficit is 33, 15 overs to go.
Get a nod of appreciation from Caleb Jewell, and I don't think anything would annoy a bowler more than a nod of appreciation, but he certainly got one from Caleb Jewell for that last delivery of the over. It was a terrific ball. And Jewell is well set at 71 from 94. Partnership worth 60. Madsen, who's got 32s on strike. 160 for 2, trailing by 33 Derbyshire as Calvin Harrison begins a new over. That's whipped for 4 by Wayne Madsen. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Bless him, George Bartlett was giving chase. The ball was always going to win that particular race. The batters touch bats, which is almost as annoying as gloves. Madsen moved to 36, 164 for 2. Deficit below 30 now. It's 29 runs. If they're not in front by the end of the day, something has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Harrison bowls, and Madsen pushes it back to the left of the bowler, who gets down quickly with his left hand to stop the ball.
Talking about our overseas listeners, we've had a message from the Isle of Man.
Oh, excellent. This next one, just hurries Wayne Madsen a little bit as it potentially turns away from him. To be able to tell, we've got to look through McManus and Madsen to find it. The ball is spinning without looking at the live stream, which I don't do an awful lot. This one, straight ball, and it's beaten away by Madsen out towards the extra cover boundary. They'll come back for 2. Madsen will move to 38, 166 for 2.
Ollie Helfrich on the Isle of Man, again one of our very regular listeners, and saying Easter Sundays don't come much better than this.
No, indeed. Next delivery is defended by Madsen, back to Harrison.
Says beautiful Manx sunshine. Loved Fletcher's fireside chat with Darren Lehman. Inspired radio.
That's very kind of you.
Quite agree.
Next delivery is left alone by Wayne Madsen to go through to the keeper. I was fortunate that Harrison wasn't bowling at the time, because that would have made it really tricky. 166 for 2, 38 to Madsen, 71 to Jewell. The deficit 27, but now it's always a joy to hear another voice.
It was a terrific chat. He says, just fired up the old now. WEBER in this context. I think of Weber, the composer, but I'm not sure it's Weber or Weber. I think it's a barbecue. And
Yes,
he says it's
right.
barbecue tandoori lamb for tea. Wonderful comms as ever. Thanks, Ollie.
You have no idea what I'm having for tea tonight. It's a tricky one on Easter Sunday, because the big shops are shut,
Yes,
aren't they?
that's right. There's not much open. Here's Broad starting a fresh over from this racecourse end. Pushed back past the bowler by Caleb Jewell, but can't get it past the second line of defence. Luke Proctor, Jewell 71, Madsen 38. Broad into his 8th over. Both wickets falling to Dom Leach.
Could find a poker chip somewhere, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think there'll be something open somewhere. Here's Broad in again round the wicket and on driven this time, having gone to mid-off the previous delivery. Goes to mid-on this time in Keogh Fields, and there's no run. Pentagon roundabout looks to be easing off a little bit, which is good news. It was busy earlier on, but I shouldn't think it'd be that busy this evening.
Should be all right in the morning as well, bank holiday Monday.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yes, bank holiday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Losing track of where we are.
Triple time.
Here's Broad in, edged and caught at slip. And it's been that sort of day for Justin Broad, and he's got the wicket. But Northamptonshire were just starting to think they needed rather badly. It was a fairly ordinary delivery outside off stump, and Caleb Jewell, who's played some handsome shots, went after it, got the edge, and it just flew to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who took a straightforward catch at first slip. Jewell goes for 71, Derbyshire 166 for 3. They're still 27 behind.
That is a big wicket. 71 again. He hasn't gone on, and he'll be annoyed and disappointed in equal measure, I would have thought. Caleb Jewell, he will go on and make a century, or more than one century, I would have thought, at some point for Derbyshire, but falls for 70 when he has a handsome average with 5 half-centuries. But he wants the big one, the 3 figures, and unfortunately didn't get them. Brooke Guest is the new batter.
These two both made substantial contributions in the first innings. Wayne Madsen made 89, Brooke Guest made 91, kept, I thought, beautifully. But, well, Northamptonshire could pick up another 1, maybe 2 tonight. They will feel they are in business if, and it is a big if, looking at the forecast, we get cricket tomorrow.
It just means that we stay at the ground for the entire day, of course.
Yeah, of
but
course.
the rain is due to start at about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. By midday, it's hammering it down, and then it sort of stops around 4, 5 o'clock. So
One would imagine.
could be a day of hanging around, possibly. Depends how many wickets they pick up tonight, I suppose, in the remaining 13 and a half overs.
Well, that's the thing, as I say, and you mentioned there, Fletch, if Northamptonshire did get Derbyshire, say 5 down tonight,
We're going nowhere, are we?
they will think, well, in an hour we could, we could have a chance of winning this game. But if it's still 3 down at the close, then it's a bit difficult. They would need, obviously, at least a session. Although they will point out, of course, that they bowled Kent out in a session in the match at Montage Road. So
They won't give it up.
but a very different surface. Anyway, Justin Broad has struck. And he's bowling now to the new batter, Brooke Guest. Broad in, bowls and turned away for his first run straight away by Brooke Guest down to long leg. Picks up a single. So he's away. Derbyshire 167 for 3. 26 is the deficit. Justin Broad's 5th wicket of the match. 10th of the season in the 3rd game. Very, very handy cricketer.
Absolutely.
Now, just dropping a man out from gully out to point as Broad is in, bowls short down the leg side. Madsen thought about the hook, but there are a couple of men back. There's a deep backward square and a long leg, so he pulled out and let it sail harmlessly into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Shadows lengthening, the shadow of one of the floodlight pylons stretching at least halfway across the ground already. Here's Broad in and bowls down the leg side, clipped away, and that's going to be 4. 2 fielders out, as I mentioned, and that's gone straight between the 2 of them. Very full on Madsen's legs, and he just helps it on his way. Takes him into the 40s, 42 to Madsen. 1 to Guest, nevertheless successful over for Justin Broad. 8 overs, 1 for 33, and at the end of the over, Derbyshire 171 for 3, still trail by 22.
Yeah, disappointment for Caleb Jewell, really, because he'll be desperate to get the 3 figures for his new county. He does have 7 first-class centuries already to his name. He's passed 3,000 runs in first-class cricket during this game. There's nothing quite like getting to 3 figures, I imagine, and I do have to imagine on account of the fact that it's never happened.
Likewise.
Calvin Harrison is going to bowl to Brooke Guest.
Went for 100 a few times.
Yes. Harrison is in. Guest pushes this one out into the offside on the half volley fairly comfortably. Guest waits. Deficit 22 now as Harrison is in and bowls. Oh, that's off the edge of the bat. Down towards 3rd man, and guess what? There isn't one. It's gone for 4. Brooke Guest moves on to 5. And the deficit, not the deficit, the deficit is down to 18. 175 for 3. Again, so many runs down to 3rd man. It's madness that there isn't one. Sacrifice teams appear willing to make for some reason. As Harrison is in again, and Guest again outside half of the bat, goes to backward point where Guthrie is waiting for it. He's just collected the ball from the boundary. 175 for 3. Halfway through the Harrison over. This one's outside leg stump and turned into the leg side where Wetherell does the fielding. Tall figure. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Vasconcelos, who's at silly mid-off, is very, very close to the... He can't move because his shadow is across the pitch. He's not allowed to move. Crouches down now, and that's defended again by Guest to Vasconcelos. And the over comes to an end. Just that edged 4 coming from it. Harrison's now bowled 14 overs for 33. Couple of 3 maidens in there. 175 for 3, Derbyshire. 5 to Guest. 42 to Madsen. They trail by 18. And Wetherell has gone. He's gone off. That's where he's gone. I'm assuming that's George Bartlett, who was off briefly.
Yes,
He's come back on.
Yeah. So, Rob Keogh's is bowling the ball to his captain, Luke Proctor. Rob Keogh's bowled very, very little this year, so I'd be surprised if he is tried. For now, it's Justin Broad starting his 9th over in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who's playing defensively back down the pitch. Brooke Guest helpfully picks the ball up.
Stop doing that.
Well, yeah, we were saying some coaches of my acquaintance that would have become very exercised at that, and I think of one or two teams, club cricket, who would have appealed.
The bowler could always rick his back, couldn't he, picking it up?
Yeah. Here's Broad in again, bowls and pushed up to mid-on by...
The noise is back.
It is. The wicket, it's amazing what it does, isn't it? Reanimates previously sort of dormant fielders. Pushed up to mid-on anyway, that latest ball from Justin Broad, fielded there by Northampton's captain Luke Proctor. Still only bowled 3 overs in this innings. Here's Broad. And again and bowls, and on the back foot goes Madsen, plays it again up to his opposite number, Luke Proctor, and there's no run. I don't know whether there's any reason why Luke Proctor has only bowled 3 overs in the innings. He had a bruised foot as a result of fielding one off his own bowling at Old Trafford and didn't bowl on the last day. Obviously got through a few overs, 20 overs in the first innings. Maybe it's just aggravated it. Pushed down to point by Wayne Madsen. Next delivery from Justin Broad. It is just the perfect evening now. It is lovely here.
You heading off?
Yes, well again,
It's that time of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Approaching 6 o'clock.
Well, it's like we were saying on the second day, you know, carry on playing here until we got the overs in, but spectators have got other things to do. Here's Broad in bowls, and that jags back in to Madsen, and Justin Broad, I think, politely asking umpire Harris if that was pad first. The answer is no. But he has this knack, and we've seen it in this match and indeed in the previous match up at Old Trafford, that he can nip one back in. And Josh Bohannon discovered this painfully at Old Trafford when he was struck amidships by a Broad nip backer. Hammered away, the next delivery through extra cover by Wayne Madsen, running out towards the boundary. It's not going to go. George Bartlett, whose floppy hat has dropped off in the pursuit, comes back for 3, the batters. So Madsen is 45, keeps the bowling, so that was the last ball of the over. 45 to Madsen, 5 to Guest, 178 for 3, 15 is the deficit. When I see the hats blowing off, the one story that will always remind me of is the Northamptonshire captain, Peter Murray Willis, just after the war, who, according to a couple of letters I've seen, became sort of passed into Northamptonshire folklore, was chasing a ball in a match at Kettering. His cap came off, so he stopped to pick up his cap and then carried on chasing the ball.
My cap fell onto the stumps once when I was batting.
Did it really?
Mm.
I saw that happen to Jeff Cook in a tourist match.
Harris begins a new over. It's driven into the offside by Wayne Madsen for a single out to safe Zaib on the cover boundary. 179 for 3. Madsen on to 46.
It wasn't his cap, it was his helmet, and it was a before the days of chin straps. And Rodney Hogg, I think, was bowling. Jerked his head back, helmet came off, and he was out, hit wicket.
I'm glad to say Rodney Hogg wasn't bowling when I was when I was batting. This one is defended by Brooke Guest.
Well, you'd seen him off, hadn't you?
I went for an extravagant pull shot from memory, and the cap I had long hair at the time.
Did you really?
The cap flew onto the stumps. This is driven by Brooke Guest out to save Zaib for a single. Guest moves to 6, 180 for 3. Nick Buxton says, feast and famine with Jewel and Lloyd. Isn't it refreshing to have a guaranteed half century for an opener every innings? Lloyd either needs to go down the order or come out of the team for Middlesex, he says. More in a moment as Madsen defends this next ball back to the bowler. There are no excuses for the form given some of the conditions he's batted in this season. Thank you, Nick from Nottingham. No, regular contributor Nick, good to hear from you.
Not Nick Nottingham from Buxton.
No, it's a little bit confusing. Madsen lets this next delivery go. It's collected by McManus behind the stumps. It's a real conundrum, David Lloyd, because he's clearly a decent batter who wants to get on with it. But at the moment, it's not working for him. Madsen clips this into the leg side. They might get 2 here. No, they'll only get 1. That's a good piece of work from George Bartlett. Getting to the ball quickly. What it does mean, though, is that Wayne Madsen will keep the strike. He'll move on to 47. Derbyshire 181 for 3 now, and they trail by just 12.
Of course, you've got another home game starting Friday.
Yeah, Middlesex, and then it's a week off.
Well, we've got our week off after this game, and then
I think. No, then it's a trip to Glamorgan, and then a week off.
then
Well, the trip to Glamorgan. No,
we're at Leicester. And then starting May the 2nd, then home to Lancashire. So we'll have played Lancashire twice by, the 12th of May.
that computer got really confused, clearly. Oh, no. Sorry, Alan Fordham. Got really confused.
And then we go to Glamorgan, which is one of my favourite away trips, apart from the stretch of motorway between Newport and Cardiff, which is a pain in any part of the anatomy you care to mention.
It's a great city, though, isn't it?
Oh, wonderful. Absolutely love it. Here's Justin Broad starting a fresh over, short and cut away by Madsen. It's going to run away for 4. And that is yet another Derbyshire half-century for Wayne Madsen. He reached 50 off 66 balls in the first innings, 50 off 64 balls in the second. So, congratulations, well played, Wayne Madsen. It was his 8th 4. And
The 131st time he's reached 50 in his first-class career.
astonishing.
He's gone on to make 40 centuries.
8 runs behind now. Broad is in bowls and worked into the onside, and good sliding stop by James Sales, as a result of which there is no run. 185 for 3, just a couple of boundaries will take Derbyshire into surplus, mean that Northamptonshire will have to bat again. Here's Broad in bowls and just holds a little bit, maybe just stops a touch in the pitch, and Madsen pushing it up to mid-off, where Keogh fields and immediately commences ball polishing duties.
It's the first half-century that Wayne Madsen's got here at Brands Hatch, though.
Donington Park or whatever. Yes, it's a bit like the old British Superbikes at Silverstone. It's noisy, isn't it? Here's Broad. In and bowls and clipped away. This could be another boundary for Wayne Madsen. It's running out towards the boundary. No, it's not going to be. Oh, it is. Oh, I think it is, you know.
Oh, he's done it again.
Save Zaib for the second time. And I mean,
Both off Madsen.
Both off Madsen. One of the best fielders in the side.
He'll have the shirt on tomorrow despite his century.
It's just stumbled over that one and it just touched the rope. So it is 4 runs. He signalled as such to the umpire, so well done for that. But 189 for 3. Derbyshire just 4 behind. Madsen to 55. Facing Broad and turns that one away down to long leg. Picked up cleanly. And they're through for another single. 56 to Madsen. 190 for 3. And as the Derbyshire socials are saying, keep going, Skip. Well, Derbyshire will definitely hope he does. And equally, Northamptonshire very keen to see the back of him. Here's Broad in and bowls to Guest, who on drives pleasantly but straight to Proctor at mid-on. And that's the end of another Justin Broad over. 10 overs, 1 for 45, 190 for 3. Just 3 runs behind. Madsen is 56, Guest is 6.
Caleb Jewell, after the completion of his innings here this afternoon for 71, is now averaging 71 in the Championship. 355 runs, 5 half-centuries. Wayne Madsen now has 4 half-centuries and a century, I think. I ought to know. No, he has. because he's been out very close to a century in the two that he didn't get a century, if that makes any sense. His average at the moment is in excess of 95. He's on strike now on 56, goes back into his crease and turns the first ball from Calvin Harrison's 16th over into the leg side. Captaincy clearly not clouding his judgment batting-wise. Wayne Madsen. Harrison is in again. Full delivery. Madsen digs it out. Not Harrison. It's like a mash-up between the bowler and the batter. Madsen pushes it up to mid-on. There's Harrison again. Turned into the leg side by the Derbyshire skipper. Bartlett fields. Madsen moves to 57. 191 for 3. Guest himself averaging over 50. Blair Tickner's averaging 48. Here is a lot of not outs in there doing the heavy lifting. That one is driven by Brooke Guest. Harrison moves down to his left to do the filling. Actually only one not out. He has only batted twice. Martin Anderson averaging just a tick under 40. As Guest plays it into the ground. It's fielded by Vasconcelos at Seliminov. Hands on his knees. Now he crouches down, Vasconcelos. And that one is an attempted sweep. There's a appeal for leg before. I think that probably hit him outside the line of leg stump. Yeah. And Rob Bailey wasn't interested or indeed impressed. 191 for 3 at the end of the over. 8 to go. So the half-6 finish is looking decidedly on.
Yes, as you rightly say, Fletch, this has been reflects great credit on both sides. The over 8's been commendably brisk, and so Justin Broad is going to have a blow, and Liam Guthrie coming back into the attack for a last little burst on this third day. The lovely sunshine here in Derby. Not many spectators, certainly apart from the members' pavilion. There's a few still on the balcony there, whereas you mentioned they're actually in the full sunshine. Not too many elsewhere, but anyway, 191 for 3. So can Guthrie find a wicket from somewhere, take Northamptonshire to the close, outside the off stump to Wayne Madsen, who's not to be tempted, goes through to Lewis McManus. Madsen stays on 57, 191 for 3. Northamptonshire have used 5 bowlers so far, so we haven't seen safe Zaib yet. We haven't, well, we've only just seen 3 overs of Luke Proctor. Here's Guthrie, round the wicket to Madsen, who stands tall and punches it out into the covers where Bartlett fields. And there's no run. Thanks for all your messages today. It's been very good to read your thoughts, and say particularly interesting to hear Darren Lehman's views on life, the universe and everything. And he popped up to the box this afternoon. Appreciate his time. Here's Guthrie in again, bowled short, pulled away by Wayne Madsen. He's only going to get one, down to safe Zaib on the boundary.
Bronx cheers, I believe they're known as.
Yes, I think they are. I don't think they were led by the Northamptonshire coaching staff, who were very close to safe Zaib when he fielded that. I think it came more from 2 spectators and probably his own teammates. Anyway, 192 for 3. He hasn't had a bad day.
No.
All things being equal. Derbyshire 1 behind. Guest on strike. Guthrie round the wicket to him outside the off stump. And Guest leaves it alone with the faux excitement of an ooh from the Northamptonshire fielders for a perfectly routine leave to a ball wide outside off stump. But
They have to keep themselves
well,
entertained,
you
don't
do,
they?
don't you? Keep yourself amused. Guthrie down below us from the racecourse end. In and bowls short. Decent bouncer actually from Guthrie. That one did climb, but Brooke Guest played it well, got everything out of harm's way, swayed, just getting his head out of way, swayed out of the way, and the ball slapped into the gloves of Lewis McManus. 192 for 3. Derbyshire having lost David Lloyd for 23, Harry Kane for 27, and Caleb Jewell for 71. 2 wickets for Dom Leach, 1 for Justin Broad. Guthrie in bowls, and that goes past the edge of the bat, and Guthrie was interested for a moment. I don't think there's any question of contact on the bat, and just excitement that he got one to beat the bat, I think. 192 for 3 at the end of the over. Madsen 58, Guest is 6. 7 overs remaining. Derbyshire trail by 1 run.
We're going to get Calvin Harrison to the end here, aren't we?
I think so, yeah.
It's stumps at Canterbury. I think you already mentioned that. 112 for 2. Gloucestershire leading by 191. It's also stumps at Lords, where Glamorgan are 186 for 5. Still 85 runs behind Middlesex. So a bit of work for Glamorgan to do tomorrow if it doesn't rain. Leicestershire now lead by 220 at Old Trafford as Harrison is in a full toss to Wayne Madsen, who doesn't really make the most of it. Sweeps it, but straight to George Bartlett. Oh dear, that's hit him just below the midriff as well, I think. He gets very slowly back to his feet. And the scores are level. Hence the applause. I couldn't work out what was going on for a moment there, but the scores are now level again. Yeah, Leicestershire 484 for 8. Next delivery is pushed by Brooke Guest up towards Proctor at mid-on. He has to move across to his left, and now they lead by a solitary run. 194 for 3.
Not having a great time, Lancashire, are they?
No, no. They were going to sweep all before them. Harrison in, and back goes Madsen, pushes it out into the offside.
Well, interesting to see. There's obviously very strong feelings among the membership, I think, at Old Trafford. I think social media might be quite interesting this evening.
Yeah, there can be an angry lot, can't there?
Yeah.
Here's Harrison, bowls to Madsen, who cuts late, and it's well fielded by, I was going to say well fielded by Guthrie. It was stopped by Guthrie, which prevented the run from being taken. It took him a few goes to pick the ball up.
Wizard of dribble there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Running down the wing.
Sign him up for Burton tomorrow.
His next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. Hey, they're doing all right. We were all right for wingers. Or certainly wing backs. I assume he'd be left-footed. I mean, Dodgson's the man. This one is pushed into the offside by Madsen. He sets off thinking about a single, but it's pretty much straight to James Sales, so they decline the opportunity to increase Derbyshire's lead at 194 for 3. Madsen has 59, Guest has 7, 6 overs to go. Derbyshire lead by 1.
So is there anything riding on this Burton game tomorrow?
There's an enormous amount riding on it. Burton got out of the relegation zone at week yesterday for the first time since September. And they need to match Bristol Rovers. They're at home to
right.
Stevenage.
Oh, it's one of those, is it? Oh, lovely.
Yeah, they're only out of it on goal difference, but they are playing the champions, Birmingham City, who drew 0-0 with Crawley on Friday.
Here's Guthrie running into bowl around the wicket to Guest, who's dropping that one out into the offside. Bartlett comes into field and there's no run.
Northampton Town, of course, now clear of the relegation zone.
Yes,
which is good news for them, not necessarily for Burton. At Derby County, it would be remiss of me, I'll get letters if I don't mention them. They're at West Brom tomorrow, and they're also outside of the Championship relegation zone on, is it on goal difference? I think it might be. I'll have to double check.
Guthrie it is. Into bowl to Guest. Drives it up, pushes it up really towards mid-wicket where Sales fields and there's no run.
It is on goal difference. Derby are out of the relegation zone. So, yeah, it's going to be a tense sports scene tomorrow afternoon from 2 o'clock with Dom Dietrich and the rest of the boys. I'm glad I'm not part. Well, I'll be part of it in the fact that I'll be telling them what's happening here, if indeed anything is happening here.
Northampton Town play the bottom team Shrewsbury tomorrow.
Already relegated Shrewsbury.
Guthrie in, bowls short, and Guest ducks underneath it. Goes through to Lewis McManus.
Northampton not entirely safe, but
No, it's not mathematically safe, are they?
no. But it really looks as though it's between Bristol Rovers and Burton for the final place to go down. Cambridge, Crawley and Shrewsbury all below them. 2/10 for me. Back on the football beat a week on next Saturday against Cambridge.
He is. Guthrie in, bowls full and driven and very well half stopped by Rob Keogh at mid-off because that was travelling and just took the way off it, saved the boundary but just deflected it behind him and they come back for 2. But he hit that hard. Brooke Guest, he goes to
9, I think.
9, yeah, 196 for 3. I was not sure that those two have gone up, but yes, they have. 196 for 3. Derbyshire's lead is 3. We have 5 overs to go after this, and it's just getting, it's not gloomy exactly, but we have lost the sunshine. Here's Guthrie in, bowls outside the off stump, and Guest leaving it. Again, it was quite a tight leave, but showed good judgment. The Northamptonshire Brains Trust having a look from behind the arm at the other end.
Leicestershire have declared.
Oh gosh.
491 for 8 at Old Trafford. They have a lead of 228.
They've remembered how to do it then.
They eventually did it. Grace Road, but they were too late.
Here's Guthrie. And then bowls to Brooke Guest, who is getting an inside edge and into the pad, and it just drops down almost at his feet. In the crease, well, that's the end of another over. 59 to Madsen, 9 to Guest, 196 for 3.
I suppose it's difficult to criticise too much. They went into the third round of matches top of the table, so they're doing plenty right at Grace Road.
Yes, but you wouldn't tell them that, would you?
No, probably not. No, and they were top despite the fact that they had won 1 and drawn 1, and Kent had played 2 and won 2
yeah.
because of their lack of batting bonus points. Derbyshire going into this round of matches in the heady heights of 3rd in the table, but I mean they may well stay there, but it'll all get a lot closer, you would have thought, if they don't win this game, and it seems unlikely with a lead of 3. But they've done the first part of the job to ensure that Northamptonshire will have to bat again. I thought Northamptonshire's declaration was perhaps a little late, but not too far late, and pretty good. Certainly the way they batted this morning and into the afternoon was terrific.
Wasn't it interesting, though, Darren Lehman saying that actually they finished up quicker than they were anticipating. It's like you took them by surprise, I think.
Here's Harrison around the wicket to Madsen, who just pads this one away. Yes, it stopped my next line of questioning, certainly. Might have asked him if he'd have thought about declaring earlier, but I don't think that was a consideration. Harrison is in. Madsen plays this off the back foot back to the bowler.
Well, it's certainly fair to say that, I'll say here last year, I think Northamptonshire erred on the side of caution. They did so at Cardiff and had Glamorgan 8 down.
Yeah. Makes a huge difference. I know it is 8 points for a draw and 16 for a win, but Madsen pads this one away.
Strange that one at Cardiff. Again, I think Northamptonshire probably scored because when Lewis McManus made his 168, and I think they probably scored a little bit quicker than they were anticipating. But the one thing, undoubtedly, that played into that particular calculation was Marnus Labuschagne. I think Northamptonshire were, not to say frightened of him, but were wary and mindful of what he could do. But
he's not a bad player, is he?
No, he's not a bad player. But they finished a long way short and 8 down. So.
Harrison bowls, gives this one a bit more air, it seems, and Madsen pushes it out into the offside where Sales does the fielding in the covers. 196 for 3. 4 overs to go after this one. 2 balls remaining of the Harrison over. The first of those 2 was defended up to mid-on. Oh, they're back. Can't be the same person, surely, to goodness.
Perhaps it's the pizza man.
If only. Final ball of the over. Bowls to Madsen, who goes back and pushes it up once again to Luke Proctor. The over comes to an end. There are 4 to go. 196 for 3. Derbyshire leading by just 3 runs now. With Wayne Madsen on 59, Brooke Guest on 9. The men out. Well, since tea, Harry Kane for 27 and Caleb Jewell for 71 prior to tea. David Lloyd for 23, that after Leicestershire. Northamptonshire declared on 500 for 8 with a lead of 193.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that this is, I think it's just a statement of fact. I don't think it's being disrespectful to anybody. I think Darren Lehman has a slightly more, maybe a little bit more sort of aggressive mindset possibly than John Sadler did as head coach. I don't think that's doing anybody a disservice. Pushed out into the onside by Guest for a single.
It's a very exciting single, that. Well, because it now means the entire top 5 have got into double figures. Derbyshire have never had all 11 in double figures in their history. No, it's one of David Griffin's exciting ones.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, we've now got all 5. I mean, whether they all bat or not remains to be seen, but very exciting.
Here's Guthrie round the wicket bowls and Madsen pushing it out into the offside where George Bartlett still in the floppy white sun hat fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, son no longer with us, sadly.
It was quite interesting. I was talking to Ricardo Vasconcelos last night, and I did say it seemed as though the team generally is playing with a bit more of a smile on its face this season, and he sort of looked at me and said, no comment. I wasn't trying to get him to criticise anybody, but here's Guthrie in bowls and outside the off stump short, and Madsen just lets it go through to the keeper. But I think it's fair to say it probably wasn't the happiest camp last season, and certainly there has been a spring in the step and a smile on the face a bit more in the 3 matches. Even, as I say, the reaction even after the defeat against Kent was not quite as dispirited as was the case, I think, last couple of seasons when games have been lost. Full again goes Guthrie, driven out into the onside by Madsen, fielded by Sales, and there's no run.
I like to see sportswomen with smiles on their faces. You can't enjoy playing sport, even if it's your livelihood. Which is why it's so dispiriting to see David Lloyd at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really had a smile on his face since the first game of the season, which is hugely disappointing for him and for Derbyshire.
That is a shame. Here's Guthrie round the wicket, bowls on leg stump, turned out into the onside by Madsen, but straight to Sales at mid wicket, and there's no run.
I wonder if we're in night watchman territory. I think we are with 3 overs to go. I don't know who it would be.
Well, I think we probably would be, wouldn't we?
Can't see anybody pad. I'll have a look and see if I can find somebody.
I would think there is every chance. Guthrie, talking of smiles on faces, was having a joke and a chuckle with Rob Keogh, who's in there mid-off, and he bowls short, wide outside the off stump, and Madsen clearly in playing for stumps mode, because it was the sort of delivery that earlier in his innings he's been cutting away for 4, but he lets that go. 197 for 3 at the end of the over. So Derbyshire lead by 4. They have 7 wickets in hand. We have 3 overs to go in the day. A full day tomorrow in theory, but a big question mark over the weather, a big dark grey question mark over the weather.
Yeah, the heavy rain is coming earlier now.
Is it? Oh, lovely. That's something to look forward to.
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Down to 60% by 7 o'clock tomorrow night. This next delivery is guided by Brooke Guest to backward point where Guthrie does the fielding. And there's no run. It's his Harrison bowling. Just sort of accept that. You won't go far wrong. It's his 19th over. It's 18th of this spell, I think. This one is defended by 18th since tee, certainly. Defended by Brooke Guest back towards the bowler.
Zaib's having a little swing of his arm, so I wonder if they might just get him on for an over before the close.
Be more than welcome. Next delivery, back goes. Guest plays it into the ground and fielded by Vasconcelos at silly mid-off.
Well, Darren Lehman did say he wanted to make sure, hoping they finish reasonably early so he can get off for his drink with Mickey Arthur.
This one is driven by Brooke Guest up towards mid-off. And it actually ricochets off the man there. Is that
Dom Leach.
Dom Leach, thank you.
Knocked him off his feet.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't Rob Keogh. I didn't know where Rob Keogh was either. He's at mid-wicket. As this next delivery is driven by Wayne Madsen. A bit of a chase on here for Luke Proctor. He will get to the ball before it reaches the boundary, but they'll pick up 2 more. Madsen will move into the 60s, 61. 200 up for Derbyshire in the 52nd over. 51 overs and 5 balls, in fact. Run rate just dropping below 4 as Madsen goes back and clips that one into the leg side. It's fielded by Rob Keogh and the over comes to an end. 61 to Madsen, 11 to Guest. Derbyshire 200 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 7 with 2 overs to go today. And marching forward is Zaib. He's removed his cap. And now the sweater's coming off as well, as if we needed any further proof that he was going to bowl the last over from the racecourse end.
It's worth a go, isn't it? I say
Absolutely.
he's had a decent season with the ball so far. Didn't bowl in the first innings here, but picked up 6 wickets at 7.66 recurring across the first 2 matches of the season, including a 2-in-2 to wrap up the Kent first innings at Wantage Road. So we're going to see a bit of left arm twirl with a slip and a silly point at the moment. Are we going to have any?
Silly point's gone.
Silly point's gone. I think it's probably fair enough.
Yeah.
I think Ricardo Vasconcelos fancied that enormously. I don't really blame him. So it's just going to be a slip, a backward point, and Vasconcelos is now in there on the drive at short mid-wicket, catching. And he's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest. 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Round the wicket comes Zaib, flights that one up, clipped out to Vasconcelos on the drive at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 200 for 3, 7 runs, the lead. Now, Vasconcelos, having talked himself out of going in at Boot Hill, has now decided he is going to go in. So the reprieve was short-lived. He's now back under the lid at forward short leg. Zaib in bowls wide outside the off stump and punched away by Guest for a single out to Bartlett. Sweeping on the cover boundary. 1 more to Brooke Guest. He goes to 12, 201 for 3. This has been a really good effort by Derbyshire. Resilient batting. Zaib in bowls and very watchfully forward is Wayne Madsen. Zaib in again, bowls to Madsen, plays this one out to extra cover where Justin Broad fields. And there's no run. Here's Zaib in again, flights that up, slapped up to mid-off by Madsen, fielded there by Rob Keogh. So this will be Zaib's last ball of the day. And it's driven without any great timing out into the offside. Broad comes across to cut it off, and that's the end of a tidy enough over, just a single off it from Zaib. 201 for 3, and that brings us at 25 past 6 to the last over of the day.
The potential night watchman can remove his pads,
Yes.
start packing up. or whatever they do at the close of play. Cricketers, I'm never quite sure. And if Wayne Madsen wants to be here tomorrow morning first thing, he can just say no to every run that Brooke Guest wants. It's Harrison, of course it is. Bowling to Brooke Guest. First ball is into the offside, fielded by Ricardo Vasconcelos. No run. Guest waits. This next one is guided backward of square on the offside. Guthrie does the fielding on this occasion. There is a slip, a silly mid-off. They're the two really close catches in addition to the keeper. As this next delivery is defended by Guest once again. It will be a huge psychological blow to lose a wicket in the final over of the day and go 4 down ahead of day 4. As this next delivery is squeezed out by Brooke Guest. Nicely done. 2 to go. Harrison so far wicketless in 20 overs, but been miserly. Just 42 runs conceded as Guest pushes this one up towards mid-off. Harrison intercepts, and we get to the final ball of the day before 6:30. Excellent effort by everybody. We don't have to go on till 6:30. Next delivery is beating Brooke Guest and through to the keeper. I think we're carrying on, you know.
Because it's 6:30.
Because
Yeah.
it's 6:30.
So we're going to have a bonus, a Brucey bonus over.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am with that.
Yes, because of course it would be 6:30. Yeah.
Sounded like a tractor being fired up in the background there. And they've gone early.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're going to have 100 and it's just like the 1920s. This is
5 overs in the day.
And Harris is just, I think,
This is
checking with the scorers.
confirming whether, well, the umpires are the final arbiters. That isn't the tractor.
No, that's yet another motorbike. As Zaib starts the bonus over, the golden bonus over, and the first ball of which is driven by Madsen up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's another surprising element of today's cricket. There's been a few. Slapped away again by Madsen straight to extra cover. Justin Broad goes down to field, and there's no run. There's a tractor somewhere by the sound of it. Here's Zaib. Flights that one up. Forward comes Madsen massively. Now Zaib's now trotting back to see if we can get another one in.
Oh, good grief.
Thought he'd be playing. No, Wayne Madsen's not having any of that. Taking his time, not going to be rushed. Here's Zaib in short and whipped away by Madsen out to wide mid-on where Proctor fields, and he's just lobbing it back. They're trying to get another one in here. 202 for 3. No, you see that Madsen's been there seeing it and is doing a little bit of gardening. Here's Zaib in. Bowls to Guest, who drives out into the covers, fielded by Broad. Zaib, who doesn't, I mean, he's only sort of like 3 or 4 steps in. Brooke Guest doing his best. There's Zaib in, bowls, and Guest pushes it forward.
Got them running around.
Yeah, running in to try and make sure they get the. It will be.
It's down to Rob Bailey now.
Yeah.
Cap's been removed by Calvin Harrison. The clock says 18:29, and the umpires are happy for us to have a 106th over of the day. Actually, it's only the 104th because we did lose 2. That's not the reason we're having them, incidentally. It's because it's 6:30 close. Here's Harrison then, in and bowls to Madsen, who chops this into the ground, backward of square on the offside. And there's no run. The tractor seems to have started again.
It has. That's not very eco-friendly.
No. His next Harrison delivery is driven by Madsen into the shins, the protected shins of Vasconcelos as he leaps in the air at silly mid-off. 4 deliveries to go. Sorry for misleading everybody. 202 for 3. Harrison bowls. Madsen drives it straight back to the bowler. 3 to go, possibly, or even more. Who knows?
Well, let's face it, it's uncharted territory to actually get him.
I can't remember the last
more
time it
overs.
happened.
No,
I'm not sure that it has happened while I've been doing it. Madsen drives into the offside. Fielded at cover. 2 balls of the over to go. Where Madsen settles over his bat now. He wants to be here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ooh, that one just keeps a little bit low on him, possibly. And he chops it out into the offside, Guthrie Fields. Rob Bailey checks his watch. As if that was the timepiece we were all looking towards. And Harrison bowls. Madsen defends it straight back to him and marches towards the changing rooms. He's having no more of this nonsense. And we have reached the final ball of the day's play. With Derbyshire on 202 for 3, Wayne Madsen 62 not out, Brooke Guest 12, earlier a century from Safe Zaib, 150 from Luke Proctor enabled Northamptonshire to declare on 500 for 8. That was a lead of 193. David Lloyd out for 23 before tea. Harry came for 27 soon after. Caleb Jewell made 71 before he was dismissed. A couple of wickets for Dom Leach and 1 for Justin Broad. Madsen and Guest there at the end. And now we have to wait and see what the weather gods bring us on Easter Monday tomorrow, when we will have 96 overs or less, but probably not more. With Derbyshire on 202 for 3 in their second innings, it means they lead by 9. They're about to turn on the hover cover, so it's almost certainly time to go. Thank you, Andrew. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at just before 11 o'clock in the hope that we will see some more cricket in what promises to be, if there is weather is good, a decent day of second division county championship cricket. There it goes. Well, well, it doesn't actually, that's a worry. There we go. Sounds like it needs tuning. We'll see you tomorrow morning at just before 11 o'clock. Bye.